Copyright Stormy Peril / Hidden Raphael. Copyright 2016. This book is a work of fiction. The names, characters, places and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemble to actual events, business establishments, locales or persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental, all rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording or otherwise, without prior written permission of both the copyright owner and the publisher. The only exception is brief quotations in printed reviews. The scanning, uploading and distribution of this book via the internet, or via any other means without the permission of the publisher, is illegal and punishable by law. Please purchase only authorized electronic editions and do not participate in or encourage electronic piracy of copyrighted materials. Your support of authors' rights is appreciated. Published in the United States of America. Copyright 2016. Victoria Pinder. Love in a Book, all rights reserved. Chapter 1. Kimberly Mira blinked into the dark and sniffed the air. Clean cotton sheets, a soft mattress cushioned her back. Her skin grew goosebumps as the wind howled outside. This wasn't heaven. Her skin felt grimy and her head pounded like she'd drunk too much last night. Flashes of an out-of-control fire replayed in her mind. She sucked in her breath like she needed to hold as much oxygen in as possible. She told herself to be normal, and that the intense fire was in her mind's eye. Eventually she relaxed her body. Another memory surfaced as she closed her eyes and remembered falling into depths of a freezing forest. She wiggled her feet, and her bare feet brushed against the soft sheets. This bed wasn't hers, and this black-as-night room made no sense. What had happened? Kimberly rubbed her eyes and stared into a dark gray room with walls etched out of stone. With the help of the moonlight her eyes adjusted, and she saw the wood floor shone as if from a recent polish. Wind rattled the window pane. She breathed in and out, neither dead nor frozen. She sat up in bed, in the dimly lit room, and ran her hand over the silk nightgown she wore. She hadn't had silk anything, ever. Her brow furrowed as she realized this wasn't hers. Her own clothes were gone. She scratched her arm because it itched, and she remembered the hard, cold ocean. Who knew how deep she'd fallen into the watery depths, and she thought herself dead. Her skin itched with salt. Last night she'd been so cold. How was she wearing silky anything? She stretched to get out of the bed, and her feet pressed against a rug, though it wasn't anything like the blankets, which offered warmth she hadn't thought to experience again. Nothing made sense here. Where was she? She glanced around the room, and this time paid more attention to the long, thin windows that reminded her of medieval times. Was it a castle window? The dreary mist that was illuminated with the full moon outside offered no natural light. A crisp wind blew past the window, and she shivered despite how the room was warm. Kimberly peered at the stone wall near the massive curved door with a round top and black metal trim, looking for a switch. She sucked on her bottom lip as she stared at a chandelier above her head. She had to be wrong about that. This was a crazy dream, but did castles have electricity? She shook her head and decided one step at a time, one issue at a time. Step 1. She wasn't dead. Was she kidnapped? Unlikely. A flashback in her mind went straight to the second where the tall, dark pilot left the front of the plane with a gun and she screamed. She shook her head. He tried to kill her. Her heart raced, but this didn't help. She reasoned to herself that he wasn't her kidnapper. How would the pilot know where to crash the plane to get here? Calm down. However she'd ended up here in this room, she'd been placed in bed and changed into a nightgown. Everything had to be fine. She stood up, and the cold from the wood floor rushed through her feet, up her legs. Kimberly jumped onto the plush Persian rug between the bed and the door, happy to lose the frigid bite of ice from her toes in the silky carpet. Then she traced the walls. They were rounded, polished, and real stones. This was a castle. How? Castles were European and not American, and they had to be closer to the US, unless the pilot took them seriously off course. Airplanes follow routes, and they'd have been stopped if they went this far off course. Nothing made sense about where she was. She rubbed her forehead. She had left London hours ago. The plane had refueled in Greenland, and they were on course to Boston. Eileen and Allie had offered her a ride. She had bought them a hot chocolate at the last airport. Then she remembered blood, and how shards of the plane littered a beach. Now they were gone. The memories were facts, and now she was here. Kimberly stared into the ornate mirror with delicate black metalwork surrounding the glass. Her face was pale, except for that nasty bruise on her cheek that made her dark eyes almost black. She leaned closer and reached behind her chestnut hair to her scalp. She had a nasty Easter egg, but someone had bandaged the spot where she had found blood. Her chestnut brown hair was a knotted mess and hardly hid that bump. She wore a silk nightgown, long, that was like something Mom would wear in the house, but not her. She blinked. It certainly wasn't from Eileen's designer wardrobe. She jerked away from the mirror, like a memory of her friends cut into her skin. There were more mysteries to unravel here. Someone had changed her out of her wet jeans. A memory of the pilot pointing a gun to her head as she huddled with sharp rocks replayed in her mind. Had that someone saved her from someone about to shoot her in the head and brought her here? She winced and remembered the gun in her face. Kimberly had to find out if she was still in danger. The windows rattled again, louder this time. She needed to call home. Kimberly hobbled across the floor toward a gray dresser with doors that had 2 different nights. She threw it open and ransacked the square wooden drawers with metallic circles for handles. Socks would help. She crossed her fingers and veered to the right. She rifled through towels and shirts until she found wool socks. She leaned onto the wall and lifted her feet. Someone had bandaged her feet too. How had she not noticed? She took a deep breath and checked the nasty Easter egg with her fingers again. It had to have been an angel last night that saved her. The windows shook like someone or something wanted in. She swallowed and stared at the storm that brewed outside the window. Thunder boomed in her ears. Bang! She fell to the floor behind the dresser and covered her head. Fragments of memories flooded her brain, but she had to stay in the here and now. She squeaked, but then finally said, "Hello." The heavy wooden door creaked open, and her adrenaline spiked. She stood up, coughed, picked up a dove figurine from the dresser top, then called out, "Hello, can I help you?" An older woman with gray hair and a Victorian-style black dress entered the room. Kimberly had chest pains as the woman opened her mouth and said, "The master sent me to ensure you're fine, miss. May I come in?" The master? Who said that in today's world? Her hand shook, and Kimberly carefully set the figurine back on the dresser. She chewed her lip and realized the older woman was not who had saved her last night. The coldness that rushed to her bones made no sense. The older woman was no match for the pilot. She rubbed her forehead and hoped her fingers warmed. "Are you okay, miss? I'm an idiot." Her entire body wanted to run. Kimberly straightened her spine and nodded her head. "Yes, please come in." The woman's gray hair was streaked with pure white, and the bun on the back of her head accentuated the wrinkles on her pale face. She walked over to the bed and stripped the sheets. Kimberly swallowed and wondered if she should help, but the woman was done too fast. "You're up," she said. "It's a good sign, miss. What is your name?" "Kimberly." "Kimberly Mira," she answered in a shrill voice. She dropped her hands to her side. "How did I get here, and who are you?" The older woman walked over to the closet and retrieved a wicker basket. "I'm Meg, the maid in this house. Master Raphael, my employer, found you and brought you back unconscious. We spent half the night attending to your wounds. Were you in that plane crash near on the beach where he found you?" "Yes." Memories of running around the island forest bombarded her brain, but the picture was so foggy, she couldn't remember. She tried to keep her voice light as she walked toward her. "Are authorities on their way?" "I don't know, miss." The woman walked around her and went back to the bed to gather the sheets. "Ask Master Raphael. I'll get you clean sheets, as these must have salt and sand from the beach." He'd probably saved her life. She intended to thank him, but then a chill raced up her spine. Where was the pilot? Was he in a different room? Her voice cracked, and her throat became parched. "Was I the only one brought into the house last night?" "You're the only survivor that I know about." The maid packed the sheets in the basket. "You'll have to ask him your questions. I have a lot of work to do." "Where is he, Meg?" Kimberly stared at Meg with her mouth still dry. She hugged her waist. She was probably safe for now, but her mind raced with what-ifs and more goosebumps grew on her arms. "I'd like to talk to him." Meg nodded. "Good. Wash up first. I found some clothes for you to wear and hung them in the closet." Kimberly smiled and rubbed her arms. Mr. Raphael must be in his 60s, like Meg. He probably wore old-fashioned clothes like Meg. They lived in a castle that was straight out of a history book. And Kimberly didn't care if the clothes offered to her were from the last century, as long as she washed the dried salt of the ocean off her skin with a decent shower. Her skin was caked with grime, and even a bath might help her mind be clear. She sniffed her hair and her face wrinkled. She smelled like a sewer mixed with oil. Meg went to the closet and carried out clean sheets. She made the bed. Coldness floated through Kimberly. A gust of wind must have come from the slightly open door. Meg finished her work, then pointed to the ensuite bathroom. "Wash as best you can, miss. I'll change your bandages if we have to." Kimberly held her tongue that would have asked why this room had its own bathroom. As castles didn't seem to have that luxury, it was best not to know details. Then Meg took a step toward the door with the basket of sheets. Kimberly's blood pressure surged. "Wait, where are you going?" I need to set the wash. Meg shook her head. I'll be back, but you are not my only responsibility today. I've work to do. Another chill rushed through Kimberly as Meg opened the door to a drafty hallway. How big was this castle? The door thudded closed and the window panes shook. She turned and stared at the mist outside. The storm might be worse now. Kimberly held her tongue. She wanted that shower. She swayed on her feet and stared into the mist. Lightning brightened the sky. Was the pilot out there? Waves crashed against the rocky coastline, and a billow of black smoke emanated right offshore that mixed with the gray mist. Mr. Raphael must have seen the crash from his windows. Did he have other neighbors? Was there a nearby hospital? She scanned the horizon but couldn't see past the forest of thorns and evergreens. Her skin pinched like one of the thorns last night had pricked her. She brushed her arm and glanced to see the cut from last night. She ran through that, and the ocean was past the dense woods. She gulped and realized the ocean was a memory, as she couldn't see anything but trees. She scratched her chin. The pines and firs had a slight glitter that probably held icicles. She had a sense that she was utterly alone. She walked into the bathroom and the door slammed shut. She hadn't intended for it close so hard, and the loud bang sent tremors in her stomach. The stone walls continued, but the shower had tempered glass and seemed modern. She stepped into it and the sterling silver knobs released warm water onto her raw skin. The shower was cleansing. The shampoo smelled of cucumbers, and the soap had a hint of coconut that reminded her of her mom's home in Miami. She lathered twice to ensure that the rawness of the salt wouldn't return to make her itch again. Kimberly dried off with a huge towel that she wrapped around herself and tied at her chest. She rubbed away steam from the mirror. Where were the police and why wasn't she in a hospital? She swallowed, studying her face. Her bruise wasn't so pronounced, but her head still stung. Meg and Mr. Raphael had brought her here and not to emergency personnel. Why? Kimberly closed her eyes and swore not to be so negative. She was alive. She owed them her thanks. Allie and Eileen's skulls had bullets through the brains. Kimberly's legs almost collapsed. It was better not to think about her friends who didn't make it. She walked back into her room and studied the vast chamber. With the thick rug, hardwood floors, and handcrafted furniture, this was made for an elegant lady or some rich elite person. She must have read too many historical stories to imagine something like this. She clicked her tongue in her mouth and went to the closet. Her mouth fell open and she stepped into the walk-in closet. These weren't old lady clothes. She picked up one black silk shirt and read the label. The shirt cost more than the rent on her small house in the South Seas last year, but then she had lived cheap. Whoever owned these would want them back. Kimberly realized her chest and average waist wouldn't fit the designer top. The previous owner probably ate half a salad and never tasted chocolate. Kimberly shook her head and repeated her old mantra, no need to be mean. Then she sifted through skirts and tunic dresses to find something more loose-fitting that might work around her hips. She gathered every piece that might work and piled them on the door hook. The super skinny off-to-a-nightclub outfits could be shoved to the end and never touched. A knock reverberated in the air. She threw on a red cotton dress and walked out of the closet, hoping it was Meg. The maid had already let herself in, and carried fresh towels. Goosebumps grew and the overwhelming sense to run hit Kimberly hard. "Do you need me to change your bandages, Miss Kimberly?" Meg asked. Kimberly blinked. She was a miss? No one was so formal with her. "I'm feeling good. If you have some first aid or antibacterial cream for my scratches though. If not, I'm sure everything will be fine." "Very well." Meg shook her head then stepped around Kimberly to place the towels in the bathroom and take the soiled one. She placed it in a basket and said, "I'll be right back, then you can go see Master Raphael. He's expecting you." The woman had a slight accent, but the proper style of her phrases jarred Kimberly. On the island or in Miami, people spoke warmly and invited others into conversation. Meg did not. Kimberly picked up a hairbrush, working her way from the ends toward the roots, and detangled the mess. The door opened, and this time Kimberly didn't jump. She finished her hair then turned to smile at Meg. "Are you from Boston?" "No." Meg shook her head. "I was born and raised in Scotland, but Master Raphael moved us here to Maine." "Maine?" Kimberly let out a breath. She was in the continental United States again after 8 years. If she had to walk to Miami, she'd find her way home. Meg stared at her feet. "We don't have any slippers that would fit you, and you didn't have any shoes. The socks will have to do. I'm to ensure you find your way to the study." Kimberly swallowed then rushed to follow Meg's directions. On the second foot though, she slowed down a bit. Questions never helped her get on people's good sides. She ought to meet the aged man that Meg worked for. "Socks don't take this long, miss." Meg tapped her foot a bit. Kimberly folded the top then stood up. Dizziness hit her hard as she stared at Meg, but she fought against the notion. She nodded at Meg and asked, "What is Mr. Raphael like?" "You'll see soon enough." Meg walked in front of her. "And don't dawdle, Miss Kimberly, I have a lot to do." Kimberly picked up her pace, but the long hardwood floor with the blue carpet that ran down the middle made her feel small. This place was huge and dark, the stone walls were cast in shadows. She stared at the huge mahogany doors that circled at the top. How many bedrooms did this place have? She shivered. This had to be a real castle. The hallway floor was meticulously kept, but her eyes were drawn to the portraits. Long-dead European nobles from throughout the ages littered the walls. One portrayed a man on horseback holding a bag full of heads to present to a woman in front of the castle. Kimberly swallowed and turned away. Her heart felt like it would explode in her chest. Her gaze adjusted to the darkness, though she followed Meg, who picked up a candelabra from a corner table near her room. Kimberly held her breath, then stared at the polished banister that overlooked the first floor. There was nothing scary about modern. She cringed at another gargoyle in the corner near the stairs, but she kept her head up. "At Christmas, I bet you have a huge tree on the first floor." Meg lifted her long skirt and went down the first step. "Last year Master Raphael skipped Christmas, but this year might be different." "Who skipped Christmas and why?" Kimberly nodded, held the banister and followed Meg. Even if Raphael was Ebenezer come to life, she still owed him her thanks. Meg then led her down another hall toward double doors. She pointed and said, "Master Raphael is inside the library." Kimberly nodded as Meg walked away, the draft in the hall causing the lights to flicker. Kimberly's hand trembled and her heart skipped. Kimberly reached for the handle and crossed her fingers behind her back. She hoped she was safe and that she could call home. Mom might make her feel better, because the murders of her friends in that plane kept flashing in her mind. Chapter 2. Kimberly peered into the darkness of the library and gave her eyes time to adjust. A dim lamp shone from around the corner of the L-shaped room. If Raphael was waiting for her, he could have turned on the lights. She coughed and held that thought. Raphael had saved her life, and if he was cheap on his electric bill, she wouldn't comment. She inhaled and walked toward the light. "None shall miss a sunlight you," and walked toward the light. She paused as she made out the crackle of a fire and then relaxed. The old man must appreciate a fireplace in this dark and gloomy place. Kimberly smelled the old wood but couldn't see it. At the edge of the light she noticed a second door. She reached behind her neck and rubbed a chill away. Then she held the doorknob to open, but the portrait next to her caught her attention. Kimberly blinked at a thin blonde woman in a green dress that matched her piercing eyes. Meg was much older, but she had the same eye color. The cobwebs near the portrait meant it should be old, and the dress meant Regency period. Meg seemed to keep everything spotless, so why was this spot dirtier? Kimberly stared into the green eyes of the portrait. Was this the old man's daughter? Perhaps Meg was a cousin or something like that. Other portraits hung on the walls, elegant people with green eyes and black hair. She turned away from the pictures and toward the books. Goosebumps rose on her arm, and she wondered if the pictures stared at her back. She sucked in her lips and refused to ponder that. Leather-bound books and paperbacks were all organized on the shelves. Mr. Raphael had a section for every reading style, from what she could see. No one person could read this many books. Kimberly rubbed her arms and shook her head. Raphael's life was not her business. She needed to thank him and be on her way. Maine would have an airport or a car rental place. She needed to get home to Miami. Her sister's wedding wasn't that long ago, and she had missed too much of her mom and sister's lives already. A gargoyle glared down at her from the corner of a shelf. She straightened her shoulders, reached out, and then turned the corner. Then, without hearing an answer, she walked in. "Hello, Mr. Raphael?" She saw a man with broad shoulders and muscular frame near the fireplace, and her gaze traveled up his black pants leg to his solid frame, up to his black t-shirt that accentuated his muscles. Then she froze. He was about 30, with black hair, green eyes, and muscles that were appropriate for a man in the military. The man's lips curled, and she could see that he wasn't happy to see her. Her throat grew tight and she licked her lips. Was he another servant of the old man? He had the eyes. Was this the man who'd saved her from the pilot? She reached behind her head and rubbed the bump. She wanted to thank him, but his expression read annoyed. The pilot and the crash seemed like a nightmare that was best forgotten, but the bump meant it was real. She needed to just go home. She owed her mom. She took a deep breath and held her hands together. Maybe this was the wrong man. "Sorry for intruding, but I'm looking for Mr. Raphael." He stared at her. "I'm Raphael Murphy. You're Miss Mira?" Meg called this man Master. She nodded in surprise. "I thought you'd be as old as Meg. Sorry to disappoint." He stroked a match and lit a candle on the table with 2 chairs. But how would an old man have rescued you last night? With a gun. Again an image of the pilot inches from her face raced through her mind. She let it go and the spots in her vision dissipated. Her gaze shot straight into his, but then she stepped back. Is the pilot dead? The pilot? I interrupted a man trying to shoot you. Raphael lifted his shirt a bit and showed her his ripped abdomen with a nasty bruise on it. He intended to kill you, Miss Mira. You didn't know him? Absolutely not. She straightened her spine and dropped her hands to her sides. I paid no attention to the pilot until he shot my friends and brought down the plane. Raphael crossed his arms. Then why was he about to kill you? Nausea almost paralyzed her on the spot. Was he serious? 'Cause I saw him kill Eileen and Allie. He ran his hand through his hair, like he was annoyed. Then he flicked on the lights. Her eyes burned for a moment, but soon adjusted. His cool aloofness kept her from tears. If the pilot wasn't dead, then she was still in trouble. She should go as fast as she could. I need to go. He sat down in a chair at the small table with the candle, then motioned for her to sit opposite him. She glanced up at a huge candelabrum shimmering above her. Candlelight danced on the walls. Let's sit, Miss Mira, Raphael spoke formally, as if he was to interrogate her. The last person to call me that was my 11th grade physics teacher. He scooted his chair closer to the table without a word. She took a step toward the chair. Kimberly owed him her life. She sat down. He placed his hands on the table. I wasn't planning on visitors this winter in my home, Miss Mira. It's more like an ancient castle than a house. The man smelled clean, despite the ardent smell of annoyed and dangerous he gave off. She took a whiff of him and sat straighter. Call me Kimberly. Anhavening Urin design stabra me. His green eyes were all she could see as the rest of the room melted out of her consciousness. Kimberly. He studied her, and she averted her gaze to stare at the candle between them. The flame danced in the air and didn't help her ignore how, near him, all she could smell was a woodsy-scented, testosterone-filled man. Her face heated and she took a deep breath to stop a blush. She ought to get out of here. Did the police arrest the pilot? No. Raphael tugged his ear. She stared at his white knuckles. The memory of the pilot and last night raced through her. I had a choice last night to chase him down or save your life. You were suffering hypothermia and your head wouldn't stop bleeding. I brought you home to keep you safe.
Here was something else.
She couldn't place her finger on it. She tapped her fingers against the table and stared into his eyes again. But he could get in here?
No, don't get hysterical. Raphael shook his head and acted like he wanted this conversation over. Then he sighed.
Roger Hellsworth, the pilot, does not have the tools to siege a castle. I am not hysterical. He tried to kill me and now I'm in a castle. She swallowed. She shouldn't get him angry. She took a deep breath. This was his castle, his home. How do you know his name is Roger Hellsworth? When we fought, his wallet came out of his pocket. Raphael reached behind him and her back stiffened. Then she closed her eyes. Like on the plane, she'd be unable to do anything if he decided to hurt her. Something small hit the table and she jumped in her seat. She opened her eyes and realized she had braced for a gun. He moved slowly, then slid the brown leather wallet in front of her. Nanom nom nomally in news brimin termin. Can you call the local police? They'll need to collect it as evidence. Hanibanar finsajaunor tushidin pamal kenvar. He kept both of his hands on the table and seemed to measure his words. There are no police, we're the only people on the island. Hanibanar finsajaunor taminind. Her mouth dropped. No. Impossible. I thought we were in Maine. You're in my castle, on my island. His island? You own a castle off the coast in Maine? She blinked and focused on the simple question. Aren't they only in Scotland and Europe? I thought we banned castles in the US. He sat back in his chair and made a tsk sound with his voice. My ancestors went back for the castle and transported it here in the Gilded Age. Sounds expensive. She ticked her tongue to the bottom of her mouth to show she was fine, but she was intimidated. Who moved into a castle? She needed to tell her family she was sorry for running away. She'd not be stuck now, she needed to go. Shouldn't search and rescue from the Coast Guard show up? I was in a plane crash. I'm assuming Roger turned off the black box. Raphael swiveled in his seat like this conversation was almost over and his feet pointed toward the door. No one will come here. Her spine tingled and she clutched her hands together. This is an emergency, I'm sure they'll come if we call. I don't have a phone. He moved his chair, and the scrape on the wooden floors rattled her. Nothing made sense. Her mind couldn't process anything. No phone? Kimberly, I don't want these problems. She hadn't wanted them either. His eyes darkened and his shoulders tensed. She braced herself. That's okay. We can report it online, I'm sure. He didn't move or blink. We don't have the internet or cell service here. We're far too removed. That's impossible. She took a deep breath. Isn't the whole country wired? He shrugged but stayed in his seat for the moment as he stared into the fireplace rather than looking at her. I chose to get rid of it. Why? She rubbed her throat and held back her frustration. He could have a life without the internet, but there had to be a way for her to go home. Do you have a small personal boat to take me to shore, so I can be on my way? No. A piece of wood in the fireplace fell and the fire crackled. It's winter. Sailing is far too dangerous. She gulped, unable to breathe. How the salt water had rushed into her lungs as she plummeted from the sky replayed in her mind. Why? It's always cold here. True. It's from the ice. The cold North Atlantic and the jet stream create storms. He pushed his chair back. I don't like it any more than you do, but you're stuck here with me. Can't or won't? She stared into the abyss of his eyes to find a calm in the storm. Why are you here if it's that bad? His chin lifted. I wanted to be alone. He must hiding from someone or something. Her mouth opened and she blinked a few times. Are you a criminal? His face wrinkled to laugh, but he shook his head. No, you're safe in the castle with me. Safe was an operative word. I need to report my friends' deaths to the authorities, but I'm afraid. Of what? Of Roger. You should be. She kept her mouth shut, but she wasn't safe here at all. Raphael leaned closer. The man hit you over the head with the back of his gun last night and ran as I approached him. When spring arrives, we'll report your friends' deaths. He bent his knees to stand. Coldness crept up her spine. The plane crashed near here. I'm sure they'll search for the black box. I've watched the news and they love disaster stories. For big planes. He shook his head and tapped his fingers on the chair like he was done with this conversation. The sound echoed in her brain. Small planes disappear all the time, unless you're traveling with someone famous. Were you? No. Ice raced through her veins. My friends Ali and Eileen Mazdani's bodies are probably still in that plane. He flinched and didn't say anything else. She swallowed and then tried to figure out an answer. People fish in the North Atlantic all the time. I'll take the next fishing boat back to the mainland. Won't be here until April, Kimberly. The last shuttle left November 1st to take the Halloween enthusiasts back to civilization. Raphael relaxed his legs and stayed in his chair. You can stay here in your own room until then. I'll keep you safe. She stilled herself. Why would people come here for Halloween? They claim the island is haunted. Raphael stood up and walked toward a small window. Thunder echoed through the room. Unable to move, she asked, why do people think it's haunted? He spoke casually. During the Civil War, the Union soldiers used our property as a prisoner of war camp, a place where Southerners couldn't run away from. There's a story about some woman who snuck into the prison as a man to find her husband, but then she was discovered and hung. A flash of lightning came in the window. She, along with a merry group of other reported ghosts, who supposedly died back in Scotland, then followed the rocks to America to join the family, supposedly run around the halls. Rain beat on the window pane. She blinked, unable to process. Do you believe in ghosts? He raised his eyebrows and didn't answer her question. Look, this castle is the only property on the island. The man who tried to kill you will have to lay siege the old-fashioned way to this castle. Do you have turrets, walls, and a moat? Yes, in addition to more modern home security. He crossed his arms and peered out the window. No one was supposed to find me. I found you just as a man was about to club you with the back of his gun. I thought he'd shot you. I fought with him, but then you breathed out deeply and let me know you were alive. As I helped you, he disappeared. I brought you home and barred all the doors. Thank you, and I'm grateful that you saved me. She never spoke to hot and dangerous men that had her pulse racing. She avoided trouble, and Raphael smelled exactly like she should stay far away. Thunder roared behind him. Raphael's body went rigid as he asked her, how did you know Eileen and Ali? She took a step backward then stopped. He'd asked about her friends. She should want to bury them for now. A shiver rushed through her and she sighed. I met Eileen on a small island in the South Seas a few years back. We studied meditation and soul enlightenment with the monks. Eileen was my roommate. Later on she married this prince and intended to live happily ever after. I wasn't invited to the wedding because of my blog, but I understood. We kept in touch, and on my journey to come home, I stopped at their country and then hitched a ride. He nodded but kept his arms crossed. What do you remember of the crash? The pilot Roger came back and shot them both in the head. Then she clutched her stomach. I landed in the ocean and swam to shore. On the beach I ran. He rubbed his neck. The storm flashed again, but he stayed near the window. Kimberly shuffled her feet. I don't know why Roger wanted to kill them. Her face heated. She should have tried to answer that on her own. They were only married recently. Raphael stared hard at her, and in his green eyes another storm brewed. She held back, but he stepped forward. Why didn't you fly commercial? He placed her hands in her pockets. A plane ticket from the South Pacific to Miami is expensive. I hitched to Astibia. This was free. Once in America again, I could rent a car and drive in a day and a half. I wanted to see my mom, my sister. He scratched his head. You know nothing else about these people and why the pilot might have murdered them. Did he think she'd lied? She closed her eyes. Conversations on the plane raced in her mind, but nothing struck her as strange. It was all love between Eileen and Ali, and they held hands half the time. Was there something else? Her eyes watered from a massive headache. She took a deep breath and stared at a picture on the wall until the pain deadened. What did she know about her former roommate? Eileen and Ali were recently married. Her parents weren't thrilled with the choice of her groom, but they supported her. His face was hard to read as he asked. Their names? Eileen Marsden and Ali Mazdani. He's from Ashdibia, a small country in the Middle East. She stared at Raphael. We can't even tell their families because you don't have the internet. We don't. For the first time she had his full attention. I have old books from Connecticut. You're welcome to read anything in the library to keep yourself entertained. Her ears rang. Her hand went to her neckline and patted. Connecticut? Why Connecticut? I'm from there. They are from my house. Raphael stood up and walked past her into the dark room. I have to go. I've things to do for winter and to see if I find your pilot. If there is anything else, there is plenty else. She was trapped. Her family thought her dead or that she didn't care about them. She was stuck in a castle. She dropped her hands to her hip. I don't know what to do here. His eyebrows squished together. Whatever you want. I want to be useful. He nodded, and she swore she glimpsed empathy. I don't have anyone to cook this winter. My chef left with the last boat. She winced. Erica was the family chef, but she'd do her best. So you need me to be your cook. Only if you want the job. He shrugged. I'll pay you when April comes around so you'll have the money to go wherever it was you were heading. Money sounded nice. Her mother and her sister's wedding. She hadn't seen her family in years. She had wanted to call them, but she had run away 10 years ago. She'd make amends as she intended. But like everything else in her life, she'd wait out the delay. Raphael nodded at her and left. She closed her eyes, pressed her hands together, and sat cross-legged onto the wood floor. The plush carpet kept her backside warm. She needed to be in touch with her core and find her strength. She hummed, but nothing cleared her mind. There had to be a way off this island to get home sooner. The rain beat on the glass and she couldn't see anyone outside. Roger was nowhere near her. Her pulse quickened, but she reminded herself to focus on one truth. For today she lived, and it had to be enough. Chapter 3. Raphael had saved her, and was now offering her shelter despite wanting a winter alone. Kimberly decided that she'd make something nice for him for dinner, perhaps even a cake. She wandered back into the empty castle library. On the counter she found a silver candelabrum and lit the candles. Without a flashlight, it was the best she could do. The gray walls danced with the small flames, but a little light was better than none. The hard rain became the steady beat of desolation to her ears. She had never believed in ghosts, but the wind outside and the storm that echoed everywhere almost made ghosts seem possible. In hopes she'd spot a cookbook, or perhaps to ease her thoughts, she flipped on light switches and discovered more rooms. After she passed through the poorly lit areas, she turned off the lights. She refused to turn around to see behind her, following the shadows that creeped ahead. The swish sound had to be the wind outside, but she blinked until she realized it was a tree branch that brushed against the window pane. Nothing to be afraid of. She glanced out into the blackness. No moon appeared to lessen her anxiety. Night was never this dark in the tropics. She licked her lips to gather her wits. In horror movies, the only one that survived the terror was a virgin. She let out a small laugh and shook her head. No virgins here. The thought stayed close as she walked closer to the bookshelves. Would she find a recipe book? Tonight she'd cook Raphael something nice. The dong of the grandfather clock pierced the air and she froze. She clutched the candelabrum tighter, then released her firm grip. At least this temporary cook thing would pay for the rest of the trip home, and it wasn't for a hotel full of guests. 3 people were enough. What would she do with no internet? Bang! A tree branch beat against the window pane. A memory of the gunshot replayed in her head. She sat in her seat with a glass of water in her hand when the dark-haired pilot pointed a gun at Eileen's neck. Kimberly stood up, but then someone or somehow she was thrown backward. Eileen's blood spattered everywhere. Strange foreign words were muttered then. A moment later Ollie, her husband, was shot multiple times. The crack of the tree branch resounded in the air and Kimberly breathed. She stared at the window, then wiped her face with her free hand. The memory faded. She let her arms fall to her side and her mind returned to her task. She preferred to follow a recipe. Where would a cookbook be? She brought the candelabrum to the nearby side table so she could browse through the books. Murder 101, How to Get Away with Murder, How to Commit Murder and Get Away with It, Deserves to Die, Deadly Intent and Real Murder. Her heart skipped a beat. The next shelf had more books on murder. Who was Raphael? She stepped back and listened to her racing heartbeat in her chest. No, she shouldn't be here. What should she do? She licked her lips and remembered Eileen and Ollie. Their corpses were lying on the beach with a bullet hole. Was there something else? A headache raged suddenly. She wiped the tears in her eyes back. She ought not to think about this. So what? Raphael enjoyed macabre topics to read and probably scare himself. She swallowed. No big deal. She straightened her borrowed shirt and closed her eyes. This was her life for the moment. Her old one was over. Her celebrity gossip blog readers would disappear. But now that she was almost home, perhaps it was for the best. She opened her eyes and stared at a portrait of a man in a kilt, who held the head of a stag, like he had ripped the thing off with his bare hands. He also had Raphael's eyes. She swallowed and told herself this was a long-dead relative of his from 200 years ago or more. She stared at the stag's black eyes, then the Scottish man's eyes. She leaned a little to the right and froze. Had his gaze followed her? She took a step in the other direction and blinked. No. There was no such thing as the supernatural. Picking up the candelabrum, she studied the portrait one more time then winced. She'd not come back to the library alone. The fire captured her attention until she turned and stared down the hall. The sound of the rain was more calming now. Raphael kept her safe from harm. She'd make him that dinner. He'd be handsome and quite a catch if he wasn't so isolated and alone. Whatever drove him here had to be bad. With his muscles and money, he could have almost any woman, except her of course. She had vowed not to be swayed by yet another loser. It had been a man that took her to the other end of the earth, away from her family, then dumped her because she refused to experiment in a threesome. Since then she'd grown up and discovered her inner self. At the door she shook her head. Cooking would help her long term, food she could handle right now. She'd leave here with 6 months' salary. Even at minimum wage, the money would help her start a new life. With one more turn out of the library, she swore the kilted man in the painting winked at her. Kimberly ran out of the door and wiped the sweat off her brow. She leaned back, shook her head, and told herself she was safe. Ghosts were stories told to scare children, not real. She took a deep breath then stepped into the main hall. Her fingers traced a mahogany desk that might serve as a check-in for a small hotel lobby. She stared then tilted her head back and almost hit the door with her skull. 2 large gargoyle-like creatures held up the mahogany wood on the side. As she turned, her gaze went up toward the huge ceilings that went up at least 4 floors and with the grand staircase she had only ever seen in Halloween movies. Her pulse spiked. Who could live here? She brushed her hands against her skirt. In time, she'd get used to the castle and the isolation. Raphael's castle was another port in the storm of her life. A sound, like a swish, hung in the air. She bit her lip and called out. Hello? Footsteps echoed and a huge shadow of someone overpowered the room. She stilled, unable to move. The footsteps grew again, and then Meg stepped out of the library with a mop and bucket in her hand. Kimberly's shoulders stayed tense, but her pulse calmed. As Meg approached, ice raced up Kimberly's spine. Kimberly took a step away to warm up and fumbled a smile. Where is the kitchen? I said I'd work as the cook, but I've no idea where anything is in this house. Meg rolled her eyes. The master will give you a tour, I'm sure. Kimberly tilted her head, opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Raphael Murphy had offered her the job, but she wasn't sure what to think of the man. Raphael was a few years older than her at most. He was powerful, rich, and he'd destroyed her dreams of freedom until spring. Meg dropped the mop in the bucket, shook her head, then stood up. Let me walk you to the stairwell. The kitchen is downstairs. Of course it is. Kimberly's mind flashed to almost every Cinderella movie she ever saw. This way, in older times the kitchen was away from the house entirely. The young have no idea the ease in which you live. Meg swayed back and forth with every step. Kimberly's hand itched to help the older woman, but she hesitated. Her hand froze as she went closer to Meg. If she ended up staying here, she'd have to find a way to befriend this woman. So she walked in step next to her with her hands clasped behind her back. "Can't wait to see the kitchen," Kimberly said, even though every cell in her body screamed that she shouldn't get too comfortable here. Goosebumps formed on her skin. Her breath hitched and she exhaled to calm down. Part of me pictures this medieval kitchen with a black stove and charcoal to start the flames. Wood gave the food flavor. Meg stared ahead of her. Her pale face didn't crack a smile. Kimberly vowed to find common ground, despite how her insides quaked. She chewed on her lower lip and stared at the tapestries on the walls. "You clean this whole place?" Meg nodded, and a sliver of a smile reached her lips. "Every day for eternity, it seems. Progress." Meg had almost smiled. Kimberly kept her fingers crossed. "This place is so clean, I'm impressed." "How do you do this by yourself?" Meg shrugged. "Someone has to, and cleaning is my job. This here is the dining hall, where you serve Master Raphael. We all don't eat together." Kimberly bit her lip to stop it from shaking. The man in the portrait would slay her alive for saying that. Meg's green eyes sent another shiver down Kimberly's spine. She must have crossed the line. She stepped away and hugged her waist. "Never mind. Sometimes I speak without thinking. Do you think Raphael will investigate what happened to the plane?" Meg walked back into the hall, and Kimberly followed. "He's likely already there," the old woman said. "He stormed out of the house after he spoke to you. I thought you said something to him." "No. He told me how he has no internet, phone or a boat. And he asked me questions about Eileen and Allie, but I didn't say anything to upset him." She stalled a bit, but then held her chin up. "He upset me far more. I already know I'm trapped. I doubt Master Raphael intends to upset you." Meg walked forward and pointed toward a staircase. "I suppose he'll tell you at dinner then. If you don't eat with him, I won't." Kimberly crossed her arms, then let them fall to her side until she realized how rigid her muscles became. What if the pilot gets to Raphael first? The pilot. Kimberly's brain hurt. Something or someone else had happened. She couldn't remember or pinpoint what, but there was some other vital thing she ought to do. She shook her head. What had she forgotten? Meg interrupted. "Mr. Raphael has too much responsibility to go around fighting with men who wish to kill you." Kimberly jerked forward. "That's rude." Meg shrugged. "Master Raphael is needed here." She rolled her shoulders back. "However, he is from strong stock, and he has the blood of warriors in his veins. He can take care of himself. I still see him as the boy I watched over most of his life." Her headache dissipated. She stared at the doors but stood still. "He was a Marine? I hope the pilot is no longer a threat to me or anyone." Meg's white face became paler, but then she stared at the ground. "These are things you should discuss with him, miss. He said you were a guest in this house, and it's polite for you to eat with him." "I've never been good about what I should do," she sighed, which was how she'd screwed up her relationship with her family. "Okay, but Meg, you should eat with us too." Meg shook her head. "Master Raphael and I don't need to share a meal in order to talk. I am here for him, even if he doesn't always notice." Notice meant he didn't always, and she didn't want to think about any psychological implication that comment meant. She hadn't seen enough movies or read enough books to even offer an opinion. She took a step toward the stairs to go down, but she hesitated. Is this place an exact castle made the same as medieval days, or a recreation? It was a keep-over in Scotland, but 200 years ago the family wanted more modern adaptations. The lights run on generators that have to last the entire winter. Master Raphael prefers the power to go into the heating system, as winters are cold outside. Meg stared at Kimberly's candelabrum for a moment, and it seemed that the flame made part of Meg's face vanish. Kimberly peered closer as Meg finished. "A few centuries ago, one of Master Raphael's ancestors shipped it here piece by piece to rebuild the Murphy home in the New World." Kimberly lifted her face. "So why does a man like Raphael choose to lock himself away?" "You'll have to ask him, miss." Meg turned to go. "I have lots to do, miss," she called out to Meg's back. "Thank you for everything." She stared at the retreating figure for a while, then a loud swish of outside wind knocked her back to her senses. Storms weren't good here. Weren't islands near continents barrier places not meant for human existence? No matter. She glanced at the staircase, and how the darkness at the bottom was thick and formidable. Guess the hired help weren't treated to luxury. Her skin grew a few goosebumps, but she held on to the banister and proceeded down. A swoosh of wind sounded like a cry. She stilled. Then she laughed and shook her head a bit. She sucked in her stomach, then continued. No wonder people thought this place was haunted. She squared her shoulders and marched to the bottom. At the door she checked the walls with her hand, but found no light switch. Her heart beat faster as she stared into the blackness. Nothing stirred, and her eyes adjusted so that she could just make out a light switch on the opposite wall. She made her way across the room and flipped it on. The lights burned her eyes for a moment, but her heartbeat returned to normal. The yellowness of the candles that lit the halls made the basement seem less dreary. She rubbed her face and followed the wall to a set of swinging doors. She bit her lip, then entered the room. The darkness blinded her again, but she found the light next to the door. A moment later her mouth dropped open. Modern everything reflected back. Silver steel dishwasher, refrigerator, sinks, microwave, and oven. The countertops seemed made of granite, and the cabinets were white with steel handles. Perfect. This place was designed to host major groups, and the kitchen should be manned with 20 people. She could picture men and women with white hats running around, not that she had ever really been behind the scenes at a restaurant. Then she rolled up her sleeves. Since she hadn't found a cookbook in the library, she hoped to find one down here. Her sister had taught her the basics years ago, though her simple dishes didn't qualify as edible to most people. Erica had loved the task. Kimberly opened drawer after drawer. From social media, she knew her sister now owned multiple restaurants in a few states. At home, she'd apologize to her mom and her sister for how she ran off without a word. Then she'd tell them she loved them, and they would forgive and hug her. They were both good people. Kimberly sniffed the air and hoped to smell the cinnamon that Mom used to accidentally spill into her hair. Then Mom faded in her mind, and the dark-haired pilot once again shot Eileen in the head. Shaking, Kimberly collapsed onto the floor. How had she lived when Eileen and Ollie died? She should have died, not them. They had won some major humanitarian award last year. She'd disappeared on her family without a trace. No one would look for her. No one that mattered even knew she was alive. Tears welled in her eyes and her stomach burned. A cough sounded. Kimberly whimpered and stared at another long, overpowering shadow on the wall. Hello? Meg stepped forward from the dark corner of the room. I wanted to make sure you hadn't burned the place down. How had she come out of the blackness at the other end of the room? Kimberly wiped the tears out of her eyes and stood up. Meg dropped a thin book on the counter. The switch to turn on the gas stove is on the wall over here. She pointed toward a light switch. Be sure you turn it off when you're done, or else we'll all die in our sleep. Kimberly swayed on her feet a bit, hugging herself for warmth and comfort, then studied the book. Meg nodded, then faded back into the darkness. Kimberly took a few steps to follow her, but the blackness of the shadow became too thick. She stopped and edged back to the light. With no answers, Kimberly placed the Scottish recipe book on the counter and flipped through pages. Raphael deserved a good meal. He must eat meat, as he hadn't reminded her of her island vegan friends at all. Mom had let her help with ratatouille a few times, so she found the list of ingredients in the book. Then she rifled through the fridge and entered a deep freezer. This place had plenty of everything. She picked up an onion and the rest of the ingredients and placed them on a table. Then she found a drawer of utensils and a cutting board. Ice ran through her veins, but she picked up the knife. Careful! Kimberly twirled around and clutched the knife. Had someone said that, or was that the wind? It hadn't sounded like Meg. It was more like a child's cry. Kimberly shook her head and tried to calm down. Raphael wasn't hiding children in the attic, was he? The thought sounded ridiculous. She'd never read another book like Flowers in the Attic ever again. She hadn't thought about that book in years anyhow. Her heart raced, and she gripped the handle of the blade tight. Nothing stirred. She had no idea how long she stood still, but finally she placed the knife on the counter. Then she fixed the onion on the cutting board. Her hair no longer stood on the back of her neck. Nothing and no one was here. There was no such thing as ghosts. Activity helped. She opened cabinets and fished out spices for the recipe. A few labels were words she had never heard of, like fenugreek. What was that? She laughed at herself. Her sister and mother would know. They were Earth mothers. She returned to her simple stew recipe and relaxed. Raphael would like ratatouille. Next, she'd bake him that cake. He'd protected her from the pilot. She nodded to herself and started her work. Chapter 4. Kimberly set the glasses on a dining room table that had belonged to some ancient Scottish lord, and shifted on her feet in the black dress she had found in her room. A ding of the grandfather clock chimed in the air. Blooming. She shouldn't be here. Blooming. Images formed in her mind of the plane crash. Blooming. The crash had changed everything. Blooming. She hated that clock and covered her ears. If she lived in one of her books, some dragon creature would be hanging out the window. A smile formed on her face and she opened her eyes. Blooming. A whoosh sound in the dark hallways out the door must be the wind. Life was nothing like a book. She was stuck here. With a determined shake of her head, she fixed the plates. The clunk of heavy footsteps, like boots, echoed in the hall. A shadow of a giant figure loomed into the room, and she braced herself. Her hands rattled the spoons. A moment later, Raphael, dressed all in black, complete with his trench coat and thick turtleneck, stepped into the room. She took a step backward, but his voice boomed. "There you are. Where else would she be?" She steeled her spine. "I've made you dinner, sir." "Sir." He stood taller, like she'd insulted him and he might scold her. "You're not my servant." She tilted her head. Meg called him master, but that would never come out of her mouth. "You hired me as a cook." Kimberly lifted her chin. "Until I find a way out of here, I have accepted, which makes me the hired help." Looming, his dark green eyes smoldered in the candlelight, and he leaned against the door, his biceps flexing. Her mouth fell open slightly, her heart hammering. "We're in the 21st century. Let's not make this difficult. Let's just eat. Besides, I'd like your company tonight." "Why?" She held her tongue on the question. She was pretty sure he hadn't wanted to be around her. Did he have news? She had to be safe from Roger. "Where were you today?" He crossed his arms and new muscles became clear. Her body temperature heated. "Because of the storm, I had some natural camouflage. I took the opportunity to scout." "Onini shabli mai tamanat, miman naparboli moido hathamimidis." "What did you see?" "Moninish, minapo, the funnel linit. Hinzeno has tanum." "I saw a camp. Manini shabli moido had mobo, huskin numinato efthathandant, his mano minapindant, minapo la mina mobile." He took a step into the dining room and she stared at his black boots. She sighed. Today the heat in her now came from feet. She shook her head. He held his arms to his sides. "I never saw him. I'll go back tomorrow when the storm clears." For a moment he glanced at something small in his hand that caused his eyes to darken. Then he tucked it in his pocket. She blinked, unsure if she should wonder. Then he took off his black trench coat and offered her a small smile. "The storm and winter have made repairing the wires impossible around here. You should carry matches for the candles. I set up candelabra everywhere." "Of course, not a problem." She picked up her spoon and tried to find something else to talk about. She gulped, then decided to go slowly. Meg had mentioned warrior blood, and she ought to find out more about Raphael other than his muscular frame. She'd take her first guess. "What branch of the government did you work for?" "That's classified." "Seriously?" He must have worked for them with that answer. He joined her at the table and sat next to her. "Talk about closed off. What was his problem?" He answered, then served the stew. "What do you do for a living?" "I'm a blogger." She lowered her eyelashes and couldn't meet him in the eyes. She did what she did to make a little money. She felt his judgment against her forehead even if she didn't see into his eyes. "Some political stuff, but mostly celebrity trash talk. Guess I'm out of a job." Blooming, his eyes widened, but then his cheeks gained a little redness. "You spill secrets from the South Pacific?" She did miss her computer, and hoped it had somehow survived the crash. "With the internet, I can live anywhere, and most of the stuff I write about celebrities is total fiction." She shrugged, but his grim expression meant he was on edge. Her body relaxed a bit, but then she pushed. "Pass the bread. Why did you choose to stay in your castle when the boat came for everyone else?" "Okay. I know you don't like the answer and keep asking, Kimberly." He picked up the bowl and set it closer to her. She glanced into his eyes and saw pools of blackness in his pupils. She stiffened and braced herself for his words. "I prefer to be off the grid. Roger is a big problem. Your plane crash came at the worst time imaginable for me." Looming, she nodded. She'd honor his privacy, though she itched to ask him what he was hiding. "Are you building the Frankenstein monster in the attic or something?" She clamped her mouth shut. A winter outside would not be good for her. She had never lived in temperatures lower than 50 degrees on a rare day. "Looming," he smirked. "No." "Looming." She held her tongue and hoped for more. Her ears burned a bit, and she glanced down at the table. The wind in the halls echoed almost as a scream through the room, and the candles flickered. "I'm sorry." She gazed up and stared into his dark eyes. Her body melted. "I sometimes push when I shouldn't." Neem shrugged. "We all have issues. And yours are." She blinked. She shouldn't have asked that. She wiped her wayward hair behind her ear. "As I said, I'm pushy." Neem shrugged. He kept his mouth closed. She struggled to stay quiet. Then he finally said, "I'm not trustworthy." Neem shrugged. He must be modest and not want her thanks. She shook her head. "Don't be so hard on yourself. You saved me." Live. His breaths were labored and he twisted the water glass. "I hurt others." Live. She buttered her bread. "Raphael, Whatever happened doesn't matter. He gulped his water and swallowed. His Adam's apple bopped. Then he clenched his empty glass. Some sins should never be forgotten. Loom, did you kill someone? The question flew out of her mouth, but she rolled her shoulders back. Not that I know of. He gazed at her. I was a Marine, ma'am. Live. The Marines weren't a secret to keep. She poured him more water and then placed the cup next to his seat. Is it something you did during the war, on duty? No. It was before. He clenched his jaw. He didn't say anything as the seconds ticked past in the clock. Kimberly coughed. What do you want to talk about, Raphael? I went to the crash site. Her mind flashed back. The pilot saluted them as they waked on the plane. She rubbed her head. She hadn't gazed at the pilot at all. She polished her plate a bit, but Raphael squeezed her arms. Milady, did you hear me? No. What? The images faded. Her brow wrinkled and she shook her head. I'm hardly qualified as a lady. They have too many rules guarding them, and I've never been a fan of rules. Rebel, then. He winked at her. Then he froze. She tilted her head and her heart raced. What happened to him? She listened to the thump in her chest. He dropped her arm, lowered his attention to the biscuits and told her, as I said earlier, I went to the crash site and checked the island. I found no trace of the man who almost killed you. You said you found a camp. She stared at the wine and decided to pour them each a glass. The redness of the liquid swam before her eyes like blood. She rubbed her forehead and found her voice. What happened that you didn't say? Looming, his eyes became almost black, though they kept the green hue, and his skin paled. 2 bodies, burned, her stomach clenched. She was going to be sick. She clutched her waist and hoped she didn't. I'm sorry, Kimberly. I brought them closer to the castle and dug a grave. The ground will get too hard soon. Tomorrow I'm going to survey the plane in the water before the Atlantic swallows it. He grimaced. I videotaped everything I saw first, and took a few pictures to turn into the police come spring. Looming, she tried to catch her breath, but it was stuck in her throat. Eileen and Ali were dead. She needed to see the grave, to pray for her friends. She blinked. If you're calling the police, that means you're not a criminal. Looming, in this you can trust me. I'll keep you safe as long as you stay in the castle. Raphael's green eyes stirred awareness inside her. I'll find him, and he won't get in here. You'll be safe. She dropped her arms to her lap and tilted to stare at his full lips. A spark coursed through her, urging her to kiss him. He'd taste like forbidden fruit. A smile formed on her lips. Your bruise is fading and your eyes seem bright. Take advantage of the library while you're here. He leaned back in his chair and the moment was gone. What do you want to talk about now, Kimberly? Her body trembled at how her name sounded in his baritone voice. Then the words rolled around in her head and a flash of the memory surfaced. This time she stared at the feet, bodies and faces of all 3 people on the tarmac as the pilot passed them to get into the small plane. She puckered her lips, remembering an older man. The scene changed to the second Eileen was shot in the head. Kimberly had screamed, but then arms threw her back off her chair. The plane plummeted and then the pilot spoke in harsh sounds that weren't English, before he shot Ali in the head. The images spun around, giving her vertigo. Strong arms threw her out of the plane. Saving her? She blinked. Raphael leaned closer again. Are you getting sick? Looming was queasy. She nodded. I just remembered something else. Looming, he put down his fork. What? She held his gaze. There was an older gentleman. He had a nice smile. I think he was their servant. His voice and body steeled like she would hit him. Who and what do you mean? Looming, she stiffened, then swallowed. Her mind flashed again to an old man's face. The howl of the wind whooshed in the halls outside. Her face heated, but then she closed her eyes. On the plane, when Eileen was shot, the older man next to me threw me down, and then later pushed me off the plane, which saved my life. Was fireman in my life. His fists hit the table and she winced. Why didn't you mention him? Everything happened so fast. She opened her eyes, but her vision was blurry from tears. She rubbed the back of her head. The pieces are just starting to come together in my head. Nothing makes sense. But you said you only found 2 burned bodies. Yes. Raphael's foot tapped on the floor. She gazed up and he shook his head. He seemed angry and she didn't know why. She wiped her tears back. I'm sorry. Looming, Raphael stared at the door and said nothing. He knew she'd hit my head and didn't remember everything. He must be worried for her. I didn't mean to come here, and would leave if I could. She coughed and heard the wobble in her voice. She tried to breathe. She never cried, but she needed his help. She tugged on his arm. I saw Roger kill people. Someone else helped save my life on the plane. It's a nightmare remembering each moment of yesterday's horror. I'm not trying to cause problems. Can you please help me? I will take care of the pilot and find the servant. Raphael reached out and brushed her arm. An electric current rushed through her and her entire body warmed. His muscles were large enough to keep her safe in his arms. Then he finished. No one will get to you. I promise to get you back to shore in April. Limtra Kim and Rimbing. Her body softened as if steam came out of her. She stared into his sexy eyes and her cheeks burned. Thank you. I've never been protected. Raphael's cheeks turned crimson. I have never been anyone's white knight before. I'm usually in the shadows, but I do promise you that you'll get off my island alive. Would you kill the pilot for me? For all those years on the island trying to be a better person, she couldn't just wish him caught. He might get out and then come to kill her too. He nodded but stared at the door. The images of a brutal fight flashed in her head between the pilot and Raphael, but she shook them off. She wiped her mouth with her napkin. Tomorrow I want to say a few prayers at the grave with you. Withy took a bite of his stew, then told her, "This is great." Are you talking about the food? She tilted her head. I asked for a favor. I'll bring you tomorrow. She stared at him and his face turned grim. Kimberly, let me handle the pilot and the servant tomorrow. We'll go to the grave when we can. She rubbed her neck. Why would he avoid the easy request? Suddenly he stood up. I'll be right back. He walked out of the dining room fast. Her jaw dropped and she had no words to call him back. Where was he going? She looked at the trench coat hanging on the wall. Earlier he had slipped something in his pocket. What? She swallowed and held firm to her seat. She'd respect his privacy. Thunder cracked outside and wind rattled the trees. Then a crash boomed her ears, and the silverware clanged against the dishes. She shivered. There was no such thing as ghosts. There wasn't. Chapter 5. I want to visit the graves, Kimberly said the moment Raphael joined her with dirty dishes in his hand. She pressed her lips together and reminded herself to be polite and not pushy. They both carried their plates down a flight of stairs. At least he was back now from wherever he'd disappeared to. Raphael nodded. It's night now. I'll show you tomorrow afternoon. Why not first thing in the morning? She walked next to him with a stack of dishes in her hand. I want to search for the servant who got you off the plane. He stared down the stairs with his tense shoulders. If he's still alive, I will offer him safety. Safe? How he talked with that clenched jaw, she had no idea. She hoped to help him stay calm. They reached the last step. I like when you say it, I feel it. Raphael held the door open for her. She stepped inside. You know you are paying me to be the help around here. Anambida. His voice was deep, and she leaned against the counter to help steady her. I don't think you'd ever. I have to go. He placed his dish in the sink. I'll do those. His hand brushed against hers, but then he flinched. It reminded her of a puppy that had been kicked too many times. She didn't move and lowered her voice. Are you okay? I shouldn't be here, he said. I'll see you tomorrow. He stormed out the door again, like he needed to hug the shadows for safety. She tilted her head and stared at his muscular backside. Her cheeks heated and she smiled. Raphael's body was built for a battlefield, and in bed he'd take up so much more room than her last boyfriend. Then she glared at the mess in the sink and the electricity in her body waned. She squared her shoulders, picked up the first plate and started rinsing. Her last boyfriend was skinny, and Raphael was all muscle. She used the cold spray to cool her thoughts. Kimberly quickly loaded the dishwasher. The top of the wall had slits for her to glance out, and that would help light the room, if there was light outside. Outside, the rain continued its constant patter. A few minutes later, she placed the pans she had washed earlier away, and finished packing the machine with the dishes. Her work was done and the machine made that buzz sound. The sink was empty, and she dried her hands on a soft dish towel. Something in her life had worked as directed. Then she stared out the tiny slit of a window and hugged her waist. Dusk was already upon them, and darkness of night magnified the sound of the storm. The snow and rain mixed and almost blocked her view from here. She sighed, unsure what to do. She'd bet money that every day till April it stormed. She'd turn into a zombie if she never saw sunlight. She closed her eyes, made a circle with her thumb and her index finger and counted her breaths. Worse would be if she let that thought rule her. All rainstorms ended eventually. She opened her eyes and rolled her shoulders until she stared at the emptiness of the kitchen. If the pilot had survival skills, then she was in serious trouble. She forced herself to take a few steps. Raphael had been surprised, so with luck the servant who'd saved her was outside and possessed survival skills. She wiped her forehead with the back of her hand. Why had Roger killed her friends? They were good people as far as she knew, but then, whoever truly knows? She didn't know Raphael or anything about him. And how had she mixed herself up in this? Another thought slapped her in the face. Raphael was hardly a real angel, as they didn't exist any more than ghosts or anything supernatural. His almost smile at dinner replayed in her mind. The wind howled. Despite that, she placed her fingers in that circle to stop her heart from racing. He had a body that set every cell in her body off course. She laughed under her breath. She wasn't a woman who mixed herself up with sexy hot men. To her, most hot men weren't smart, and besides, she'd been hot and cold in his presence. Attraction meant heat, not a mix of both, and Raphael's name alone created goosebumps on her body. He must be a recluse, and if she lived here, it was best to make him smile. She crossed her arms again and stepped away from the window. First things first, though. Raphael had walked out without speaking to her, twice. He flat out told her not to trust him, and normally, she'd listen to that warning. Raphael offered her protection and a place to stay. But what if he lied? If a pilot could shoot his passengers for no reason, then anything was possible. Who lived without the internet and off the grid? Was he a former spy, a criminal, a man with a sinister secret? Why would he have no phone? Was it in this house? Her stomach hardened. Something about him struck her as a big fat lie. The goosebumps on her arms returned again, but this time she was cold. Why did he choose to live alone? The portrait of the modern blonde woman in the library flashed in her memory. Kimberly's mind stayed on the picture, and she assumed the woman was related to Raphael's life in some way. Next time she saw him, she'd ask. She clenched her hands, turned, and walked out the kitchen, her socks whispering along the polished wood floors. Unlike the women in the stories she read or the women in his family portraits, she had no skills with guns, knives, bows, or karate. Despite this, she'd messed with his life and asked for too much. It was her job to take care of herself and find answers to her questions. She hadn't told him that she'd go with him, but he swore to go out and search. It was time for her to straighten out her mess. It was spiritually one more step in apologizing to her mom and sister. She'd been a brat. With a spring in her step, she picked up her candelabrum that would need new candles in the morning. The wax was almost melted. The last thing she needed was to get stuck in the dark halls without light. She went to the stairs, and a cold, howling wind hit her spine. She turned around, then shook her head. She cleared her mind and then turned back to the stairs and took a step forward. Suddenly she stopped and shuffled backward. Next to the kitchen was a small door. A closet. Another room. Supplies, probably, she thought. She gripped the candelabrum, remembering how Meg had warned her to stay to the right of the hall. But she needed candles and hated to bother anybody. The door creaked open. She peered inside and stared into the black room, lifting the silver candelabrum so she could see. No, a twinkle of something shiny flashed in the distance. She reached inside and circled the wall with her hands to find the switch, but there wasn't one. The candles would have to suffice. She swung the door open fully and stepped inside the small laundry-sized room. A glimmer of something on a shelf caught her attention. A gust of wind passed her face and she closed her eyes. A loud boom, then a bang, cried out and she turned back. The door slammed shut behind her, locking her in the small room. Her candles blew out and left her in total darkness. She held her breath. She couldn't see her own hand in front of her face. Muffled cries barraged her hearing. The vents must have caught the drafty winds, but the sound sent a chill down her spine. She braced herself. The creak of something metallic clanged on the other side of the room. She narrowed her gaze until her eyes adjusted to the darkness. The sparkle of something on the shelf flashed in the corner of her eye. She fished out her matches and tried to light one. Her fingers burned fast and she dropped the package at her feet. She grumbled and crouched down to pick the matches up. As she stood, she reached out and used the shelves lining the walls, cluttered with boxes, to stand. Something flew past her cheek to her right, and she jumped. Green eyes shone in the dark, and her entire body froze. She held her breath to see if the eyes moved, but then she tilted her head. They weren't a natural color. The green was too bright. She stepped forward. Plastic eyes. She let out her breath as she realized it was a Halloween decoration. This must be where they stored the supplies. Raphael had mentioned that it was a big holiday here. Kimberly turned to the box next to the black cat, her gaze drawn to a golden medallion. It was probably another prop, but the glimmer winked in the darkness. She pocketed the small piece to study later. She hadn't seen anything Halloween-related in years, but as a child she had loved the candy. She should get a candle and return to check. She turned the doorknob, but it seemed stuck. She pulled backward, but the door didn't budge. She squared her shoulders, clenched her teeth and tugged. She should have taken the candelabrum with her. This time the door swung open and she ran into the dark hallway. Once there, she closed the door behind her and took out the medallion. She held it to the light and caught her breath. It wasn't just metal at all. The medallion was pure gold and speckled with red, green, and white jewels. Were the stones rubies, emeralds, and diamonds? The cross seemed more hand-designed than modern manufactured jewelry. She sucked in her lower lip. The amulet appeared like a medieval one that would go past her the breasts with the right chain. How had she found this in a room full of boxes? She returned to the kitchen, relit her candles, and then held the candelabrum in her hands as she proceeded up the stairs. Drafts in the rafters made eerie sounds. Halfway up the stone staircase toward her room, Kimberly sighed to somehow tell herself that ghosts weren't real. Castles made noises. Then she made a circle with her fingers again and breathed. Footsteps echoed from the floor above her, and the heavy steps grew louder fast. This wasn't the house, and her body tightened. "Hello? Kimberly, is that you?" Raphael's voice answered her, and she heard his heavy tread. Not the wind. She hurried up the last few steps to join him on the main floor. "I'm here." He turned the corner, near the top of the stairs, and stopped at the railing. Raphael's dark brown hair was wet. Her gaze narrowed on the black eye he'd sported in the morning. She had no idea where the nearest bathroom was, so she reached out for his arm and pulled him downstairs toward the kitchen. "What happened to you?" "I went outside." He followed her without complaint. At the door she flipped the lights on, then she sucked in a breath. His t-shirt was ripped, and his jeans were filthy as they clung to his frame. His puffy eyes and grazed knuckles made it obvious he'd been in a fight. "Why? Did you see Roger?" "I saw him." She went to the refrigerator and found ice. Then she wrapped it in a towel and placed it on his head. "And? I thought I could surprise him, but he's wiry." She couldn't lose the only person she had on this island. She wet another cloth and handed it to him as her insides tightened. "You knew he was dangerous. I thought you were going to wait until morning." "I should go with you tomorrow to watch your back." "No, absolutely not. I don't wish to discuss this." He sat on a stool at the counter. "I should go change." "Wait here." She wrapped some ice in a dish towel and pressed it gently to his other swollen cheekbone. "Put this on." "This is a lot of towels, ma'am." Her hand flew to her hip and she shook her head. "Kimberly is just fine, Raphael." "I like how you say my name." He smiled, but followed her directions with the towel. "I shouldn't be here." "Give me your wet shirt. It's ripped in so many places." She held her head up. Her face heated a bit as she stared at his hard muscles that the black shirt clung to. His shoulders were so large, she swallowed and said, "I want to check you for wounds." He took in deep breath, put the cloth on the counter, then lifted his shirt. Her pulse raced as she stared at his naked chest with a sprinkling of soft, dark curls. All the men in Miami were hairless wonders that likely spent a fortune to rid them of every speck of hair. Raphael was different, and somehow, that brushing of hair on his chest made him sexier than the cover boys she'd met. "A few ribs are bruised. I've done this to myself before." "Then you should have learned your lesson already." She noticed the military insignia on his upper arm. "You were in the Marines." "Yeah." He gazed at her, and electricity rushed through her. "Can you get the Vaseline from under the sink to put on my bruise?" "Me, place anything on his body." She kept her answer to herself and went to fish out the medicine. A moment later she held the bottle and glanced at him. "Your eye seems to be the worst." He nodded and she stared into the black mist in his pupils. He had the power to hypnotize her, and she lost all other thoughts. She then rubbed his chiseled face. His 5 o'clock shadow tickled her wrist and made her alive. "What happened?" She reached up to brush his hair off his face, but he pulled away. "I went looking for your servant, found Roger instead." He sucked in his cheeks. "I surprised him at his camp on the edge of the forest. I found some papers near his camp that he kept close." He rubbed his hands together and she realized he must be cold. She brushed his arm to soothe him, but then her gaze went to his back. She dropped her hands to her sides, but she gasped at the gun tucked into the backside of his jeans. Raphael held his hands out to his sides. "Relax, don't get upset." She tried to blink but she couldn't move. Her mind returned to the second Roger stood behind Eileen, and then slam, the bang boomed into the air as her blood splattered toward her. He reached behind him and placed the gun on the counter. "It's not loaded anymore. I took his gun." Whole Menning. Heat surfaced and her eyes welled with tears. "I'm sorry." "Don't be." He took her hand in his. "At least he can't shoot me." She stared into his eyes. Raphael wasn't shot. Her gaze went all over him, but he had no holes anywhere in his body. "I'm happy. He has military training," Raphael told her. "He knows how to fight." "How do you know?" She ran her hands through her hair to try to get a grip. He crossed his arms. "I know because I know." "One step at a time," she smiled at him. He'd been patient with her, and it was all her fault he was hurt. He had tried to help her again. She owed him. "I made you a cake earlier that you didn't touch." Perhaps we can celebrate. Kimi manai me. Then with the end pointed toward the floor he said, I'm going to put this in a safe. Kimi manai me, Himara den. He walked out the door. She clutched the medallion harder and cringed. Every step you take to help me, you get my eternal gratitude. I want to help you too. Raphael's footsteps echoed outside. She picked up his wet shirt, then chased him out. He was halfway up the stairs and she ran to catch up with him. He slowed down a little. I don't need a nurse. I want to help you. You helped me. She walked at his side. Where is this safe? She shouldn't be this nosy about him and ask that question. She pressed her lips together and swore she'd stop. In the library, he walked fast, and she sped up to keep up with him. At a door he flung it open and turned on the lights, and Kimberly stopped. Her eyes burned a bit. Everything here was bright. She hadn't seen lights in hours. Her mouth fell open. If I am stuck here, at least there is a lot of books to entertain me. How come this room still has lights? He turned back to her and tilted his head. We have generators and I have this room connected directly. Your bedroom should also have lights that are directly connected, but the rest of the house is spotty. Don't forget your candles. Again he took care of her. Raphael went to the fireplace and pushed a picture frame to the side. She'd not ask about his bedroom, though it had been on the tip of her tongue. She stepped to the left to pretend she couldn't see what he did. He had an old-fashioned safe but with a modern-day laser beams. She stepped closer. He pushed his fingerprint on it and it opened. Modern technology was always good, but then she bit her bottom lip. Why would a man live without a phone but have that technology for a safe? Something didn't add up. She brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear as he placed the gun in a plastic bag. Then he added it to the safe next to the wallet. What else is in there? She gazed at his broad, muscular backside to see what else was in the safe. He slammed the safe closed faster than she could see. Then he turned back toward her. Nothing that concerns you other than the wallet. Can you please show me? She glanced past his strong frame that was built to be of a war machine. Let it go. He then lowered his pants a bit, and she stepped back. She held her breath as he unloaded the bullets on the table beside him. Then he reached for his ankle and withdrew a knife and a holster. I want to teach you self-defense. She shouldn't. She couldn't move. Then she blinked. Why? He inched closer and gently caressed her shoulder. I'm going out again tomorrow, but in case something ever happens, you need to know how to defend yourself. I don't know, she inhaled. I'd rather you stay here and protect me. He took a step closer, but she stepped back. I will search again tomorrow to ensure Roger doesn't have another weapon near his camp. He'll change his schedule when he realizes what went missing today, so I'll be gone early. He won't expect me to go out so soon. Don't go, she rubbed her arms, please. Everything will be fine. She held tight to the medallion and stared into his emerald eyes. If he held her, somehow, her burdens would dissipate. His full lower lip would be a powerful instrument in a kiss. She laughed, but the headiness of her thoughts hit her hard. Then she lifted her hand and he stared at what she held. What's that? Oh no. He stared at the medallion and she shivered. Costume jewelry. Where did you get it? Downstairs. She lowered her eyelashes. Meg had said not to go in there, and again ice crept up her spine. Kimberly nodded. Next to the kitchen. He scratched his head. We have jewels in the kitchen. She was never a good liar. She wanted to say yes but knew she'd ruin it. Instead she said, in the room next to the kitchen. I went to find candles and was trapped in your Halloween decoration closet. I saw it sparkle and picked it up. He reached up, stared at both sides of it, then said, it's pure gold. I'm impressed. Since you found it, keep it. My has its navel. That was it. Her jaw dropped. You can't be serious. What would I do with jewelry? He shrugged and dropped the medallion back in her hand. Should I wear it outside against your Roger Hellsworth? He's not my anything. The image of a man with Raphael's biceps and dark, forbidding eyes, pretending to be light and gay, sent laughter down her throat. You'd look silly. He laughed too. Agreed. His baritone voice made her entire body tingle. She'd believe whatever he said. Are you sure you want me to have this? Why not? I don't want it and I never saw it before. He turned his head to look out the window and the sound of rain splashed against the glass. Did it always storm here? Raphael turned his head and stole her breath. His profile could be a portrait of an ancient god. Somehow, near him she believed she'd have a tomorrow, and for now she'd do what he said. He turned and saw her looking at him, and his cheeks flushed. I want to finish locking up my stuff now and go to bed, Kimberly. She'd like to go with him, but she clutched the medallion in her palm again and nodded. Thank you. Something ice-cold raced up her back. She turned around to see that nothing was there. She turned back, but Raphael had gone. She spoke to the air and picked up her candelabrum. So no cake then. She rubbed her neck and walked out of the library. At the grand staircase, she stared at the fiery redhead that waited for the barbarian Scot that carried 3 heads. She would wear this medallion perfectly, not that she did in the picture. The gold seemed medieval and old-fashioned. Kimberly continued up the stairs and went to her princess room. She smiled. Kimberly Mira had never lived in decadence. She had grown up in a condo near the beach, but not on the beach. The class distinction between the addresses always played a role in Miami politics. In the South Pacific, she'd lived for years as an outsider. Perhaps she spent so much time figuring out her life and her mistakes that she forgot to be active and aware enough to make choices. This had to stop. She opened the door and stared at her bed. A laugh escaped her throat. Meg had turned down her sheets and left a piece of chocolate. Kimberly saw her sneakers that she had on the plane near the door, though they were clean now. At least now she had her shoes. She moved on toward the vanity. A few pieces of cord would at least allow her to wear the amulet tomorrow. And despite all her plans, the necklace was far too special to not be worn. She sat on the padded trunk in front of the window and braided the thin leather strips together, glancing out the window at the night sky. Questions barraged her. Where was Roger? Was he looking at her right now? She stepped into the corner of the window and wondered if Raphael had hurt him. In the morning she'd join Raphael. He hadn't asked her, but she couldn't wait in her room. Kimberly stretched, then took the medallion to bed with her. She stripped off her jeans and dropped them in a heap on the clean floor. Tomorrow she'd be in a hurry. Then she snuggled into the warm sheets and stuck the medallion under a pillow. How to clean her clothes without bothering Meg every day. A smile formed on her lips as she closed her eyes, her mind drifting toward sleep. Every day meant more time to get to know Raphael. A small ray of light warmed her heart. He had saved her so many times. Now it was time to sleep and then start saving herself. Chapter 6. Kimberly stretched in her bed, then shoved one hand under the pillow. A second later, she clutched the medallion. Something fierce and steadfast came out of her when she held the thing, and she tied it around her neck, where it rested between the mounds of her breasts. Then she dangled her feet over the bed and kicked for her pants. Realization came slowly. Her jeans were not on the floor. She rubbed her eyes and then stared at the spotless floor. She couldn't cook breakfast in her underwear. The room still had edges of frigid coldness to it, despite the heat that pumped through the walls. Meg must have taken her jeans for the laundry. Kimberly would find her and get her jeans back later. She quickly pulled her hair into a ponytail behind her ears and checked her Easter egg. It hurt less today, and her hair hid it. The bruise on her cheek had faded in the night as well. Dio hemmed the closet door and stepped inside the walk-in. She rubbed her neck and touched the medallion as she took in the full wardrobe. These must be the modern blonde woman's clothes from the picture. Kimberly picked up a dress, then shook her head. Zero wasn't even a woman's size. Why did designers like Prada even bother with this size? She searched for a pair of sweats or anything with an elastic waist. Something with no waist might work. Smiling, she pulled a simple bohemian-style black dress from the hanger. She stretched the chest area and realized the material moved. After showering fast, she tugged the dress over her head. It fit. The dress went slightly above the knee rather than the calf, because the Mira women were all curvy. It would just have to be good enough. She fixed the medallion over the bit of material on her chest to show it better, and strolled out of the bathroom. She took a last look at herself in the full-length mirror, thinking that the medallion gave her style. She found a pair of flip-flops in the closet and went downstairs. Halfway down, she crashed right into a warm, solid wall with a bam. Then a huge hand spanned her entire waist, holding her steady. She inhaled the smell of cedar and pine, and gazed into those smoldering green eyes from her dreams. Hey, an Avignon. I didn't see you. Are you all right? Raphael asked, then reached out to trace her face. Then he stopped and pulled his hand back like she'd burned him. She couldn't breathe, but it had more to do with being so close to him than running into his chest. He was dressed in all black, again, and his shirt clung to his muscles. Now was not the time to notice. Kimberly stepped back and answered, "Yeah, I wasn't watching where I was going either." With his hands now firmly to his side, he asked, "Why are you up so early?" Her heartbeat raced near him. She swallowed and hoped he'd let her go with him. "I have a lot to do today that goes beyond breakfast. You can't be thinking of going outside." He crossed his arms and his fingers curled into fists. "It's too dangerous for you." His black eye had grown darker from last time. What could she say? She shifted her balance on her feet. "I want to visit the graves." She focused on his ear. It was easier to ask for help this way. And I want to search for the man who pushed me out of the plane and figure out if I can get my suitcase from the wreckage. She stared into his eyes. I'll take help if you offer. For a moment he said nothing. Her heart ached in her chest, but she gazed at him. Finally he nodded. They are in the courtyard, well in the safety of my walls, protecting you from the ocean and the forest. I need you to stay there and not try to go out toward the ocean or forest, not until I find Roger. Her chin trembled like she'd heard the worst possible answer. He could lock her in her room and leave her a prisoner here. Her eyes misted and she shook on her feet. I can't stay cooped up. I can stay hidden until I find what I need. That's an insane plan. He took her hand and his gaze bored into her soul. Don't put your life in jeopardy. I've been learning to trust myself and I need to start living again, Raphael. She stared into his hypnotizing eyes. Her plan wasn't the most rational, but there was so much to do. She couldn't stay hidden away and avoid her life. She stepped closer to him, and his muscles clenched like he was afraid to touch her. I feel like I owe the man who saved my life on the plane. I can't sit around and wait. I've not done anything but stay cooped up here. I need to help and to find closure, and to do something to pay him back. I'll find him and bring him home to you. He rubbed the palms of her hands, but then took his hand back and stepped backward. Was he afraid of her? Strange. He tilted his head. And I'll look for your suitcase. She nodded, but her eyes were still a little watery. I don't want to put you in danger too. I should go. I'll be fine. You are a target. He took something out of his back pocket. She stared at the strange plastic shaped like a gun, but it couldn't be one. She brushed her hand against his forearm. His big muscles would overpower her, and her entire body became alive. I'll make a deal with you. She tilted her head and stared at the strange gun. It had 2 slots. What? I'll teach you self-defense this afternoon. I want you to keep this with you. What is it? Her fingers curled into it, and she tried to be calm, but she breathed in and the smell of cedar and pine mixed with her thoughts. A taser. His muscles contracted under her hand, but he stayed still. I'll give this to you if you promise not to go outside and run straight into danger. Every nerve inside her body screamed to find the older man who'd helped her. What if he was still alive? She nodded. But I can't stay cooped up here forever. Sender sabita gaun define niami. I don't think you can shoot a gun. I can't. Her heart hammered in her chest. This wasn't Zen or what her teachers ever taught her, but he had a point and she valued her neck. She let go of his hand and straightened the hem of her dress. Okay. But do I have to wait until this afternoon to say my prayers over the graves you dug? His arms wrapped around her and her face pressed into the crook of his shoulder. He was her savior. Her lips tingled to kiss him. Without warning, he jumped out of her embrace, and she hugged the bitter coldness that remained. He pocketed the taser, and her fingers now ached to hold it. She kept that to herself as he said, "Follow me." Her heart had pounded in her chest near him, but the second he walked away, she became lightheaded. Without him next to her, she could think. He headed down an unfamiliar dark hall, and she wished she had remembered her candelabrum. How had she left that in her room? She sped up until she walked beside him. "Thank you for bringing me." Eileen and her husband Ali were so happy. "I am happy they are resting together until justice can be done." Raphael's right eye ticked. "Did you know them? Why would you think that?" He avoided looking at her. She clenched her hands but told him the truth. "You refused to look at me and you held in your breath." He turned and stared at her. She gazed into his succulent eyes, and her lips tingled to taste his full lips on hers. Without a word, he took her hand and offered a weak smile. "It gets darker the farther down the hall we go. Stay close." He changed the topic. He had done that before. She opened her mouth to stay on point, but then she rolled her shoulders and let it go. If he brushed against her smooth skin with his calloused hands, she'd burn. She inhaled the smell of old moss mixed with the masculine woodsy smell of him. Time moved too fast. At last, Raphael pushed open a door at the end of a hall. "Roger likely took whatever he has on you to his camp," he said. "Did you have anything that might identify you?" "My passport." Kimberly stared into his intense eyes. Empathy stared back at her, and she sighed. "And maybe on my computer." His lips thinned. "You had your computer? Why would that be a problem?" She nodded and wished she had it with her now. "I intended to work when my trip ended." He stared off again and nodded at her. He'd have that in a safe place if he took it. Her mother's and sister's addresses were likely in a file somewhere, as well as the wedding invitation. She shuddered. With the man who'd saved her life out there with a murderer, she'd go crazy with even more worry. She clenched her hands together. "I'd like my computer, though it's probably wrecked beyond repair. I'll see what I can do." He squeezed her arm. His touch sent a fire in her belly. "The necklace is pretty on you, Kimberly." Home. Her face heated from the brush of his fingers across her chest. Then he yanked his hand back and his cheeks blushed. "I'm sorry, don't be." She reached out to him but then stopped herself. He nodded, then reached behind him to retrieve the taser. "Here, we'll go outside this door which leads into the courtyard." He massaged his neck, then gazed at her. The warmth in her belly went all over her body. "The graves are marked, go left, and stay inside the walls. If they were together, she'd be safe. You're not coming with me, no." His one-word answers again, but he shoved the taser into her fingers. She held it uncomfortably in one hand. "I have to go find the man who pushed you out the plane and find your belongings. I want to get started before the sun rises." Glum, the heavy door creaked open and dim light helped them see. He made sense, but there was something else. The fire inside her burned, but she had no reason to act on it. Perhaps he was right and she should stay here to tend to her friends right now. Her fingers curled into a circle, and her heart agreed with this decision. She pretended to keep it cool and shrugged. "See you soon." He held the door open for her, then let it shut as he walked back into the shadowy hallway. The stones closer to the door were dark green from moss. She turned on her heels and followed his directions around the corner. The castle was wet and her nose itched from the mildew smell. The packed dirt under her sneakers felt worn, and the stone walls of the courtyard had dead ivy that seemed to want to choke the walls. The walls were at least 8 stories high, but as she turned to see the castle, the towers, though surrounded by mist, loomed like a beacon in the morning sky. At least she could think now, though she might sneeze. The dreariness of the stone walls that surrounded her here wouldn't help. She turned her thoughts to something else. Raphael Murphy made her insides quake. Ever since her major mistake where she'd left her family for a man, she'd shut them from her life. Yet there was a delicious fire that grew with every moment near him. She rubbed her arms and went further into the center. She clutched the taser in her hand like it was a shield. She'd have to figure out a new way to block out her emotions. Her nose itched a little less, but a sneeze was imminent. The darkness of the skies matched the dreariness of the castle. She searched the grounds until she found the newly dug up dirt mounds. She wiped her face and took a few steps toward the center of the courtyard. Around her, the walls of the stone castle took up most of the space. At the other end of the courtyard, there were 2 slits and what must be a drawbridge. In every medieval story, sieges seemed the worst at the gate. Her gaze drifted to above the gate. Metallic pipes with jagged edges jetted down from the roof of the castle. In the stories, those were for sieges as a backup in case someone stormed through the walls and front gate. Oil would drip down, catching fire once someone threw a torch. She wished she had medieval security guards to do what they did in movies. Then a somber thought hit her. Had Raphael lowered the gate to get the bodies inside? What if Roger had snuck in? Kimberly shivered and stopped at the dirt mounds. Then she saw a small sign of the cross and a name taped on it, Eileen. She fingered the edges of the white-lined paper. The other read, Ali. She fell to her knees, her eyes watering. Ali and Eileen had done so much with their lives. They had deserved to live far more than she had. She picked up dirt and said, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to both of you. I promise to make sure Roger Hellsworth gets justice." "How you going to do that?" a rough voice said. Kimberly dropped prostrate between the 2 mounds of dirt. Her heart raced. Was that the pilot? Her breath hitched as she brought the taser toward the front of her body. Then she let out a loud sneeze. The voice called through the air. "Kimberly, you have to die too." Where was he? Her heart beat so fast and her ears drummed. She clutched the taser like a water gun. "Why? Come meet your fate. Leave me alone," she cried out. "Your boyfriend won't protect you forever." Raphael had to be safe and far away from Roger. Perhaps if she stayed and kept Roger talking, he could save whatever he could from the crash site. The taser steadied her. She took a deep breath and lifted her head. His voice had come from one of the slits on the outer wall. He couldn't be inside. She forced herself to sit up. If he could scale the walls, then she had to defend herself. "Why did you kill them?" Ali and his Western wife betrayed everything our country stands for. Politics. Eileen had died for no good reason. Kimberly closed her eyes, fingers went into a circle, and she said a prayer for them. Then she lifted the taser and pointed toward the thick wood gate. Nothing stirred, but she needed to end this. If he came toward her, then she'd be ready. "Then you can leave me alone. I won't go anywhere but home." "To your privileged, pampered life," Roger scoffed. "You don't deserve that, Kimberly. You waste oxygen every second you breathe." After waiting to see if he would shoot something into the courtyard, she stood, her gaze narrowing on the slits next to the drawbridge. Murderers don't get to judge. his voice chilled her. I clean up my messes, and your death means no one will know the truth. Hufonding with me. She swallowed and held the taser higher. He'd have to kill Raphael too. Hufondings. His voice carried from the slits where once upon a time arrows must have flown at intruders. Harry, the man who saved your worthless life by pushing you out of the plane, is dead. I bet you never even knew his name. Hufondings. She inhaled. No, she hadn't known his name. Her spine tingled and her neck heated. Did you kill him? Hufond. These walls won't keep you and your boyfriend safe. Images of how Roger might reach through the stone walls and get to her flashed in her mind. Raphael would know how to handle himself. What if she misfired? Roger would have to be close for her to even use the taser. She took a few steps backward, toward the castle. Gravel crunched under her shoes. Do you have a way off the island? Do you even know who your boyfriend is? He laughed, low and menacing. You might want to save us both time and come outside. It will be over fast with me. The words were like bullets in her heart. Her feet pressed into the ground and she refused to give this man one more second of her time. Roger Hellsworth wanted to confuse her. Her chest caved as she neared the door. Raphael was her hero, and Roger's words were tricks. Chapter 7. Kimberly fumbled as she lowered the taser in her right hand. Her breaths accelerated. She had to find someone and tell them about Roger. Harry. Raphael was gone. Meg. She nodded to herself. Yes, she'd find her. Her gaze darted down the halls, then she went toward the library. At the top of her lungs she called, Meg, where are you? She flung open the library door and searched inside. Where would the maid be? Her chest was tight and it seemed shadows enveloped the bleak walls. The air was like ice that tickled its way into her throat and she couldn't breathe. Behind her at the threshold of the door, Meg coughed. Kimberly twirled around, though she was dizzy. Is it cold in here? Meg waited with her arms crossed and shook her head. Do you need me to build a fire for you? No. Kimberly's legs twitched in her dress, and her neck felt heavier from the medallion now, as she fiddled and tried to warm herself. She was frozen in the middle of the day. I wanted to talk to you. What? I'm very busy. Meg tapped her foot. I washed and hung your pants in the closet in your room already. Kimberly shivered. Thank you, but I can do my own laundry. Do you know how to shoot a gun? Wait, do you have a gun? Meg straightened, smoothing the buttons at her collar. Gun? I've no time for this. Master Raphael won't harm you. I want it to protect myself. I doubt he'd find you attractive enough to try anything. Hey, Kimberly said. She might not be a size 0 like the previous woman of the house, but she wasn't ugly. The master is particular. Meg stepped into the hall. Shouldn't you be making his lunch? It's almost noon now. Kimberly placed the taser on a table, closed her eyes, let both of her hands go into circles, and said a silent prayer. Then she picked the taser up and jumped to follow Meg into the hallway. Wait. But Meg was nowhere in sight. There had to be hidden passages behind the walls, which would explain the draft. Kopping light in Gimterfinini. Kimberly blew out a few short breaths to regain control. Meg was no help. She needed Raphael. While she waited for him to return, she decided to make him some old-fashioned oatmeal. Thick, with nutmeg, fresh muffins. Cooking kept her from worrying. He could eat this for now and she'd serve something heartier to eat later. Next, she set the table and decided to leave the taser in the chair she used last night. Finished with the silverware, she paced and studied the Scottish historical portraits on the walls in the dining room. It seemed like the man with the scruffy hair and a kilt stared at the diners. She crossed her arms. She'd ask Raphael to move it. She clutched the medallion around her neck like it was a shield. Her stomach churned. What if Roger had already killed Raphael and she was next? She took another lap around the table. Raphael should have been home a lot sooner. She'd covered the food so it would stay hot, but she wasn't tempted to eat. Where was he? Was he hurt or worse? She bit her nails. Meg might know how to handle a gun, even if she didn't say. Her limbs tingled. Kimberly shouldn't bet her life on that one. The woman blew hot and cold. Her heart had palpitations. Outside, the rainstorm continued its patter on the stone walls. She swallowed, deciding that if he wasn't home in 10 more minutes, she'd leave the castle and go outside to find him. The huge boom of the front door opening and slamming against the wall rattled her. Her insides quivered. Raphael. Her feet clattered on the shiny stone floors as she rushed out to greet him. Without a thought, she leapt against his huge chest and squeezed as tight as she could. The scent of pine and cedar made her lightheaded. He smelled better than she'd remembered. Her chest beat into his. She eventually opened her eyes and realized her dress was soaked. She jumped back. He held his gritty hands to his sides, his clothes clinging to him. A small puddle of water gathered below his boots. She stared into his deep green eyes and concealed facial expression. Her gaze stayed locked on him. "Thank God you're home." He dropped something that made a noise beside him, and his raincoat let the water drip onto the polished floor. "I went on those errands for you." She stumbled back a step. "I don't know what I would have done without you." He gazed at her. "What are you talking about?" "Roger was here." She lifted her head as his eyes narrowed. "Are you okay?" Her pulse raced and she ached for him to hug her again. She caressed the necklace. "Yeah, but I thought he'd kill me for sure." He took off his trench coat and hung it on the hanger without trying to get any water out. "What happened?" He shrugged her arms. "I was in the courtyard and he spoke through one of the slits of the outer wall." Jing, he took a step toward her. "Did he have any weapons? Did you open the gate?" Her hands trembled. "No. I'm not stupid. I held that taser you gave me for dear life." "Did you use it?" "No. I eventually ran back in." She swallowed. "But I was so scared today." "Of course you were." He stood taller. "I shouldn't have let you go outside. I worried he did something to you too." "Don't waste your energy on me." Her heart constricted. She'd not give Raphael reason to lock her inside. She shook her head. "I did what you told me and stayed within the courtyard walls. I locked the door leading outside." He nodded. His hands fell to his sides. "That was smart." Her lips parted. "He said he killed Harry." "Who's Harry?" Raphael's eyes turned black. In the candlelit halls, flames danced in his pupils. Kimberly took a step closer to him. She needed his warmth to make sense of how dizzy she was. "You know Harry, who you went to find." Raphael's hair dripped water onto his black t-shirt, and he didn't seem to notice. "Is that the name of the servant?" She nodded. "Roger told me it was. So the guy who tried to kill you told you the other guy's name and you believe him. Why would he lie about his name?" She crossed her arms. "He said he killed Harry." "I didn't see a body. I've been out for hours." Her heart thumped. "You don't know he's not dead either." Raphael brushed her arm. The chill of his water-soaked fingers took her by surprise. She shivered a bit and he held her hand. "Don't listen to the guy who's out to kill you." Her lips parted and all the tension in her body released. "True." Her chin quivered. "Did you see anything?" "No. I did find your bag though." Her heart sped up. Her own clothes? Her computer? What if Roger is telling the truth? Harry is dead and I'm his last target. "I'm here." He took her hand. "He'd have to kill me too and that's not going to happen. Trust me." She rocked on her feet. Could she trust him? Raphael had done nothing wrong. She sighed, then relented. "Okay. You're soaked. Go upstairs and change your clothes. I'll go get us the muffins and oatmeal I made. It will warm you up." He dropped her hand, nodded, then turned to go up the staircase. She reached down and gripped her bag. The soft shell-wheeled bag had the same weight she remembered. First she carried it to her room. On the bottom step she tried the handle to see if the wheels worked. Her heart raced a bit and she hoped she hadn't broken anything. The bag rolled without an issue. Pressing one hand over her heart, she thought Raphael's tall, muscular frame and short, dark hair made him the most attractive man she'd ever met. She opened the door and then left it. Her muscles twitched to go. She scooted the bag inside, placed it next to her bed, and turned to go to the kitchen. She stopped, stared at the hard plastic bag, and took a breath. Then she opened her bag. All her clothes were still there. Her computer was at the bottom, and she smiled. A strange, slightly wet book was mixed underneath her shirt. She scratched her head and flipped through the pages. Someone's handwriting. Footsteps echoed on the stairs. She let go of the book and zipped the bag. She jumped to her feet but clutched the book. He leaned against the door. "I found the food and brought everything to the dining room. Are you almost ready?" "No, I mean yes." Her heartbeat steadied. She held the book in her hand to read as soon as she could. "Let's go." She hobbled him. He shrugged, then walked beside her. "Once we're done, can you make more coffee?" She curtsied behind his back. "Let's eat with the best finery. The table is long enough to feed an army on. I figure we could use the other end tonight." "Hano mi sem, mixalam, mi samatolero, mi walidayam, timpusdun, jashanjin." The wind gusted past the window. "Why?" She walked into the dining room that could host all the undead creatures in every ghost story she ever read. "You own a castle, and only vampires dress in black every day. Mila de bundo, hun mundawandara, mi wawaininnis." He stared down at his black jeans and dark t-shirt and almost cracked a smile. "And this shirt is gray, not black." Hard to tell the difference in the candlelight. The generator went out again. "Perhaps you can be a vampire for Halloween for your guests." She touched the medallion and winked. "I'm already under your spell." His cheeks reddened. Besides her muffins, he added a plate of crackers and cheese, and a bottle of wine. Her body grew a bit warmer. Why would a young rich man who's as handsome as the devil himself choose to lock himself away? If I didn't, you'd be dead. She left the book on the seat beside her. So I want to help you live yours. He scooted the plate of crackers toward her and picked up a muffin. She found wine glasses in the cabinet and then joined him. She almost dropped the wine as he said, "Your life is probably worth more than mine." She sat in her seat and placed the bottle next to the full glasses. She couldn't look at him for a moment, so she sliced the hard white cheese. "I doubt it. I've not talked to my family in years. If I died here, they wouldn't even know it. Nothing will happen to you." He scooted his chair closer and poured them both glasses of wine. "I got this." Her mouth went dry. Those were the 3 sexiest words any man had ever said to her. She stared at him, unable to breathe for a minute. The thump in her chest grew. She must have goosebumps all over her from this tingling desire to kiss him. "You couldn't have screwed up your life as much as I have." "I doubt that. I've sinned far worse than anyone." A draft rattled the book, and it fell on the floor. She picked it up and then handed it to him. "I don't know what this is. It's not mine." He nodded and studied the book in her hand. "So tell me how badly you ruined your life." She shrugged and placed the book on the seat again. "I thought I met the love of my life the day after I graduated high school. Mom insisted I go to college in the fall, but I couldn't." She swallowed and shook her head. "Peter, that was the boy's name, bought a ticket to China and begged me to come with him." "China?" He blinked, then sipped his wine. "Some parts are nice, others are not." "And he cashed in what was supposed to be my college fund and joined him." She closed her eyes to avoid his stare, savoring the crisp, dry white wine. 3 months later, we were in Thailand, and he wanted more than just me. A warm, calloused hand covered hers. "What?" She inhaled the smell of cedar and pine, then stared into his intense, deep gaze. "He wanted a threesome with some prostitute." I was appalled. I felt betrayed, and I left. "You did what you thought was right and walked away." "He dumped me in the middle of the street when I said no, and went back inside to get what he paid for." "Do you need me to kill him?" Her hands went into circles and she shook her head. "Water under the bridge at this point, but thanks." "Do you often do that meditation stuff?" "Of course, it helped me figure myself out." "If you figured yourself out, why didn't you go home?" "It was a huge fight when I left, emptying my joint bank account with Mom." She tilted her head. "Mom worked hard all her life to ensure I had it better. She'd have forgiven you." He massaged the palm of her hand. "You're a good person." She swallowed and gazed at him. She was a work in progress at best. "So are you." He tugged his hand back and shook his head. "Let's drink." "Don't change the subject. What happened to you?" He shook his head. "The less you know about me, the safer you'll feel. There is a killer outside the castle." She tried to smile, but it faltered. "I can't go anywhere, and I am a good listener." He took a deep breath and silence clung in the air. She stared at his dark stubbled cheeks and chin and avoided his gaze to not threaten him. Then he exhaled, breaking the quiet. She glanced up and he nodded. "I almost caused the death of my brother." "What?" She leaned back, setting down her glass of wine. "How?" "You can't just say stuff like that then not say the rest." "You don't want to know." "I do. His wife was in love with me." He briefly closed his eyes. "It wasn't love, that's the wrong word. Obsessed is better." "His wife was obsessed with you? The blonde in the picture? The size 0? Kimberly read the anxiety on Raphael's face. "Please tell me, Meccanton." He shook his head and his cheeks were red. "She framed him for murder, and I was why." Meccaned, her entire body stilled. "Murder." That word swam around her for days. "Raphael, what else? Can we forget this conversation?" "No." Her heart beat in her chest. "I won't judge you. It's the distant past. One morning I woke up with a massive headache. She was naked beside me." Raphael's lips pressed together. "I left and never returned to my brother's home." "Wait, he had slept with his brother's wife?" Her body went into shock. "You slept with her?" "No." "Yes." He clenched his hands. "I don't remember. And she almost killed your brother. What's his name?" "Gabriel. My sister's Michaela." She brushed his knuckles until he held her hand. "Was the blonde in the portrait the ex-wife?" "Yeah." "Tiffany." His intense stare almost melted through her. "I keep it there as a reminder not to involve myself with women." Size 0 was not a woman at all. Kimberly kept that thought to herself. "We're not all manipulative and plotting. Some are amazing like my sister. Others are just normal, everyday people, like me." "You're far from ordinary, Kimberly." He sat back on the stool, and his huge shoulders blocked out the rest of the room behind him. He'd helped her and she'd never betray him, not like that. Kimberly sighed. Raphael had saved her life and she'd help him. She'd start with changing the subject. So you decided you'd be a ghost in a haunted castle for the remainder of your years to punish yourself. His eyes opened and his gaze lightened. She smiled at him, then he shook his head. You are slightly exaggerating and almost funny. Almost. She opened her mouth and swept her hand to her chest to mock herself. If we can't laugh at ourselves, we're truly lost souls, Raphael. You should try it sometime. They drank the rest of the wine in silence. He finished his last sip, then coughed. Let's read the mystery novel now. If there is a threat, I want to see it with you. I want to bring this to the library. She nodded. He slipped the book in his back pocket, then brought the glasses onto a tray and carried them to downstairs. Hey, that's my job, she said. Bring the second tray and join me. He quickly washed the glasses and set them on the counter to dry. He held open the kitchen door for her. She quickened her steps. On the bottom step she stopped. I forgot the crackers. I'll go. She shook her head. No. It's my job. Go. I'll be right behind you. She ran back into the darkened hall to pick it up. The wind howled outside and the rain pummeled the glass window. Tomorrow she'd not forget her candelabrum. The chill down her spine came from the cold. Then she grabbed her crackers, threw them on her tray, and then ran as if something chased her. Chapter 8. A few minutes later, Kimberly walked into the library. Raphael was at a table with the book open. She clutched her laptop that she had run to get. Without a word, she opened her laptop and plugged into the wall. On the outside she saw no scratches, but water ruined everything. The power turned on the screen, and the computer flashed to load. The image of the beach she'd just left flickered and her eyes watered with relief. The computer worked, the system started with a hum, and she stared at the icons in front of her picturesque background. She wiped the tears off her face with the back of her hand. She'd share her experiences on her blog once she found her way off the island. Perhaps some of her readers might prefer real life instead of celebrities, because there was joy in everything. Are you okay? Raphael lowered the book and she gazed into his smoldering eyes. At least she could write while she waited for spring. She swallowed back her tears. Thank you. You saved my life twice now. A laptop isn't your life. Heat washed through her. Her blog had been her only way to talk to anyone in years. It's part of who I am. I was lost without it. Thank you, Raphael. Roger is still out there. You'll have to listen to me if you plan on staying alive. The intensity in Raphael's eyes made everything else in the room disappear. She lowered her eyelashes to get her vision back. Raphael was far too handsome. She took a few deep breaths. Roger's words that she hadn't even known Harry's name had razor sharpness that sliced through her. I know. He said he'd come after us. Raphael shrugged and said, Roger isn't in a position of power. He had a point. She closed her eyes and tried to focus her thoughts. Her mother's laugh at the kitchen table as she drank coffee, and her sister Erica whipping up something on the stove were memories that flashed in her head. Kimberly's chin trembled. I'm scared he found my stuff and knows my family. A warm hand covered hers, and she forgot about the laptop. Raphael's deep voice held her attention. One step at a time, Kimberly. She gazed at him again. Raphael was all she had, and she turned her hand around so their fingers were entwined. He said he wanted to kill me because I saw what he did. She had said that so matter-of-factly. How? She should freak out at the thought, but all she could do was blink. He massaged her palm and her entire body became liquid. His rough hands rubbed against her smooth skin. He was far sexier than any other man she'd ever met. Are you okay? No. Yes. She couldn't answer. Her face heated. He spoke quietly. We shouldn't let it ruin our evening. Rogers is stuck out there. It's going to rain again, and it's a cold, freezing rain, not the moist tropical rain you are used to. And we're warm and dry inside castle walls. She stated the obvious, but it made her feel better. He nodded. Good. Tomorrow we'll practice self-defense, so wear comfortable clothes. Yes, sir. Would he let her go outside with him tomorrow if she turned into an action movie heroine? Want to eat breakfast with me tomorrow, or will you run outside again? He shook his head. I'm going to do recon outside. Isn't that dangerous? What if something happened? Today had been torture waiting for him. She'd never know if anything happened until it was far too late. He should stay in where it was safe. I'm the one with the gun. Raphael took his hand back, and cold entered her body. I can't let someone outside these walls in. She was someone from outside the walls, she sighed. He had meant a murderer. She bit her lip. She ought to be more appreciative, but the idea of feeling like herself again urged her to go with him. She stayed still. The room became eerily quiet. The wind rattled the window. Did you find anything interesting in that diary? Not yet. He placed the diary next to his seat. I'd like to find out more about Harry and what Ellie said about him. Ellie. Kimberly's cheeks burned at the familiar use of her friend's name. She lowered her computer screen to stare into his eyes. How do you know Eileen's nickname? It's in the diary. Was he lying? She should trust him. Can you show me? He flipped to the first page, then slid the book across the table. She stared at Ellie's name written in bubbly letters. Kimberly sighed, shut her eyes, and wished she could shut out the memories. Her chin trembled, and her throat was thick. She deserved better. She was a good person. If you say so. His voice was like a steel rod. She stared at him and wondered why he was so cold. She'd be sick if she thought about Ellie right now. That sounds personal. He continued to read the diary and avoided her gaze. You hardly knew her yourself, from what you said. Enemy communem. Kimberly wished she could fade into the walls and not face Ellie's memory. Her shoulders hunched. She was nice to me, Raphael kept reading. If you say so. Perhaps she shouldn't have doubted him. Maybe she conjectured some connection out of the clear blue sky. He flipped the pages. She folded her hands on the table. Had you found out anything about Harry yet? No. Just that Eileen loved Allie to distraction. He shook his head. I suppose that was a good thing for the end. What could he mean? And why did Raphael turn so cold on the subject of Eileen and Allie? Why would that be a good thing for the end? They both died. He shrugged, and a shiver ran through her. At least she died an honest woman. How do you know she was honest? Not all women are faithful. He gazed into Kimberly's eyes. It just seems like Eileen was nothing like my brother's ex. Okay. He had told her about his affair. What kind of man sleeps with his brother's wife and then doesn't remember? Was the last bit dishonesty, and was that why he cared if people should be honest? She scratched her neck. Tiffany messed with his opinion on women, but she didn't know what to say. She didn't want to push him with how she was different. I suppose if you look at it that way, I saw them interact and they loved one another. Outside the wind howled, a cold shiver went down her spine. She packed her computer back into her small bag that had protected it in the crash. I might go up to my room. I'll see you in the morning. He nodded and stared at the diary. I'll be gone early. I'll be up regardless. She heard the Miami in her, but she refused to correct her accent. He pocketed the book. She stared at his hand. She swallowed, unsure. Raphael picked up her bag for her. I'll walk you up. Do you want to read the diary tonight? A huge sigh escaped her lips. It was the first offer of evidence he'd offered her without a fight. She kept her mouth shut. No. You can keep it. I'll read it tomorrow while you're gone. He scratched his jaw. I'll keep it and search for clues about Roger then. Something in that statement rang in her head as false, but she let it go. Tonight she had to check her computer history was good, and that no one had touched anything that had her mother or sister's information on it. Roger had access to what mattered in her life. She stared into his dark, succulent eyes, and a warmth entered her body again. Okay, I want to go through my computer. I want to see what files were tampered with. Unpack everything before you go to bed. He shook his head as he walked beside her. I'll be doing laundry in the morning. Meg always seemed to take care of that. Why? I can do my own laundry. There is no need. She'd told Meg the same thing. He shrugged. Suit yourself. The laundry is in the East Wing. They walked up the stairs and their shoulders brushed against each other. The East Wing? I haven't been there. I'll have to search the rest of the castle. Are there any skeletons I should avoid? None from me, though I can't account for whatever guests left behind. The staff left in a hurry to avoid a storm. Great, I have your permission to rummage through all your underwear then. Tomorrow she'd find Meg and question her again. A chill inched through her, but a frank discussion with the maid would give her some clues on Raphael. He stood next to her until she took a step toward the door, then he followed. Perhaps you shouldn't. I don't want to lead you to the wrong conclusions about me. What conclusions? His package beneath the black clothes he wore signaled with one glance that he was hung. She sucked in her breath and stared into those sexy eyes of his. His forehead wrinkled. Are you okay? You're bright red. He had to know why. She inhaled and the smell of the woods relaxed her. She nodded. Yes, slightly piqued from all the excitement, and I must be getting tired. It will be nice to do things I used to do. She took a step forward again, and he stayed behind her. With the computer? She glanced at one of the gargoyles on the stairs instead of his face. Yeah, I'll get back into a familiar routine and journal, at least. I am trying to break myself of old habits. Your sister-in-law likely isn't here, so you should be safe. Had she just said that? That was not nice. She wrapped her fingers in circles at her side. He had every reason to run. That would be my worst nightmare. Besides, that one I spoke about died, and my brother's new wife seems to love him. Good, she smiled. I like happily ever afters. He stared ahead and not at her. There is no such thing, she swallowed. Jaded much? She kept that comment to herself. Do you talk to your brother? Are you close despite the past? The silence in the room rattled through her. His lips were closed and he didn't move. Her fingers ached in those circles at her side, but she didn't dare move. Finally, he shook his head. No, I went to the wedding last month. She nodded. Did you say sorry? He rolled his eyes but not at her. Yeah, but he shouldn't have forgiven me. She dropped the circles at her side and stepped closer to him. Then he's not the reason you've locked yourself away in a castle. True, there were other things. She elbowed him. If he lightened up, then he'd be better off. Like what? I'm a heartless beast most of the time. She sighed. I don't believe it. I'm not a good man. Raphael opened her bedroom door for her. My family will attest to that. So I tried to use my abilities for a good greater than myself. But I still felt like a bad guy every night I went to bed. She clutched her necklace. Do you feel like a bad person for helping me? No, he leaned forward again. He was going to kill you. I saw it with my own eyes, and I can't forget it. She released the medallion. I've never been rescued before, or been much of a victim. She leaned closer to the bedroom door. I've been the screw-up runaway daughter, rebelling against nothing. I was stupid and reckless. When I get back to the mainland, I intend to fly or run back to Florida and tell my mom I love her. You seem great to me. I'm sure everything will be fine. Nu hamisho reddit mako, hinuhen hanap. She seemed great, her mouth watered. I'm sure your family is wrong if they said anything bad about you. You are my hero at the moment. A huge crash boomed in the air and they both froze. An explosion rocked from outside. She grabbed his chest for support as her mind reasoned the sound was from the courtyard. Raphael handed her computer bag to her and stared at the dark hallway downstairs. Where is your taser? What? He was supposed to save her. Her hands trembled. In my room. A bell rang through the castle so loudly that it drowned out her heartbeat. He pushed her into her room. His strong voice soothed her as he yelled, "Stay inside and lock the door." She stepped backward and clutched her bag like it would shield her. What's going on? Roger must have tripped the alarm. He won't get past my security. Are we in danger? Stay inside until I come back. Her entire body shook in tune to the ringing. No, I should stay with you. You're safer here. No, she reached out and grabbed his shoulder. I can't lose you, Raphael. He turned back to stare into her eyes. You won't, just stay safe, in your room. His intensity made her believe he had the power to destroy any threat. She sighed, reached out and intended to kiss his cheek. He turned straight at her, and their lips locked. She dropped her bag to the floor and wrapped her arms around him. His lips burned and she melted into him. The entire world faded to black. Another explosion pierced the air. He stepped back and his pupils were dilated. She tried to catch her breath in between her words. Come home to me. He jumped back like she'd scorched him. His hand brushed against her spine, and her entire body mellowed. Lock the door behind you. All she could do was nod. He turned and ran back to the hallway. She stared after his broad shoulders until he disappeared in the shadows. Then a bang echoed in the hallway, and the pictures shook on the wall. She shut the door, then bolted it. She threw the bag on the bed and clutched her medallion. No one could hurt Raphael. She'd not let them. She stared around the room, then ran to her dresser. The taser was there. She clutched it in her hand and stood near the door. If anyone stormed inside or went near Raphael, then she'd shock them. The clock in the hallway ticked like it banged against her head. But then it ended, and the silence screamed louder than the hard tone of the bell. The minutes ticked by as she peered out of her bedroom and stared at a clock. Tick, tock. She might need another weapon if she didn't point right. The blackness of the night and the storm outside hid the moonlight. Her pulse ran. Tick, tock. Was Raphael okay? What happened next? Was this some horror movie where she died after her hopes were dashed? Raphael had survived in the past. He'd be fine. Tick, tock. Should she run and find Meg? Raphael told her to stay in her room. Kimberly shook her head like that would get rid of her negative thoughts. She took a second to close her eyes, center her thoughts, and let her thumb and forefinger go into circles. Her mind didn't rest. What if Raphael needed her? Clutching the taser in her hand, she decided that if she could help, she should. She had no other weapon, so she had to make do with this. Kimberly opened the door. and the entire hallway was black as night. Should she get the candelabrum? No, she thought. The light might attract the wrong person. She closed the door without a sound, and her heart pounded in her chest. Thunder and lightning crackled in the air outside. She had memorized the layout of the hallway and felt her way toward the stairs, where she used her hand to find the banister. A thud sounded in the air and she ducked. Waited. Swallowed. Footsteps echoed in the hall, too heavy to be Meg. Her entire body shivered, and she raced back to her room, slamming the door shut behind her. Her heart pounded in her chest. She aimed the taser at the door. If someone barged through, then she had one chance to defend herself. Cold sweat formed on her brow. Footsteps drew closer. Her heartbeat accelerated. Her entire body shook. The footsteps came closer. She lifted the taser, but her arms wobbled. A loud pounding at her door shook the wood. Would Roger knock? She swallowed, unsure if she should call out or stay silent. Ice ran down her spine. She closed her eyes and intended to strike if anyone came in. Another knock. Kim, it's me, Rafe. Rafe. Wasn't his name Raphael? Was it Roger? His voice thundered through the door, and she stumbled as she walked forward. It hadn't sounded like Roger. Kimberly, let me in. She lowered the taser, and her hands shook. Her legs wobbled, but she dropped the taser to the floor. At the last second, she stared back at her only weapon. Was this all a lie? The door swung open and she jumped back. Raphael was soaked through, and his jeans and t-shirt clung to every part of him. Water dripped down his cheeks, but she didn't see any injuries. Are you all right? Fine. He stepped into her room, and her entire body tensed. Then she reached out and brushed the lock of hair in Raphael's face away. Raphael stared hard at her, and she shivered. Her knees buckled and she grabbed him for support. Without a thought, she kissed his lips. He wrapped his arms around her and deepened the kiss. The world faded away in his arms. Her heart pounded in a different way, and she sighed as he stepped backward. Breathing hard, he asked, "Are you okay?" She hadn't meant to kiss him, it just happened. She should ask him about Meg, but then he said, "I'm fine." "You're soaking wet again, let me get you a towel." She ran to the bathroom, picked up what she needed, and offered the white sheet to Raphael. His green eyes matched the shadows all around him. "What happened?" "Roger is dead," he answered, but stared past her as he turned on her lights. "You're safe now." Death was final. This was too fast. Kimberly pushed her shoulders against the door and stared at the ceiling. Overwhelmed by what might have happened to Raphael while he'd protected her from a killer brought tears. "Don't cry." Raphael's hand traced her shoulder and moved her away from the door to massage her back. "Everything will be fine, you're safe." "I feel like crap." She shook violently but stared into his eyes. Then she wrapped her arms around him and hugged him. She was safe, though so many people died for no reason. "I don't want to cry on your shoulder." He held her close. "Don't worry, take your time. I have to go take care of the details. I just wanted you to know, everything is different now." She swallowed back her tears as he unlocked himself from her embrace. She hadn't said a word. She couldn't. She let him go. A moment later, Raphael disappeared back into the shadows of the hall. She stared into the darkness, and then she clutched the necklace. Everything would be fine. She closed her eyes and said a prayer for Eileen, for Ali, for Roger. They all deserved forgiveness in the afterlife. And then her thoughts turned to Raphael. He needed to forgive himself. She opened her eyes and shivered from the coldness. Raphael had saved her. Everything would be fine from now on. Chapter 9. Kimberly threw water on her face and stared at her brown eyes in the mirror. Her bruise was faded and her Easter egg almost gone. Raphael was amazing, she winced, remembering how she hadn't said one word of thanks last night. A shiver ran down her spine. Why had she cried on him? Where was Raphael? She clutched her medallion, reminding herself that she was safe. Fine. Everything was okay. Then her gaze went up to the clock. She'd slept half the day away. She needed to find Raphael and hug him. She ought to forget about that kiss in her room last night. Her lips tingled, but it had been a huge mistake. They'd be friends, nothing more. The heat she felt in her entire body was best forgotten. No more tears wasted on bad guys out to get her. At least her life stuck in a castle with a killer out to get her was over. She sighed. She was still here until spring, unless she found another way out. Raphael had saved her life. Nuarnin, Renaran the Frost Paunias in Banamiat, she quan hom like Anara Miniel no. This was not the thought to cure her crush. She marched out of the room and walked down the hall. She should find him and thank him. Nuarnin went on Hundaskendefrein. Are you hungry? Kimberly glanced at the woman on her hands and knees, shivering with cold. She tried to stop her teeth from chattering and then asked, "Were you okay during all the commotion?" Madihis Menin. I cleaned everything up. Meg shook her head and kept her constant grim expression. Now I'm behind on my house chores. Madihan buried Roger. The morbid questions surfaced in her brain, and she couldn't shake it out. If I can help you with anything, don't hesitate to ask. What would I trade for a good hearty meal, miss? Meg turned back to polishing the floor. Kimberly tensed her shoulders as Meg said, "We should all do the jobs we're hired to do and nothing more." Kimberly nodded to herself, then stopped. Was that a dig? Okay, did you not eat last night? That's not important. Meg stood up with the sponges in her hand. Her green eyes felt like they penetrated right through Kimberly as Meg said, "Master Raphael has been too kind to you, and you've brought this house nothing but danger." Kimberly held her head a little higher. "It's over now, the danger. We'll see." Meg picked up her bucket and the air around her fingers cracked like ice pellets. "Good day to you, miss." "Wait," Kimberly dropped her hands to her side. "I'd like to help you with cleaning this place. It must be a lot to do and you're so amazing at it. What can I do?" "Master Raphael said you're a guest and it's not proper. If it kept you away from kissing him though, then I'd consider." Kimberly crossed her arms. "There is nothing going on between Raphael and me." Meg shook her head as she headed down the hall. "Then I prefer to do my chores without you near, miss. Good day." Mutterleischen stiem foimino devwench, missen stina meaning contlin that me. The most relevant news was that Raphael survived out there against her would-be assassin. Messinilien the miran have gone robbing. Asado mi anha. Where did he live anyway? Not in the same wing as she did, she was pretty sure. Though he'd been in the library the first few times they met. Maybe he was reading now. Was he hungry? She could go start dinner instead of lunch, if he wanted. She turned and headed down the opposite hall. Her steps were lighter now. She walked on free air toward the door. Raphael might need alone time and she should go to the beach. She checked the window and didn't see a cloud in the sky. Perhaps she'd go outside and see the beach and what happened today. She bypassed the library and headed to the front door. Until today she'd shied away from the door. She shook her head. How silly was she? She swallowed, then stopped about a foot from it. The heavy front door had a million locks on it. She gritted her teeth and reached up to unlock them all. She'd have her 1 minute of freedom outside, in the fresh, clean air. She hadn't heard a thunderstorm all day. She undid the second lock. A whoosh raced past her. Ice raced up her spine. What happened? Was there a haunted house soundtrack she should turn off? She turned around again, unsure. Nothing waited in the hall. Meg? Raphael? You had the navweo and dined your thing. Should she call out Rafe? She smiled, then shook her head. What was with his new nickname? Had that slipped last night in his rush to assure her that Roger was dead? Did he trust her? Nothing stirred, perhaps she'd imagined the sound. She shook off the nagging feelings and finished with all the locks. No one came out into the halls to stop her as she unlatched the last lock and smiled to herself. Yeah. She turned around and scanned the entire castle in her view. She was alone. A moment later she stepped outside and stared at a small wooden plank that led from the front door over a mound of blackness that circled. Seriously? How medieval was this place? How did you lower the drawbridge? In movies it took multiple people. Perhaps Raphael had hooked up an easy-to-push button back inside. She gazed through the tiny slit where long ago archers must have guarded the main entrance. Her eyes lowered. He had a moat? Seriously, was that what they were called? She glanced at the black water. There had to be something electronic that lowered the drawbridge. Hotel guests would not swim across. A raindrop hit the top of her head and Kimberly stared up at the sky. A dark cloud threatened to erupt above her head. Where had that come from? She licked her lower lip, then shivered. The temperature dropped too. The winter-ravaged island had a surreal feeling to it, and the castle and moat made it seem as if she'd been transported backward in time. She shook her head. The only thing modern here were Raphael's weapons. His weapons were part of his life as a soldier, and he was here to heal himself. She understood needing time off from life. If she wanted to be alone, she'd not bring Meg as backup. Kimberly stepped back toward the door. Meg might have been a servant from his childhood who'd latched on and demanded to come. Kimberly shook her head. The maid was protective over a meaningless kiss. She touched the edge of the medallion and closed the door behind her. She reached up and began the procedure to secure all the locks. Though who would get in without the drawbridge being down? Kimberly stretched on her tiptoes but finally got the last one. Raphael was much taller. She swallowed and shook her head. So much for ignoring the man. Perhaps if she understood Raphael, everything else would make sense. If she could help him move back to the 21st century and forget whatever possessed him to hide in his fortress, he'd be better off. He deserved a happily ever after. He was a decent man. She swung her arms to her side and strolled back down the hall. Perhaps he didn't need to be alone all the time. She should thank him. He'd be in the library, if she guessed right. Munlikli cupped the lyrics to a popular song in her head and hummed the melody. Today was still a good day. As she neared the library, she heard a crack in the rafters and flinched. What was that? Then she heard the roar of thunder and her pulse quickened. Rain never used to scare her. Perhaps this was left over from the past few days. She was fine. Another crack echoed in the hall. Kimberly clutched her necklace. Kimberly rolled her shoulders and told herself, "Don't be stupid, not now." The bleakness of the place rubbed against her skin and left her clammy. She forced herself to knock on the library door rather than barge in. No answer told her to come in. She opened the door. The darkness of this room made her wish she had her candelabrum. Where were the lights? She stepped further in, but then the doors slammed shut behind her. In total darkness, she felt around the wall for the switch. Goosebumps rose on her arms. She clenched her hand. This house was safe. She was safe. Nothing would harm her here. Then she continued to search the wall. At last her fingers found the switch. She flipped it on as something cold raced up her spine. The brightness of the room meant no secrets. She turned around and no one was there. She giggled, then called out, "Raphael? Rafe, are you here?" No answer. She rubbed her arms to get rid of the goosebumps. Where was he? She walked to the end of the room and peered past the L shape. He wasn't here. Come to think of it, where was his bedroom? He wasn't on the same floor she was. She circled the library one more time. Where did he spend his day? Kimberly rubbed her chin, then tapped her fingers together. She'd have to find him. She returned to the main hall and decided which way to go next. Her body went warm and she turned back around. Raphael was at the library door. She placed her hand on her hip. "Where were you?" "Huh?" He stared at her in surprise, then took off his headset. She smiled. He hadn't heard her calling because of his music. He pocketed his earpieces, then said, "I was heading to the library." "To the library?" She bounced on her tiptoes. "Where were you?" "You look nice but should be in sweats." She turned her head and stared into his brown eyes. "What?" "I asked where you were." "Oh, I was in the gym." He brushed against her arm. Her entire body electrified from his simple touch. "As I said, you're in a dress. Go and change into sweats and I'll show you some self-defense moves like I promised." "Roger is dead." She played with her hair as he took his hand back. "Why should I learn this now?" "It's for your own protection." She lost the ability to think for the moment, then she nodded. "Where is the gym?" He stepped away from her and pointed. "2 doors further down on the left." "Okay." She took a step closer to him and smiled. "Meet you there in 10 minutes, Rafe." "Raphael is fine. No one's called me Rafe in a long time." "I like both. I'll have to decide which one I like better." He shook his head but smiled back at her, finally. His dimples were adorable. She turned around and walked down the hall, aware that he stared at her backside. She had an extra swivel in her hips until she turned the corner to head up the stairs. Was she flirting? Was she crazy? Raphael was not a guy she could take home as a souvenir to meet her mom. She vowed to herself to never get swayed by a man. On the beach in her hut, that vow was easy. His kiss last night had her off kilter now, but she'd work through this. Her fingers went into circles to help her steady her thoughts. She ran up the stairs, jumping a few to climb faster. Back in her room, she threw the dress on the bed and then rushed into the closet. The floor was still chilly despite her sneakers. She'd move a rug in here to keep her toes warm. She then checked out the racks of clothes and hoped to find a pair of sweats. In her bag, she had some of her own clothes that needed washing. She stopped short. Her clothes were hung and pressed on the first rack. Meg must have done that. Kimberly pressed her lips together. She'd have to thank her. Her own mother had never done her laundry. She shook her head, then continued on her path. In the back, she found shorts that had an elastic waist. She slid them on and realized that the shorts were shorter on her than they were intended. She'd cover that with a long t-shirt. Misumda back to the rack with her clothes and chose her plain black tee that she wore to clean her own house. Raphael would not find her attractive now. She swallowed. Good. Then she tied on her sneakers and rushed back down the stairs. Meg was nowhere to be seen. She ran back to the library, slowing down to not seem overexcited. She shouldn't be anyhow. She shook her hands, then walked slowly. She opened the door to the gym and stared at Raphael without his shirt on. Her entire body awoke in awareness. He was built to be an action hero. What would it be like to have him hold her close and press his lips harder on hers? She sighed. Most men could never get that cut with muscle. She stared at his US Marine tattoo. She opened her mouth to say hello, but she couldn't quite get the sounds out of her mouth. This crush on the guy was not good at all. Her face heated from reliving that short kiss. Kimberly, come over here. Raphael winked at her and pointed her toward a mat. Had she imagined the wink? Would he kiss her again? Okay, she needed to stop this nonsense. She swallowed and walked onto the green mat. Take your shoes off. He took his off, then stood on the mat. What we practice you have to be able to do no matter your footwear. With her eyes wide, she did a few yoga stretches. So I can do whatever in my bare feet. His pupils dilated as he took a step closer to her. That would be deadly with the right training though. When running from an attacker, shoes can be a weapon to throw. Your last girlfriend with the designer wardrobe would rather die than give up her shoes. She flipped her hair to the other side of her head. The labels are all Paris runway, and not bought in stores. He crossed his arms. Safety should always take priority over fashion. She leaned closer and invaded his space. His hard muscles flexed and he smelled like home. Living your life to the fullest should take priority over fashion. He shrugged, and his gaze sent heat throughout her body. Her own curves and softness were the opposite of his strength and body built to be James Bond. Kimberly, you're surprising. A gentle breeze was supposed to be more powerful than a strong gust, or so her training had said. She somehow doubted that lesson now as he pointed her toward the mat. Why are we practicing now? Roger is dead, so there is no need. There is every need. His lips were close to hers and he smelled like the forest she wanted to be in forever. Her body begged for his touch. Your safety is what matters. She stepped onto the blue mat and opened her legs to a yoga move. Are there other secrets on this island then? He glanced away. Let's get started. He'd done that before. Was that his tell that he was bothered? She rested her hand on her chin. You like to change the topic. He circled her on the mat but didn't step close. Don't get used to being here. That kiss was great, but in the spring I'm sending you home. I'll do a dance of joy the second I see a ship near us. His forearm brushed against her and her gaze stayed on his manly form. She drew away, but she was transfixed with the light sweat he had on his body. Every cell inside her bloomed like she needed him to join her. How do you lower the drawbridge? Did you open the door? He shook his head and then made another small attempt to let his feet trip her. Why do you want to go outside so bad, Kimberly? Yoga gave her grace, at least, and she skipped his attack. I want to go visit the crash myself. It might help me remember. He swallowed. It's better if you don't. She shook her head. Why? You ask a lot of questions. He glanced away from her again and then lunged toward her. Let's get started. Hammond, she maneuvered. Once the rain cleared, she'd figure out how to open the thing herself, but it would be better if he showed her. Was she a prisoner? Again he moved toward her, and his hands wrapped around her waist, and her body pulsed. She licked her lips. No. How do I go outside to the beach? Hammond, he froze, like she'd struck him. She twirled out of his arms, then he met her gaze, and she saw the storm in his eyes. Why was he so conflicted? It was a simple request. She said nothing. Finally he nodded. Okay, I'll show you later. Now, let's get started. How would she react if he touched her again? On this mat she'd find out. Would he kiss her again? Chapter 10. Raphael's hands were on her back. Kimberly's skin was alive, and she swallowed. Pay attention. What? Her skin was so warm. I'm listening. Turn out of my grip, he told her. Then his fingers ran down her spine, and she tingled. She tried to spin out as he instructed her, but his hand went around her waist, keeping her close. Go fast. If someone attacks you for real, then you get a split second at most. Why? She rubbed her neck, but nodded. Okay, I was confused. He reached for her, and this time she leaned back into him and melted like butter. His hand gripped her hips and his chest brushed her back. His warmth seeped through her clothes, and her bottom brushed his groin. He stepped back like she'd scorched him. He shook his hands at his sides like he wanted to shake her out of his system. Kimberly, I need you to fight me as if I'm the bad guy. He then stepped closer and she smiled at him. You're not a bad guy. He crossed his arms. Says Little Red Riding to the wolf. She reached out and brushed the stubble of his 5 o'clock shadow. Are you the wolf in that story then? Bad example. He shook his head, and her hand fell back to her side. Let's try again. He reached behind her and grabbed at her waist. She pushed backward and let him hold her. He let her go and wrung his hands again. "You're not learning to fight, you're staying in my arms." "Did he always state the obvious?" She shrugged. "You don't scare me, Raphael." He crossed his arms again. "I should." The low tone of his voice made her warm inside. She gazed into his intense green eyes and squared her shoulders. Whatever happened in the past didn't matter, not even with his brother's wife. Clearly Raphael was haunted by crazy Tiffany. He was sorry, so sorry that he refused to forgive himself even though his brother already had. She swallowed, then smiled. "No, you shouldn't. You need me." His eyebrows went up. "I need you." "Yeah, else you'll turn into a recluse." He wavered in his stance but kept his arms crossed. "I came here to be alone." "Why?" He stepped back. "It's not your concern, Kimberly." She shook her head. "I don't understand anything. Is this about your brother or something else?" He put his feet into his sneakers, then tied them. "I'll find you again later and we'll eat dinner." He rushed out of the room like he was the bullet, and he intended to rejoin the gun. Violence wasn't the best solution. She placed her fingers into her calming circles, then stepped back into her sneakers. What was his problem? The lights flickered. On her way out, Kimberly picked up a candelabrum. The stone castle always made it feel like night. Her mother at the kitchen table with her coffee in her hands was always the wisest person in the world. She'd know exactly what to do or say with Raphael. What would she advise? Her mother hadn't liked her last boyfriend at all, the one she'd run away with. With Erica, Kimberly remembered her mother would say things like, "A man should take care of you, sweetheart, and don't let your emotions get in the way of good judgment." Kimberly blinked. Her mother had called her boyfriend a fool, and she'd been right. Kimberly shook her head. She'd like Raphael. Kimberly ran her free hand down her t-shirt, remembering the past did nothing for the present, and she had no idea what to do. Perhaps she should change into her dress again. She wandered toward her room. Every cell in her body wanted to kiss him. Then she ended the situation with an argument. She let out a groan. She might never find out why he came here, and she shouldn't push her questions. She should just be grateful. Besides, his past wasn't her business, not unless he liked her too. Hopeless, she inhaled, then marched downstairs. He'd said something about dinner tonight. She'd prepped the slow cooker last night, but she'd check on it to make sure he'd have a hearty meal. The smell of chicken with walnuts and pomegranates wafted in the air. The cookbook had this under the Persian section, but she had made alterations for the slow cooker to do this for her. She entered the kitchen, lifted the lid, and added some spices. Dinner was ready whenever he was. Tonight was hours away. She rubbed her chin. The drawbridge had to have a remote. She stared out the window, feeling trapped. At the moment there was no rain. Where was Roger's body? Goosebumps raised on her skin. Help! Ice ran in her veins. Roger? The murderer's voice echoed in the kitchen. Did the dead speak from the beyond? She shook off her ridiculous thoughts. She'd likely imagined it. She took a deep breath and listened closer. No more sounds. Her pulse pounded at her wrists, and she unclenched her hands. Why would she hear something? She swallowed. The draft in this place needed to be fixed. Or was this how Raphael made his fortune? People paid good money to sleep in haunted mansions. She twisted her head and remembered the layout of the house. Only a few rooms functioned as a hotel, and she hadn't ventured anywhere. She'd never seen Raphael anywhere except the library, and now the gym. Where did he sleep? Kimberly's gut told her she had figured out the place. There was probably a whole other wing she ought to go see. She went to the desk and withdrew a piece of paper. She quickly drew a schematic of the places she'd been. Then she drew what she remembered of the outside, which wasn't much. She'd been unconscious. Usually castles were square though, so there had to be another wing. She starred the empty spot. Raphael must live somewhere over there. She'd go check it out. Tonight she'd speak to Raphael. They'd clear the air and she'd get a good night's sleep. Swoosh. She rolled her eyes and walked faster toward the door. At what point would she be able to ignore those sounds? Her hands trembled as she held the candelabrum. She ignored that and rushed up the stairs and down an unfamiliar hallway. At the end she inhaled, then opened the last door. A red velvet rope hung and signaled visitors were not allowed to go beyond that point. She stepped over the small blockade and entered a new room. She held the candelabrum higher. Something flashed in the corner. She yelped, then realized it was a knight's armor. She'd seen that in the Tower of London too. On her visit to the tower though, it was daylight, and on the tour there was nothing to be scared of. Her heart beat a little heavier now, but she was alone. She proceeded in the dark and fingered a tapestry of some sort. How old was it? Kimberly looked out the window. The sun was setting. Where had the day gone? In Miami, we always have light. Suffocating heat sometimes, but we always had light. Every nerve in her body was at attention, but she rubbed her arm to erase the chill. The sunshine state was why she'd never attempted to go too far north anywhere. She walked further into the black room and saw another hallway. Did she dare go further? The yellow light from the hall twinkled. Did Raphael live this way, and that was why he'd left some candles burning? Kimberly. Raphael's voice came from the hallway that she knew. She stepped back and rubbed her arms. She'd explore later. She retraced her steps back to the familiar part of the castle. She closed the door and called out, "Raphael." No answer. She swallowed. Where was he? Did that mean he was hungry? She puckered her lips, then went back to the kitchen. She'd get the plates and serve dinner. She lifted the lid. Half the food was gone. Had Raphael or Meg served themselves? She shrugged, then set the food in the dumbwaiter. Then she rushed up the stairs into the dining room. Raphael was nowhere to be found. Had she imagined his voice? She went to the compartment and took out all the food and set it on the table. She arranged everything for their meal. Footsteps echoed in the hall. She straightened her dress and clutched her necklace. She'd have to find out why he'd called her name, why he thought he was such a bad person, why he wasn't worthy of forgiveness. Raphael leaned against the door. His dimples on his face were sexy, and how his muscles blocked her vision of the hall behind him made her mouth water. Her crush was becoming real. He smiled at her. "Why aren't you sitting down?" His bulging muscles stretched the black t-shirt as if it had been painted on his hard body. He acted as if he had no cares in the world. His sexy green eyes had more light in them with Roger gone, though he'd never admit it. She licked her lips. "I'm waiting for you," she curtsied. At least she still had her sense of humor. "Are you hungry?" He nodded, coming closer to the table, her chair. Her heart hammered in her chest, and she stilled. "Very much. I like having you here." A moat is a sure sign of being a recluse. Why had she repeated what she'd said earlier? He changed the topic and brushed his body against hers. "Did you see anything once you'd opened the door?" She straightened her shoulders. No. I'd like to go to the crash site and check out the island tomorrow." He glanced up at her, and her heart melted. "I'll go with you." With no danger outside, she'd prefer to have time by herself. She always mediated on the beach, and it made her feel stronger. "There is no need. Just show me how to lower the bridge, and I'll be on my way." "There is every need." He shook his head. "I don't know everything Roger might have done on the island, and I want to gain a better perspective. He might have laid traps for you." A sigh escaped her lips. He'd protect her. She should have guessed that was his reason. So why did her mind race with the word lie? She pushed her hair behind her ear, avoided his gaze, and said, "Okay, but if you don't mind though, I'd like to sit on the beach near the crash site alone for a while." "Of course," he mumbled. "I will make sure you're safe first." He pushed her chair in after she sat down, and she folded her hands on her lap. She waited for him to sit, and then leaned forward. "Can I ask you a few questions?" "You can ask." He stared into her eyes. His pupils were large in the candlelight. She forgot everything else except him. Then he crossed his arms. "I'll choose which to answer." She nodded and sat back in her chair. "Fair enough. Why turn this castle into a hotel?" Raphael answered. "I thought I told you. The truth is I thought I told you far more than I should. My family owns a few hotels. I'd rather shut it down entirely and just live here, alone, for the winter." Alone wasn't good. She poured them both a glass of wine. "Is your brother a part of that?" "My father's business." Raphael leaned back in his chair but lowered his arms. "My brother, my sister, and I all benefit." She leaned closer. "So you don't own and build strange hotels, your family does. So what do you do besides being a former Marine?" He held his breath and turned his gaze away. "Let's change the topic." "Wait." It was only a lead-in question. He stood up like he'd storm out of the room. His chair tipped backward and fell to the floor. She stood up to stand in his way as headed toward the door. "Wait." She was on her feet just as fast to block his exit. "Why do you always run from me?" His gaze flicked everywhere but at her. She stepped close enough that her palms rested on his. He smelled like pine. "Raphael, don't run away from me." His gaze dropped to hers, and his succulent eyes stole her breath. "I have thought about kissing you again so many times. I can't sit there across from you and pretend." Fire surged within her, and his lips brushed against hers. "I've thought about you every second since yesterday." His gravel-filled voice made her ache. "I can't promise you anything." She swallowed and stared into his eyes. "You're my hero, Raphael, and if you need me, tell me." He stepped closer to her. "I want to kiss your lips again." A fire surged within her. Her entire body hoped he'd kiss her again. "I shouldn't tell you this. You deserve more." She swallowed and stared into his eyes. "I want you too, Raphael." I am developing a major crush on you. He shook his head. Right now I need to go, because we can never happen. Nice, she wrapped her arms around him. He didn't stop her. A primal force tore through her, and she followed the directions given by her heart. She stood on her toes, used his shoulders to hold her higher, and then leaned in to kiss him. The moment her lips brushed against his, a firestorm unleashed inside her. She lost her balance, only to have him catch her. The flames of desire hit her hard and fast. His lips branded her. No other man would ever do, except him. Her entire body was his, if he chose. Crack. The fire made a horrible sound behind her, and she let Raphael go. Raphael stepped back like he'd been burned. She stared at him. What could she say? I'm not sorry I threw myself in your arms. Kimberly backed away and called out. We'll talk tomorrow. Enjoy your dinner. He stared at her but said nothing else. Her lips still tingled from his kiss, and her arms ached to hold him. The man was in pain. If she knew what to do, then she'd do it. Right now, though, all she could do was leave the room and climb up the steps back to her room. Soon she'd kiss him again. She'd have to. Chapter 11. Kimberly woke up, twisted her body so she was on her side, and stared out the window. Was it morning or still night? Fog blocked everything. The foul weather meant she was housebound until it cleared. Every day seemed to be gloomy here. She sat up in bed, rubbed her eyes, and yawned. The only things not gloomy were Raphael's kisses. She licked her lips, but the taste of him was gone. The man had a wall around him, but his kiss let her taste his pent-up passion. He'd be amazing, if he opened up to what he desired, what she desired too. At least he thought her pretty. She stepped out of bed and stumbled toward the window. There was so much mystery here still. She couldn't see the moon or the stars or the sun in the thick mist. She hoped the sun would burn some of the fog. Today she was going to the crash site, rain, sleet, or Raphael. She bit her lip, then decided to get ready. She couldn't sleep, her body was too warm. She'd head to the beach. In the closet she stopped for a second and saw the clothes she'd worn yesterday already washed and hung up. Meg might be rude, but she was like a fairy godmother who did all her laundry. Kimberly then spotted her green dress made of satin that clung to the curves of her body. She'd intended to wear it to her sister's wedding. Kimberly rubbed her arms. Erica had no idea of Kimberly's intentions and probably would be pregnant before Kimberly ever had the opportunity to say congratulations. Her face crumbled. Could she use her computer to somehow find her family? She rubbed her eyes. She'd do that next. First, she had to make sense of how she came here. Meditation on the beach always settled her mind, and she needed peace now. Kimberly swallowed, moved past the dress, and found her plain t-shirt, jeans and sneakers, and borrowed a sweater from the tiny woman's wardrobe. Who was this Tiffany? Was she in jail for murder? The thought left Kimberly's body cold. Finished, she pushed a few garments to the side to look for a heavier jacket than the sweater. Her fingers brushed the soft fur of a wrap. She'd never buy it because of the animals, but it would be perfect for outside. She bit her lip, clamped down her disdain for how this coat ever existed in the first place, and wrapped herself in it. She almost forgot her necklace, but on her way out remembered it was under her pillow. Kimberly ran down the stairs to the front door. Breakfast could wait. Perhaps she didn't need Raphael to open the door for her. The locks took a minute to free, but she handled it. This was something she wanted to do alone. Every day inside was getting to her. She shook off the doubt. The final lock clicked, and she stepped outside. The mist made outside dark above her head, and the fog sent a shiver right through her. She found a lever or some sort on the castle wall. She lowered the switch, and the drawbridge cranked open. She bounced up and down in her shoes. Did she need a hat? It was cold outside. The drawbridge lowered over the moat. She twirled and shook her hips. She'd figured out how to escape. Freedom tasted sweet. Icy winds slapped her in the face. The frigid air was unrelenting. In the next few seconds, her face must have become numb. Because she wasn't quite sure her nose was still on her face. She sucked in her breath, but it caught in her throat. The forest brought on images. She saw herself in her mind's eye being carried inside in Raphael's arms. Her eyelashes fluttered open, and she shivered to fight him off. He carried her anyhow. Had that happened? She scratched her head. It must have. Then she squared her shoulders, rubbed her arms, and continued across the bridge. The bleakness of the island held her attention. Jagged rocks seemed to rip themselves out of the ground. The trees of the forest grew taller as she walked closer. The pine trees seemed cold and too bristly to touch. Kimberly held the fur wrap up to her neck and walked, hunched against the wind. Memories of that night assaulted her mind. Perhaps she shouldn't have come alone. A twig broke under her foot and she jumped back. A sigh escaped her lips, then she took another step forward. The beach, the beach, the beach. The wind at her back seemed to call out, "Kimberly." She shook it off as her imagination and continued into the forest. She slipped in between two trees that were close together, making out a tent in the distance. She tried to swallow. Had that been Roger's makeshift tent? He'd tried to kill her. He was dead. What would she find there? Kimberly. She stopped. The wind sounded like Raphael. She dug in her heels, then called out, "Raphael." Her voice shrank in the misty air. She burrowed into the fur wrap. Perhaps she'd imagined him. She shook her hands and tucked them under her armpits to stay warm. She turned toward the tent, but halfway there she froze. The violent crash of the waves against the jagged rocks caught her attention. The beach was straight ahead. She had seen it from her window more than once, but this close it was different. She inched closer to the tent, then stopped in front of it, knowing she couldn't pass by without peeking inside. Ningen thou etinir spibelinen. She stared at the ground and swallowed her fear. She should see what Roger had in his tent. The trees in the forested area had lost all their leaves, and appeared like thick, dead sticks that sprang out in the mist around where he'd set up camp. She rubbed her arms. No wonder horror stories took place in the woods. She clenched her fists and pushed aside the heavy plastic coverings to peek inside. The loneliness and bitterness of this place sank into her skin. She let out a small sigh, then took in the sight of a simple sleeping bag. Someone out to kill her had survived the brutal environment without any luxuries. Rubbish thoughts were getting into her brain. Did he intend to eat her to stay warm for the winter? She clenched her jaw. She had no time for this fear. Roger was dead. He had no personal effects in here whatsoever. Had he not carried a bag? But if not, where did he get the sleeping bag? Had it been Eileen's or Ali's? The forest green color was not Eileen's designer taste. Kimberly stepped out of the tent into the dead trees. Icicles raced up her spine. The forest seemed like it never ended, but her ears heard the crashing of the surf. She stopped and listened. The water was close. She was supposed to mediate and be peaceful now. Her fingers refused to crawl out of the self-hug to even do the circle. The wind bristled through the forest, and she turned her back on it. She continued forward and reached the beach. To her right had been the pillar of smoke from the crash. She turned in that direction, then thought she saw a man. "Hello, Raphael." No one stopped, and the further she went toward the crash, the more she thought she had imagined the whole thing. She bit her lip, jumped over a rock, then took her first look at the wreckage. Her toes curled as she remembered how the water stole her breath and left her body numb. How had she survived? The plane hadn't been that big in the first place, and the tails stuck out of the water. The ocean had claimed the wreck, and pieces of the plane cluttered the beach. Her heart sped up now, and the cold was somehow less. She needed to see more. She checked the beach left and right. No one was around. Perhaps there was something in the plane that would clue her in on why this happened. She knew how to swim, and back at the castle there were clean clothes. Answers would help, and she'd race back to Raphael's castle. Any clue to find Harry would help settle her. She unzipped her jacket, stripped off her clothes, and left them in a pile. The water froze her foot, and soon her limb became numb. In the tropics she could swim for hours. Perhaps she could survive for a few minutes in this cold. She had to see what was left of the crash. She held her breath and went under the water. She'd last a few more then run back to her clothes. The water was black, and she couldn't see anything. She swam closer to the plane and hoped to use her hands to brush against anything. She had no goggles, but she made out where the exit door had been. Her hands acted like her vision, and she touched everything. At the cockpit she peered through the broken glass and glanced at something that shimmered. Was it a box? On the news they always talked about some black box. Would she need it? She had no idea how to get it, and needed air. She swam back to shore and changed. She shivered. Would Raphael have goggles or any dive equipment? She needed to see what she could, and the wreck held the best clues for what might have motivated Roger to bring down the plane. She stopped for a moment. Crack. The air sizzled with electricity, and she thought again she saw a man. She threw on her jacket and pushed as much of her hair into her hay. Then she called out, "Raphael?" No answer. She finished dressing and swallowed. She turned around both ways, and she saw no one. She bit her lip and headed back to the castle. The shadows in the corner of her eyes flashed, and she swore she saw the man from the portrait on the horse. She blinked, and it was gone. She brushed it off as silly. The way back was easier. The massive tower overshadowed everything else. This time the dead trees bristled less. She ran as fast as she could to get back to the warmth of a fire. In the library, Raphael had a huge fireplace. She'd go there. Her hair was cold, wet, and about to freeze. Hot chocolate and the warm fire would bring her back to life, at least in the picture in her head. She made it back to the door, over the drawbridge, and tried to open it. She pulled, but it was locked. She bit her lip and banged. "Hello, it's me, Hugh Shopkin again," but no one answered. A chill ran down her spine. What if no one answered? Tears threatened to fall, but she wiped her hands across her face. She'd not panic. Then she heard the locks. She stood straighter, and her heart nearly stopped. Raphael stood in green jeans and a black t-shirt. She almost fell but asked, "Were you out on the beach?" "No." He reached out and took her arm in his. "You're all wet. Come inside, it's freezing." "I went to the wreckage and searched for a clue on Harry." She trembled, and her arm became incredibly warm in his. She sighed and followed him. "I thought I saw you outside." "I slept in." He let her go once she stood in the hallway, and then he turned to lock all the doors. "I had a busy day yesterday and I thought you'd need sleep too. Clearly I was wrong. I needed to go to the beach." He crossed his arms. "You needed to take a swim in the cold Atlantic?" He might have killed Roger for her. She hadn't asked. She had so many questions, but the first one that came to mind was the vision of the man. "I swear I saw a man dressed all in black more than once out there. There is no one here, but we can look together later." He finished and turned back to her. "I've not been on a ghost hunt on this island since I was a boy." Her mouth fell open. "It couldn't have been a ghost. They don't exist. There are questions in life I don't ask." He led her down the hall. "This life matters more. So go upstairs, clean up, get warm, and I'll make us breakfast." "That's my job," she argued on the first step. "I'll deduct it from your wages." He shook his head. "Now go, meet me in the library." "Can you make hot chocolate?" He offered her a sight of his dimples. "I can handle that." She nodded and turned. Halfway up the stairs she tried to remember what she'd seen on the beach. Perhaps she had imagined the man, but she hadn't imagined the glimmer in the cockpit. Her goal had to be figuring out what happened to her so she had a clear conscience and moved on. This mystery of Roger, what happened to Harry, all had to be solved. Roger might have been politically minded, but why the small plane? Why the pretense? Why did he wait until they were almost in the US? Had that been an oversight on his part? Her questions certainly had nothing to do with ghosts and other imagined spirits. Raphael was the only thing warm in her life right now. Chapter 12. In her room she came out of the hot shower with her hair in a warm towel. Kimberly stared at her computer on her way to the closet. She chewed her lip. It was all charged and she still hadn't checked her history. She'd make a horrible spy with her lack of follow-through. First she powered it up, and then left to go get her hairbrush. She took care of the mess on her head and then sat down at her computer. The files about her mother and sister had been opened. Someone knew their details. Her family would have been in danger if Raphael hadn't killed Roger. The thought left her numb. Warmth overtook her from the inside out. She checked her browser history and realized someone had read her blog, online. Roger had found a way to access the internet. Sure, he could have stolen her identity information, but she hadn't had much money in the bank anyhow. She smiled brighter. There was no way Raphael had time to take her computer, go online, and then lie to her about a connection. If Roger found a way to connect, she could too. If she could, she'd tell her mother and sister she was alive. She threw her hands into the air and did a victory dance. Yeah, she jumped off the bed and shuffled to change out of her silk nightgown. Raphael had promised breakfast, and her stomach grumbled. She'd go on the search back to the wreck, but then later on the hunt for Wi-Fi became her #1 mission. Roger and what happened here would have to wait. He was dead, after all. She could email her mother and sister. This mattered more. Kimberly closed her eyes. Her mother would know what to do. She always had an answer. She flung open her door and decided she couldn't hold still anymore. Her feet pounded the floor as she jogged downstairs. Was her rush to be near Raphael again? No. Her impossible questions again. Once everyone knew she was here, perhaps a special boat might arrive. The other night's kiss flashed in her mind on the last 3 steps. She'd like more than just a kiss from him. She'd opened her mouth to forbidden fruit, and liked the taste. Raphael's strong arms, wide shoulders, and rock-hard muscles would be delicious to lick all over. He'd taste like pine mixed with pure testosterone. If she slept with Raphael, would that somehow change her? A smile broke out on her face at her visuals. There was no way lust would turn into love like in the stories she'd read. She sighed. Realism had helped her with many things, and she'd survived the intensity that was Raphael Murphy, if he gave her a chance. Her head grew lighter as she rounded the corner and headed past the library toward the dining hall. Perhaps they'd do more than kiss next time. The rubber of her soles squeaked as she stopped and peered inside. She saw Raphael at the table with the newspaper and his coffee. The table held toast, a cut-up apple and her hot chocolate. Problems were never solved in a day, and Kimberly needed to learn patience and to set more of a schedule. There was a lot to do. Contact with civilization would be nice, she sighed as she sat down and picked up the hot chocolate. Raphael's eyebrow quirked. He'd taste better than liquid cocoa deliciousness. She sipped the drink again and smiled. Are you well? Raphael cut a piece of his apple and stared at her hard, like he held his tongue. Of course, she nodded. You added marshmallows. He lowered his newspaper and folded it to the side. She glanced at the date, realizing it was a July edition, months ago. He showed off his dimples. A brisk morning swim in the cold Atlantic would need TLC. And you strike me as a girl who likes marshmallows. Her hand went to her chest. What girl doesn't like marshmallows? He shook his head. The ones that aren't you. She grinned like the Cheshire Cat. Raphael was her hero. She could be reckless. You're right. Good to hear. He leaned back in his seat. Other than ghosts, do you have more plans today? Do you have dive equipment? She buttered her toast and avoided his gaze. She'd not mentioned the internet, not yet. He had said he intended to be alone here and cut himself off. She licked the creamy remains from her lips and said, I saw something sparkle in the cockpit, like a safe or a lockbox, and I am afraid Harry is still floating around as a corpse in there. She glanced up. He sipped his coffee, and he definitely wasn't shocked. I checked the wreck already, and didn't see anything like that, but I'll check again. She needed to connect the dots. The first few days were a jumble. If Roger found Wi-Fi, then it came from this castle or the wreck. There was no other possibility. There was nothing else that might connect. She kept that fine to herself, until she figured out where. So she repeated her question. Do you have dive equipment? It's for me. My suit won't fit your frame. He lifted his massive arm and said, wide shoulders and upper body strength. Other than I'm more curvy and have less muscles than you, it might still work. She traced her curved body down and his gaze followed her hand. Yes, he was attracted to her too. He had to be. Definitely not. I'll dive for whatever you want. She nodded. Raphael, can we talk about the other night, when Roger came to the castle and you defended me? He winked. Your lips haunted my dreams. Really? She meant to lead into a discussion about what happened to Roger, but her pulse quickened from thinking about his mouth over hers. She fingered the neckline of her dress and shied away. He tilted his head. I didn't mean to make you nervous. That wasn't her issue. Her heart expanded in her chest and she longed to flirt back and be reckless. We should go to the beach first. He sat back in his chair, as if unsure. Yes, she'd changed the topic, but her temperature soared too fast and too high. She needed to calm down. He finished his coffee, then stood. Okay, you win, let's go. Maybe you saw the black box for flight information to hand to authorities in the spring. The spring seemed so far away, and he hadn't mentioned the internet. Perhaps he had an unknown signal. He stepped closer. You are fearless, Kimberly Mira. She shrugged. No, I'm curious about a lot of things. It gets me in trouble. He smiled and followed her out of the library. Let me get my gear and I'll meet you in the hallway. Say 15 minutes. With this plan she could search for Wi-Fi in her room. She hadn't even tried. She nodded at Raphael and told him, Great, see you here then. He crossed his arms. She froze. Did he have something to add? Then he shook his head, turned on his heels and walked out. Perhaps it was nothing. She marched toward the stairs, stopping on the first one. Where had he slept or kept his gear? This was a question she should have asked the first morning. Everything in her life since coming here was unclear, and she forgot to ask so many basic questions. Next time she had Raphael's full attention, she'd be a better flirt. If she found Wi-Fi, then with one email she might get rescued before April. Raphael might be upset that his solitude and decision to cut himself off from the world had ended faster than his intention. But she'd make it up to him somehow. She needed to go home. Her mind returned to the question of why a man in the prime of his life, with amazing looks and money enough to own a castle, would ever want to live here. Something in his life prevented him from being happy. He fought emotion tooth and nail. Sitting on her bed, she unplugged her computer and clicked on the Find Wi-Fi button. She held it in both hands and walked toward the window. No signal found. She bit her lip, hit the search button again, and crossed to the other end of the room. Again her computer screen read the same message. No signal found. Roger had found a signal somehow. She'd find the same one. She placed the computer back on her bed, plugged it in, and checked that her dry clothes were the warmest she had in the room. Then she went downstairs. First she had to go to the plane. Raphael stood by the door with a backpack. Ready? She nodded, reaching for his hand as he led the way across the drawbridge. Familiar warmth grew. I found Roger's tent. He clenched his jaw. You never should have been out here by yourself. The forest is less menacing now, with you, she told him with the first step toward the woods. If you say so. He kept a brisk pace, though she could guess he didn't want to go. It was how stiff his legs were, but he didn't complain. There are lots of places someone or some animal lost from shore can hide. The human travelers in the hospitable months have left their pets. One winter here tends to turn them wild if we don't find them early. She stared at his profile. You have animals here right now. No. This year you appeared, and not someone's lost dog. My life hasn't been the same since. She breathed out a small laugh. I'm flattered. I had no idea I was like a lost puppy. He shook his head. In another life I'd have flirted with you more. She turned to block his path. You don't flirt now, is that what you're saying? He hitched the backpack over his shoulder. Yeah. Women are a bad combination in my life. She turned around again and resumed their pace. He followed. In my previous life I ditched at the first sign of seriousness, but now you have me trapped. No serious relationships for you then. The question had her stop in her tracks. If she intended to be reckless, now was her opportunity. She twirled around, reached up, and traced his jawline. I stopped trusting my judgment with men. I've lived off the grid for a long time, and being myself with anyone nearby terrifies me. I don't know if I can anymore. Can what anymore? He asked. Good question. She was making this up as she went. She was a horrible flirt. She kept a smile plastered on her face. Travel, have fun, experience life to the fullest. She turned toward the forest and beyond. And to find out everything I can about everywhere I go. Okay, she'd not try to be so bold again. Flirting seemed so easy for other people. What was wrong with her? Her heart raced too much near Raphael, and the unusual reaction had her out of her element. He returned to the brisk pace. Yet you hide behind your computer and write instead. Blogging is connecting with people. I want to transform it to something about being zen and peaceful if I can. They reached the beach, right next to the crash site. He dropped his bag in the sand and reached down to take off his pants. She stared at his hard, muscular leg, and her mouth fell open. The man had muscles. He looked better without clothes. Without a glance in her direction, he removed his shirt next. Was she panting? She clenched hands inside her pocket. She had to control how electrified she was near this man. Months alone with him meant she'd do nothing but desire him. She should never flirt with him. Her temperature soared, and he changed like nothing was wrong. He straightened up and winked at her. She met his sexy gaze. Turn around and shake it. His dimples showed, but then he turned around and shook his bare butt. She covered her face to stop her laugh. His cheeks grew red, and he finished tugging on the tight dive suit. She glanced down, and his erection stood between them. His gaze stayed on the ground, and he found his oxygen tank and goggles. I'll board the plane and check the cockpit one more time. Wait here and nod if I find what you saw. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. Thank you. He stumbled back a step, then turned, and walked into the water. She hugged her waist and stared at him. Her lips tingled from the salty taste of his skin. She pressed her mouth together. She'd been so close to another full kiss. He delved under the water, and for once her temperature stopped steaming. The ocean air helped clear the heat in her brain. Her legs were jumpy still, so she walked over to a large stone and sat. The ocean stayed quiet, and she gripped her medallion. All the questions stopped in her head for a second, and she breathed. Then she blinked and stared beyond the rock to the adjacent part of the beach. A flash of something caught her eye. She stood up and walked over. Nothing seemed out of sorts, but then something in the rocky sand caught her attention. She brushed the sand aside and found a photograph of Eileen and Allie. The wedding picture was torn and ripped. Kimberly swallowed. Roger must have done that to this picture. Her fingers wrapped around the torn edges. The wreck would have burned this. She held it in her hand, and then something nagged in her ear. She stared closer to the ground and recognized a plastic bag. She fell to her knees and dug. She tugged the bag free, and papers and money fell onto the sand. Had Roger tried to hide his reason for killing wealthy Ali and his new bride? Kimberly quickly threw the money back in the bag. A second later, the water splashed. She stood up and waved at Raphael. Raphael carried something black and square in his hands, and swam back to shore. She pocketed what she'd found and walked back to the part of the beach she had left. He came out and waved the box in his hand. Is this what you saw? Yep, a smile appeared on her face. Today she might have a few answers. She then took the bag out and held it up to Raphael. Check out what I found. He dropped the lockbox on the beach. Where did you find that? Under a picture of Eileen and Ali, she shrugged. I think Roger mutilated the picture on purpose. Raphael crossed his arms and shivered. He then asked, where did you say Ali was from? She wrapped a towel around him and wiped off his face, letting him hold the picture. Astebia, a small country in the Middle East. He was the 5th or 6th son in line to the throne, so it couldn't have been a revolution or anything. His brothers would be more important. Eileen had a proper British accent, as did the pilot. Raphael took the towel from her hands and wiped his hair. He must be satisfied with her answer. She tilted her head and tried to understand what Raphael hid. He opened the bag she handed him and flipped through. Between what we have, we might piece together what happened. Great, maybe he was just as curious as she was. Change so we can head back to the house and read this in quiet. The ghost's spooking you. He tapped her shoulder, then swiveled to peel off his wetsuit. She brushed at the wet handprint and turned around. He was half naked again. Her mouth fell open, but at least he couldn't see. Not the ghosts, the cold. It creates drafts in your castle, which is perfect for the hotel guests at Halloween. But I grew up in Florida, then spent the past few years in the South Pacific. It was always warm. Nice life, Kimberly. The bite in the air helps me breathe. His nakedness sent a thrill through her that was warmer than her memories. Better to be peaceful on the inside than worry about the cold. I have to see my mom and tell her I love her. You make no sense. She almost turned around but caught sight of his plaid boxers. Had he been completely naked a moment ago? I just want to get back inside. She couldn't make her thoughts go beyond how close he was. Was she red? She tried to slow down the racing in her blood. Are you almost done? I'm throwing my jeans on now. No, she did not need a play-by-play. She tugged her ear and licked her lips. His muscles were powerful, and if tangled up with hers, she'd experience far more in bed than she ever had. What was she thinking? You can turn back around, he called out, and she followed his order. His wicked grin gave him away. Like what you saw? No use lying. You're the hottest guy on the island. Stiff competition, he smiled, then schooled his expression. Sorry, Kimberly, I'm bad news. You're ready to go back home. She put her hand on her hip and refused to listen to reason. I'll decide for myself what's good or bad for me. I hate being patronized. He tied the bag of equipment. It's not patronizing, Kimberly, it's a warning. His eyes shimmered and she pressed her palm to his shoulder. Stop it, don't think for me, and don't warn me when that warning is meant for your ears. If you want to convince yourself not to dream of me, then keep it to yourself. Let's go before I do something I'll regret. Her other hand went to his chest, and she leaned against him. If that's what gets you through the day. Raphael's green eyes narrowed. Awareness of him grew all around her, and everything else but him faded away. She closed her eyes, inhaled his salty skin, and lifted her mouth. The sound of the box hitting the sand echoed in her ear, but she didn't react. She hadn't seen him pick it up. Then his mouth brushed against hers in a kiss, and she wrapped her arms around him. Raphael Murphy was a man she'd dream about for the rest of her life. She melted as he deepened the kiss. If this was a mistake, it was hers to make. His kiss sent a flame through her that couldn't be contained. She lost all thoughts and let his heat course through her. Chapter 13. Raphael broke the kiss angrily and led the way back through the forest, silent. Kimberly rubbed her arms and walked beside him. He opened the castle door for her, and she slid inside. Raphael crossed his arms and kept his distance. Her body was still hot and bothered from a single kiss. This had never happened before, Raphael. She bit her lip, unsure what to say. Raphael. His gaze almost penetrated right through her. She stopped. He uncrossed his arms. I have something I have to go take care of. What something? She kept the question to herself. She unzipped her jacket. Okay, I'll see you later. She didn't own a gun to keep him hostage. He'd been the one who stopped their kiss like the mythical three-headed dog would bite him. She stumbled down the hall and opened the library door. Yes, it was his space, but the fire crackled. Her entire body was numb. The table where they'd eaten this morning was now spotless. Meg, the amazing maid, must have cleaned up. Kimberly took a seat on the floor near the fire. Kimberly massaged her neck and then reached down to touch the medallion. He had called her pretty and given her this. She then glanced over to more of the portraits hidden behind the L of the room. What? The Scottish women had shiny objects around their necks. Kimberly stood up to get a closer look at the women in the two portraits. Her hand covered her mouth. The castle was quiet. She unhooked her medallion and stared at the portraits with the medallion. She held it up higher. It was the exact same one. Why would Raphael give her a family heirloom? Did he not notice? She'd give it back the next time they saw each other. Maybe he just didn't care, but someone had to have known about the medallion. Meg? She almost placed it in her pocket but stopped. She hooked it back around her neck, as that was the safest place she knew to keep it. If someone had something this old in his family, he shouldn't hand it to her like it didn't matter. Another storm brewed in the distant sky. Soon everything would be wet and dark again, so she'd search outside for the Wi-Fi signal later. Hotels had to offer the amenity, and this place was a hotel for half a year. Perhaps he'd shut off the machine for the winter, but the hotspot might be somewhere right here, inside the castle. She bit her lip and wished she had an American cell phone. No matter though. She'd carry her laptop around until she found the Wi-Fi signal. If Roger had one, she'd find one, outside or inside. She needed to tell her mother she was safe and alive. She hadn't contacted her family in years, so it wasn't like her family was worried or knew she was in danger. Kimberly shook off the doubt and went upstairs. The halls were empty, but there were more portraits of women. The green eyes of the men close to them all reminded her of Raphael. Meg must have said the blood of warriors, for the huge brooding men who all wore kilts. She understood now. She continued to assess every woman up close. Over half of them had her medallion. The remoteness of this place would drive her mad. Kimberly held her stomach. Raphael made no sense, kissing her 1 minute, warning her away the next. Her face heated. What stopped him? Kimberly continued into her room and found her laptop. She had hours until she had to make dinner. She had time today, and she'd go everywhere. She hadn't explored most of this castle yet. A flash of the castle from the courtyard came to her mind. There was more than a second floor here. The place was too tall. There were at least 4 towers. Had Raphael claimed a tower as his bedroom? The idea excited her, but she needed to focus. She unplugged the power cord, as the computer was now fully charged, and ensured her Wi-Fi was ready to connect. She took her candelabrum and matches for later. The rooms would be light enough from the sun for the next hour. She'd spend 3 minutes in every room upstairs, then down. She'd also try to find more staircases. There were so many rooms, this search could take days. She had months to spare. Her room had no connection. She stepped into the hallway and entered the first suite next to hers. Her room had a nicer view. Her computer hummed, searching for internet. While she was here, she checked the closet. No hidden staircase, and no extra clothes. Her computer flashed, no connection found. She picked up her laptop and left. The next room was the same as the previous, but in a different color. Did they rent the rooms based on what color the rooms were? Soon Kimberly noticed the pattern. The furniture, the styles of the room all matched, except the colors of the bedspread and shower curtain. None of the 15 bedrooms had Wi-Fi. She carried her laptop downstairs, going to the furthest room down the hall, past the library and over the red velvet rope. She'd guessed this was a den. It might also be used for a conference room. The thought lifted her spirits, and she refreshed the Wi-Fi. No signal. She placed the computer on the table and searched the room. She'd guess a conference room had a Wi-Fi router. In the back of a cabinet she discovered some wires, and her heart soared. She tried to move the heavy cabinet to get a better view, breaking into a sweat. She wrinkled her nose but continued. Finally she found the wires and used her hand to follow to a black box behind the wall. She reached in with her fingers and brushed against dust. No button, but the box had to be the router. She picked up her computer and dragged it closer to the source. Her heartbeat increased. The computer read, "Internet found." 1 bar was almost nothing, and it flashed off before she finished smiling. She opened her email and tried to compose a letter. "Dear Mom," the internet then went to the no signal sign. Kimberly bit her lip and hit refresh. This time she opened up a Word document and jotted down her letter there. "Dear Mom, I was in a plane crash. I'm all right but stuck on an island in Maine until spring. In April I will be home to tell you in person the following. I love you. I'm sorry I ran off. I was stupid and I'm coming home. I hope you'll see me. Love you, Kimberly." She wiped a tear out of her eye and sniffled. There was so much to say, and she had no idea what words would be enough. "I'm sorry for being a rotten teenager. Reading that wouldn't be right." Kimberly copied what she had so she'd have 1 second to paste and hit send if she found that bar again. Then she shook off her head and tried the internet again. No signal. Kimberly heard a bell chime. Raphael or Meg? Were they looking for her? Would they stop her? Kimberly's heart raced, and she said a little prayer. Once done, her computer found a low signal again. She bit her lip and opened her email. She opened a new message and pasted. She saw her short letter appear on the screen. Then she hit send as fast she could tap the button. A moment later it said sent. Then it flashed to the no internet sign again. Had her message gone? She hoped so. She covered her mouth and prayed the message went through. In April she hoped to be home. Satisfied, she closed the computer and let her unease go. She was certain she saw the sent screen. The what-if questions in her head had to be ignored. She had seen it. She tucked the computer under her arm and headed out of the room. She heard footsteps in the hall. She turned around and saw no one. The shuffling of the steps sounded close. Did Raphael want to talk about that kiss now? He'd enjoyed kissing her too. She'd felt it. She listened closer. It seemed as if the sound was coming from behind the wall. She left her computer on a side table in the hall and traced the wainscoting. Was there a secret door? Adrenaline coursed through her. If no secret door, then she'd find an adjoining room. She crossed her fingers. A secret door would be fun, especially if it led to Raphael. The stones were all solid here though, and nothing had any levers that swung a door open. Secrets like that might only be in the movies. She left her computer and picked up her candelabrum. This time she lit the candles. The rooms were darker now, so the storm must have hit. On the walk to the next room, she again heard people. It might be a woman. Meg? Instantly the air became frosty. Her ears were usually sharp. She opened the door, but no one was here. The blackness of the room lightened as she held the candelabrum. What was this place? Unlike the rest of the spotless castle, this room was dusty. Like the room next to the kitchen, boxes were everywhere. She held the silver candelabrum closer and took stock of the furniture. The room itself appeared to have another small room. With the layout, Kimberly guessed this was some sort of tier room. In the morning, this chamber would have light from the early sun. The bigger windows showed her the raging storm outside. The drips of rain echoed against the glass. She turned around and then marched to the furniture that held the china. In a movie, this would be where she'd find the secret door. She pushed back the hanging tapestry. Victory. She opened a creaking door that led to a circular staircase. She clenched her hands to do a fist pump, but the heavy candelabrum needed a steady hand. Perhaps it wasn't wise to go up there. If Raphael lived there, he might see her intrusion as rude. He had run away from their kiss. At home, she'd leave him in peace. She stepped back to leave, closing the door behind her. A draft rushed by her. If there was a secret, then she had to know. She turned around and opened the door again. What was this place? A cold wind hit her, though no windows were open. The circular staircase was spotless. Was the earlier dust a ruse to stop her? Kimberly's heart raced, and she climbed the stairs. At the top step there was another door. Heavy footsteps echoed behind it. Raphael? She pressed her ear to the door and heard Raphael's voice. His words were hard to make out, but that was his tone. Now wasn't the time to barge into his bedroom. He needed alone time. Her breaths were short as she ran down the circular case, left the room and went into the hall. Later, once he wanted to talk about their kiss, then she'd ask him to show her his room. Her shoulders relaxed. That would definitely sound like an invitation, and he might not be ready for her yet. What did the tower look like? Could he see the ocean beyond the trees? How far off from the mainland were they? Kimberly's head spun with a million questions, but her body burned for another kiss. Now was not the time. Chapter 14. Kimberly retraced her steps, but her computer was no longer on the table in the hall. What happened? She ducked her head beneath it, but there was nothing. She called out, "Meg? Raphael?" She found no one. Raphael was in his room, so Meg must have taken it. Had she come in after her? The clock read 6:30. Should she cook something for dinner as she promised? She bit her lip, then decided her computer took precedence. If it was Meg being tidy, then she'd have returned it to her room. Kimberly rubbed her arms, held the candelabrum tight, and rushed down the hall. It would be rude to insult everyone if someone took it for a good reason, like they thought she lost it. Kimberly's blood was hot, and it fueled her frantic pace. She had left it on the table. The table was cold to the touch. Was it possible that Meg thought a computer out of place? She proceeded up the stairs, pausing at the bedroom door. What if she'd lost the computer? Her computer was back in her room and charging. Meg must have thought she lost it. Kimberly blew out the candles and left the candelabrum in her room. Guess it was time to prepare dinner. Raphael would be forced to talk to her again. In the kitchen, she took some red meat from the refrigerator and spices. She'd grill and make chimichurri for the grilled steaks. She'd not had that in years, and in Florida, the Argentine flavors were in almost every store. Here in the USA again, she hoped Raphael might have the ingredients. A few minutes later, she grinned. He had the cilantro and the cumin, which were the vital ingredients. She added them all in the food processor and pressed chop. Then she started the grill option for the steaks. The in-house grills never cooked the same way as outside, but she'd do her best. The chimichurri smelled heavenly, and the smell of garlic mixed with Italian seasoning and the host of other ingredients would make an excellent paste. She licked her lips and walked away to prepare the vegetables. The pitter-patter above her was Raphael or Meg. The splatter on the glass meant it still rained outside. She was becoming attuned to the castle noises. Tonight the dinner would be satisfying and simple. Soon she finished and loaded everything on the dumbwaiter. She quickly cleaned and ensured she'd turned everything off. This temporary cooking gig wasn't too bad, though it would be smoother with Erica's recipes. The stairs creaked on every third step, but she no longer jumped. She knew her way. Old houses and castles made noises. Then a noise grew closer behind her, and her hair stood up on her neck. A frigid wind pushed against her spine. She gulped and walked faster. At the top step, she realized how she panted. But at least the noise stopped. The castle noises shouldn't send her heart into a terrified rush. Whatever that was, shouldn't have mattered. She checked both sides of the hallway. She was alone, as always. Her body shivered as the room's temperature dipped below frosty. Then in the distance, she heard humming. Meg. Kimberly's feet rushed toward the library as she ignored the cold air. At the door, she dropped her hands to her sides. Meg, the older woman called out. 1 minute, dear. I'm mopping up a mess. Kimberly peeked her head in and stared at the charred remains of the blonde woman's portrait. Her teeth chattered. What had happened? Raphael's ex was toast. She noticed the pile of trash and she stared at the fireplace. The flames were almost out. Had Raphael destroyed the picture because he kissed her? This wasn't in the fireplace earlier. Meg shrugged, and her entire body seemed light. It left quite a mess, but everything will be fine now. Kimberly massaged her forehead, but her cool fingers didn't calm her racing thoughts. What happened? She hadn't seen anything, and she had checked. Raphael must have gone to the library after she explored the house. Her breaths were now clouds of cold. Who was she, Meg? Another woman that neither of the boys should have involved themselves with. Meg shook her head. Tiffany deserved what happened to her. Kimberly wanted to ask what Meg knew about Tiffany, but it felt like a betrayal. She pressed her lips together and stared at the ceiling. What happened to her? It's best not to discuss the likes of her. Meg crossed her arms. The Murphy men have picked the worst possible choices in their lives as wives, but they've managed to survive. Kimberly held the amulet around her neck. Did she mean her? What had she done? Her plane crashed, which wasn't her fault. Grown men and women decide who they want in their lives without interference. Who has time to interfere? Meg's green eyes dimmed. I'll take care of the mess, and hope none like her come back in our lives. Kimberly dropped her hands to her sides and didn't want to push too much. Raphael had said that he'd slept with his brother's ex-wife. Tiffany was Gabriel's wife. I hear he has a new wife now that is quite different. Meg nodded, and the coldness in the room shifted. But yes, this is what remained of Tiffany, and now she's as dead as the other ex buried in the courtyard. Who else was buried in the courtyard? Kimberly chewed her lip. Meg would not tell her anything bad about Raphael, so she'd have to learn on her own. Were there others buried in the courtyard other than Eileen and Ollie? Kimberly rubbed her arms. I'm glad that Gabriel found a new happily ever after. You must be so happy. Happily ever after is a children's story. Raphael's voice called from behind her. Kimberly pushed her hair behind her ear, then turned around. Is your brother miserable? Raphael leaned against the door. He stood there in a clean black shirt that hugged his muscular frame and dark jeans. Her body heat went up now for an entirely different reason, and the room was less cold. She stared at his shoulder to try to stay calm, but her lips tingled in memory of their last kiss. My brother spent too long without people. He needed to get married. Her gaze met his. And you don't need anyone? Nope. Is dinner ready? Kimberly's fingers went into her circle of calmness. He turned away again in his obvious tell. Or your brother is smarter than you and saw a good thing to keep in his life. You don't know them, Kimberly. No, I don't. She walked closer to Raphael. She flipped around to say goodbye to Meg, but she was gone. She must have slipped out the back door. Kimberly's stomach was in a knot. I only know you, and you love your family. His face turned red. Something inside her told her to be kind to Raphael. She brushed past him. Come on then, let's go eat. She heard her footsteps in the hall, but then Raphael's deeper step followed. If they were talking about their kiss, they needed to be truly alone and without a way for Meg to slip in unnoticed. She turned into the dining room and went to get the plates of food. Raphael followed and she heard him with the china and silverware. The fire blazed. He helped, which made him at least a nice crazy billionaire. What ex-girlfriends of yours are buried in the courtyard? He turned away. What did you find in my laundry? No, he'd not redirect this. She sat down. I'm stuck in a castle without any television or internet, Raphael. So tell me, what ex-girlfriend? He rubbed his temples and avoided eye contact. The only people buried there are Eileen and Allie. She swallowed. She had to believe that. If she kept on this line of questioning, she'd turn him away. I guess since you saved my life a few times now, I'll cut you some slack. You don't need to bring that up. His succulent green eyes met hers again. I'm no hero, she blinked. How? I get to make up my own mind on what I think. Okay. He dropped his hands to his sides. Don't cast me as some white knight, you'll be disappointed. She nodded, then offered him a small smile. You don't disappoint me, Raphael, even when you run away from our kisses. I don't want to hurt you, Kimberly. She swallowed, then ate a little of her food. The sauce was perfect. He ate in silence. Then she placed her fork and knife down. She rubbed her neck and he watched her every move. Her body pulsed with the knowledge he was close. She picked up her fork again. Okay. We'll start again as friends, and no more kissing ever. She ate in silence. He did the same. She bit her lip and held back how his green eyes sent a thrill down her spine. Her dreams would be filled with his touch, but she'd not throw herself at the guy. They could never be anything if he was closed off and unavailable. He finished eating. Kimberly's heartbeat became stronger. Years ago she'd have run from any sort of permanent relationship with anyone, family included. Time taught her how she'd been wrong and that she needed her mom back. Perhaps she should get involved with some handsome man who would be more permanent. It would be an adventure. Raphael's face seemed grimmer than one of those vampires in a movie or television show. Kimberly bit her tongue. Now was not the time to decide on Raphael. He pushed his plate away. Since we're friends now, can I ask a question? He wiped his lips with a napkin. Yes. What, Kimberly? She craned her neck. Where is it you sleep at night in the castle? You're not on my floor. He scooted further into his chair. No, I'm not. She walked over to him and crouched beside his seat. I've been exploring the castle. I found a secret door that led to a turret. Do you sleep in there? Kimberly, you shouldn't ask about my bedroom. Why not? That's not a good idea. Scared? Terrified? She smiled. She'd won this round, but the moment his hand brushed against hers, a wave of heat shot straight through her. Every moment with you is torture. I am nice. She playfully pushed her elbow into his arm. I promise I don't bite. He stood up, and she rocked on her feet. She almost fell backward, but then his arms went around her waist. Heat coursed through her. Raphael held her close and told her, "You'd tempt a saint, Kimberly." Every cell in her body screamed to do whatever he wanted right now, as long as he made her his, at least physically. She ran her arms around his shoulders. I was being friendly. I saw. His fingers curled into her skin, and she melted like butter. I can't be friends with you. Her body begged for him. She tried logic. Why not? His mouth came closer to hers, and she closed her eyes. He was less than an inch away from her. I want you. Her eyelids fluttered, but then the moment his lips met hers, she opened her mouth and kissed him back. Whatever battles he fought internally were unimportant. Her breasts pushed into him, and she wanted them both to strip naked, right now. She sighed and ended the kiss. What's held you back, Raphael? Was it the women in your past or something else? His hands uncurled, and he stepped away. How I answer this might change a lot of things. Everything we do in life can change a lot of things. Why did you burn Tiffany's portrait? His face turned red again. He swallowed, then the glimmer in his eyes dissipated and his pupils seemed almost dead. I kept that as a reminder to not trust a pretty face. She pouted. Is that what I am? No, you're the angel sent to torture me. She rubbed his arm. Raphael, you're living in the past and not the present. Are you married? No. Engaged? No. Dating anyone? No. Then we're both free. Just relax and enjoy whatever happens. There are things you don't know. He tore his arms away from her. It's not in your best interest. It's not in your best interest to deny what we both want. His body stiffened, though she saw his excitement in his pants. I should go. He stormed out the door and she curled her hands into balls and shoved her hand on top of her mouth to not scream. What had she done? This was far from over, and next time, there might be no end. Would she survive Raphael Murphy? He might burn her far more than the plane crash did. She rubbed her arms. Next time she'd say yes. She wouldn't hurt Raphael, but it was time to open up and trust him with her heart. Chapter 15. Kimberly's heart dropped into her gut, and her gaze swept the room with the secret door. This was not an old tea room. The room's darkness held something else, but this wasn't her goal. Raphael had gone to the gym. She'd find out what the tower bedroom looked like. Did he see the ocean? It was the biggest question on her mind. She swallowed. The ocean view wouldn't bring a ship, but she'd know where to wish for one. She ran up the stairs and hoped she'd have time to look out. How big was the island? How much could he see from the tower? She held the candelabrum tight. I feel like a teenager who just discovered fairy tales can come true. Visions of Beauty and the Beast played in her head as she rushed up the stairs, but here no enchanted objects would sing to her. At the door at the top of the stairs, she clutched the doorknob and tried to turn it. The door stayed shut. Strange. She pushed harder, but the door didn't move. There had to be a trick to it. She opened her palm and pushed at the oak door. Okay, I can figure this out. And see if I can making a corner and haminsam that of thief. Raphael was much taller than her, but she swore she saw a lock. She placed the candelabrum on the step beside her, then jumped and brushed against the bolt. Nothing moved. She pushed her hair out of her face. It appears 500 years old and rusted. Then she jumped one more time and pressed against the lock. It turned. And she heard it click. A smile grew on her face, and she picked up her candelabrum and twisted the knob. This time the door opened. She slipped inside and closed the door behind her. The ocean's heavy surf caught her gaze. She clutched the medallion and realized she hadn't given it back. She should have. Then she saw the remains of the plane. Raphael must have seen the crash from here. She could see everything on the beach. The fires in her memory almost choked her. She turned away from the window. Her breath caught in her throat. What? She walked over to his bureau and picked up a wedding picture. She held it tight in her hands, not understanding what she saw in the glass frame. It was her sister Erica. How? She stumbled back and sat on the bed. Erica appeared so happy and in love with a man who vaguely resembled Raphael. How did Raphael have this? Erica's face beamed with excitement. Kimberly brushed away the mist in her eyes. Heavy footsteps sounded outside in the hall. Kimberly didn't budge, but she assumed that Raphael came up. She held the picture to her chest and rocked. Kimberly, Kimberly, her gaze flew to him, but she held the picture as tight as she could. How do you have this? He took a step closer to her, and his shoulders blocked the view of everything else. Have what? Erica's picture. Kimberly rocked, but she didn't show him the wedding picture. This was too personal. Why do you have her wedding picture? The only wedding picture I have. His voice trailed off and he glanced at the bureau. He swallowed. Kimberly Mira. Her gaze met his. That's my whole name. Why is that important? He came closer, and they shared the same air. He looked down at the picture in her hand. I have met your sister Erica. Clearly, you have her picture. She stared up at him. Raphael shouldn't have this. Her fingers ached as she clutched the picture. Why would Raphael know Erica? Did you eat at one of her restaurants? No, she married my brother. Raphael placed his hand on hers. I was there. I'm Raphael Murphy, Gabriel's brother. She blinked. How? No, she hadn't expected to be related in any way to Raphael. Erica was too special. I saw Erica's wedding announcement online. They only married a few weeks ago. It prompted my return home. To get some of their money? Raphael crossed his arms. How dare you? You don't know anything about me. You couldn't buy a ticket to come home. That's what everyone thought. Do you have any idea how much it costs to fly from Tahiti to Miami? It's the other side of the world, but that's beside the point. I make enough money to support myself. I didn't find out in time. He closed his eyes and answered. I swore to my brother that I'd never harm the family name ever again. Kimberly, that kiss was a mistake. Evan and Ladding Waldelnaben dads. Basian what of ramen up and folno mapu Nicole. She stood up with the picture. And you always know everything? Is that why you assume the worst about everyone and everything? He followed her and stayed at her side. Kimberly, I shouldn't have said your name and money. I am sorry. Evan and Ladding de Gaulle. She trusted Raphael. She lowered the picture to her side. Why did you say it? I don't know honest women and I was out of line. You have a thing where you mention honesty a lot. Kimberly let Erica's picture fall to her side and then reached out to brush Raphael's arm. I'm not out to hurt anyone. I believe you. She pointed for them both to sit on the edge of the bed. She held up the wedding picture and smiled at her sister's photograph. How did they meet? Raphael sat a foot or more away from her. They were snowed in together, and she helped him solve a mystery related to his dead wife. Tiffany. Kimberly patted her chest and the medallion beneath her shirt. Sounds morbid. Gabriel is happy, he nodded. I'm happy for them, and I swore I'd never do anything to my family ever again. She stood up and spun around. I'm just checking. You didn't sleep with my sister, did you? No. Raphael got to his feet. She nodded, and the world made sense again. This is just screwed up. Do you have any alcohol up here? I think I need a drink. He swallowed, and she watched his Adam's apple bob as if he'd accepted a mission. Wine. I have a bottle somewhere. She smiled. Perfect. Can I have a glass? He took a step toward the closet door. Fancy glasses are downstairs. Now was not the time. She shook her head. I don't need fancy, whatever you have. He nodded, then poured into a beer cup. He handed her the glass, but then spoke like he was a boy. I ruined Gabriel's life and caused Tiffany's death. I swore to never hurt anyone in my family, no matter the cost to myself. Raphael's dark features had stains of red. She reached up and took the glass and his hand to hold. I thought you must have loved that woman. You held on to Tiffany's portrait and today burned it. No, I never liked her. His face cleared up. I don't remember more than waking up in the bed with Tiffany, and I shouldn't have been there. If you are a decent woman, full of kindness and honor, then Kimberly, you deserve better than me. Now was not the time for his excuses. She placed the picture next to her and swallowed the red wine. So if my sister and your brother were snowed in, where were you? You ask a lot of questions. Where? Raphael, what happened after you had an affair? He answered in a low voice. I left home and joined the CIA. I never wanted to set foot back on US soil. My family deserved better than me for a son, but then I wound up involved with another woman who I thought was the one. She dumped me right after I introduced her to your sister and my brother as they announced their engagement. The Marines, then the CIA. He knew how to fight. Yet another woman who broke his heart must have put the wall around his heart. She sipped her glass to take her words slowly and not upset him. Then what happened to you? How are you here? He sipped from his glass too. His eyes were dead, and he had edges of sadness in his voice. I was shot, and it ended my career. And she scooted over and told him to sit back down. He followed her directions. She then turned to face his profile. So you live on an island in your hidden castle. I'm prepping the hotel to reopen. He sat straighter. Next winter I intend to remodel more rooms. This is the first conversation we've had where you've been totally upfront with me. She drank the remaining liquid. I could get used to this. I miss friends. He took her wine and placed both of their glasses on a nightstand. Her heart raced. Would he kiss her again? She felt that slight tingle of excitement. He turned back to her. Friends are not what we are. Her eyelashes fluttered. We're not? The warmth of his body heat sent a thrill down her spine as he scooted closer to her. He came close enough that she could feel his heart beat in tandem with hers. Then he stopped. She kept her arms to her side. What's wrong? I'm at my room. And then why was he still so close? She couldn't believe him. She shook her head. I wanted to see the view from the tower. You won't hurt me if you kiss me. The hum in her body strengthened. He came closer to her, and she closed her eyes. His shadow was palpable and her lips tingled for that kiss. The fevered thrill of his closeness overtook all thoughts in her brain. Raphael, please. His lips were fractions of an inch away. He whispered his tortured plea. Tell me not to dream of you. She shook her head. I can't. I want you. His hand squeezed her hip and a wild longing grew deeper. She let out a sigh. Why hadn't he kissed her? Kiss me now. She parted her lips, and the headiness grew the moment his hard mouth brushed against hers. His hands circled her back, and she wiggled closer into his embrace. His erection grew near her hand, and she lifted her head to offer him her neck. With her fingers entwined in his hair, his stubble tickled against her sensitive skin. Raphael, I want you. I should stop. Don't you dare. She lowered her hands and massaged his muscular back. We both want this. A groan escaped him and he stepped back to toss his shirt on the ground. Emboldened, she lifted her dress and tossed it next to his shirt. He hadn't moved, but he stared at her with his mouth open. She set Erica's picture next to their glasses, then reached out and squeezed his butt. There was no stopping this. Not now. His lips claimed hers again, and her hands brushed against his naked chest. He sat back. Kimberly, there are things you don't know, and I can't tell you that will drive you away. That's fear. She kissed his neck and unbuckled his belt. We have no control over our lives, the past or the future. All we have is right now. She must have said the right thing. He unzipped and dropped his pants. She stared at his massive erection. No other man was that big. Her mouth opened. Until right now, she'd believed the description of a huge cock to be fairy tales. She was wrong. Will that fit? A guttural laugh escaped his throat, and she giggled. Her face was red. Had she just said that, truly? Then his strong hands squeezed her hips. She glanced up at his face, and he told her, "When we're done, you'll be mine." She cocked her head and shrugged. Good luck with that. The jolt in her body struck her dumb the moment his naked, hard body pressed against her soft, pliant curves. His hands circled her backside and lightly patted her. The succulent yearning for him overtook all other thoughts, and she pressed backward onto the bed and guided him on top of her. This was how she wanted him. His hands brushed against her breasts, and her nipples were already pebbles. His light kisses on her girls left her panting. She arched back and told him, "Suckle." A laugh escaped his lips again, but his kisses went lower. Was he? No man had ever kissed her apex. Her hand flew to her mouth to cover a scream the second his tongue brushed against her center. The wetness of her pleasure grew. His lips kissed her nether parts, and she screamed. His 5 o'clock shadow tickled, and he kept his mouth there. He kissed deeper. A frenzy grew inside her, and she lost control of herself. He watched her for a moment. She swallowed. This was far from done. She'd not let him go. Sparks of awareness came back to her, and she kissed his lips. The fervor in her caused her to gasp the moment his massive length entered her. The aching need for him grew, and she gasped again. The pace was strong and sure, and soon she lost herself in the burning heat. Raphael and she joined, and for the moment this was all that mattered. He was hers for the night. She didn't want to think about forever. Chapter 16. Thunder crackled outside the window, and Kimberly rolled in her sheets toward Raphael's strong arms. He was warm, and her arms outside the blanket were cold. She sighed in contentment. Raphael squeezed her hand, and she squeezed back. "Are you up?" No, she refused to open her eyes. The inferno of earlier still sent sparks through her body, and she needed rest. Multiple times had never happened before, and she savored the moment. He rolled on his back. She scooted closer. "I thought it was the man who needed rest, and the woman who had bundles of energy after sex." Did Raphael talk after sex? This was a first for her. She laughed, but kept her eyes shut. "What happened with you was so different than anything I've ever experienced. Why are you awake?" His body stayed still. "Kimberly, I should take you back to your room." "What now?" She opened her eyes and stared into his big, sexy eyes. She swore she saw pain there. "Why?" He met her stare. "I'm not a man for any decent woman. I'm hardly dressed for decent." She gave him a huge grin and adjusted the covers. Then she rubbed his chin. "Relax, we're not talking forever. I'm here until spring. I won't add to the mountain of guilt you carry on your shoulders." He turned and held her hand. "Are you on the pill?" Had she taken her pills since she found her bag? She bit her lip and replayed her morning routine. Then she nodded. "Yes, they were in my suitcase. With how I crushed on you, I thought it was a good idea." "A crush?" His eyebrows lifted for a second. Then he squeezed her hand. "How much do you have?" "My crush was pretty big." He smiled, finally. "Not that. The birth control. 3 months," she shrugged. "Don't worry. We'll figure it out later. If I stay near you, I'll want forever, and that's impossible." He would? Forever? She was never a guy's forever. She wasn't upset or pessimistic about life. She was happy on her own. She swallowed. "Why? Are you already married?" He shook his head fast. "No." She kissed his forehead. "I told you at the beginning, forever is not for me." Marriage was not on her agenda. It never was, and if she thought about it, then she'd screw up her thinking. He caressed her side and she closed her eyes. She'd never thought about marriage, weddings, or anything else normal women dreamed about. "Go to sleep, Rafe." He traced her face, and she smiled at him. He smiled back. Thunder roared out the window. "Kimberly, I've never met anyone like you." Then she relaxed next to him and drifted back off to sleep. The crack of thunder in the air woke her up hours later. Did it always storm here? She sat up and stretched. Her room had been nice, but the tower gave her an entirely new perspective on castle life. Then she blinked and stared at the empty side of the bed. She reached down. Raphael's sheets were cold. He'd left a while ago. With a thump, she threw the blankets to the side and stood up. Her nakedness made the draft chillier, and she ran to pick up her clothes. They weren't on the floor. What happened? She turned toward the bed and stared at the chair next to the bed, which held her folded clothes. Meg must have come in the middle of the night. Kimberly's face turned red. Did the maid not have boundaries? Footsteps echoed in the hall. Kimberly quickly dressed and turned toward the door. Her heart beat wildly and she hoped for Raphael, but thought it might be Meg. Was there something else to clean here? No one came. Kimberly made the bed and then trekked out of the room and headed back downstairs. The castle was quiet, except for the moments when thunder boomed outside. Today's storm was bad. At the library, Kimberly heard a soft hum. The air was chilly. She rubbed her arms and decided to speak about barriers with Meg. She turned and walked into the door. A blast of Arctic cold greeted her as Meg was on her knees scrubbing. Kimberly stared into Meg's green eyes. The older woman kept scrubbing but said, "Morning, mistress. I'm not anyone's mistress." Meg shrugged and continued to work. "If you say so, ma'am." Kimberly shook her head. "Meg, we need to talk about when it's appropriate for you to come into a room. I have work to do, and who is where doesn't matter." Kimberly pressed her lips together as her teeth wouldn't stop chattering. "It matters to me when I'm sleeping." Meg continued to clean the floor. "Laundry never ends if you let it sit until it's convenient for everyone, mistress." Did she work all night? Meg must douse all the fires and prefer this frozen state to work. Kimberly tapped her foot, then changed her course of action. "Have you seen Raphael?" Meg sat up to rinse her sponge in the bucket. "No. The master left the house early this morning." "The master? Seriously, it was creepy." Kimberly dropped her hands to the side. It was pouring outside. "How do you know?" Meg squeezed her sponge then went back onto all fours. "He left a note for you." Kimberly hugged herself. "Where is it?" "In the library." Kimberly smiled. "He left her a note? Will he be back for breakfast?" Meg scrubbed the floor until it shone. "I believe so, mistress." She'd wait to discuss the mistress phrase with Raphael on how to stop Meg. In the middle of the night, Meg shouldn't sneak into bedrooms. What if they woke up and decided to have another round? Would Meg just sit outside the door and wait? No. Raphael should know how to stop her. Kimberly turned around and almost left. Her sigh made the room even more frigid. Meg spoke to her back. "You might never make him happy, mistress. The master considers himself a lost cause." Kimberly swung around fast. "Why?" Meg sighed. "Because the last woman he loved died. He doesn't have the heart to love again." Tiffany had been his brother's wife, and Raphael hadn't liked her. The woman he mentioned last night dumped him. Was there someone else Meg spoke about? She bit back her words and walked away. Whatever the answer, it was best if it came from Raphael and not through someone else. Halfway down the corridor, Kimberly wondered. She reached out and clutched her medallion. She'd forgotten to give this back again. What if Raphael's heart was engaged elsewhere? He had warned her off numerous times, though she had refused to listen. If so, with time he'd get over it. Dead women were not competition for the living. A smile grew on her face, and she made her way toward the library. No matter what Meg said, she'd not ruin her good mood. Raphael had been wonderful last night. The fire in the room kept it toasty and warm. In the hall it was neither hot nor cold. She was fine now. The storm outside rattled a window and reminded her today she would spend inside. Raphael's lips tasted better than any food she'd ever eaten, and she wasn't hungry. Kimberly scanned all the tables, but the one closest to where she first met Raphael was where she found his note. "Kimberly, I had to go. Lying next to you was more than I deserved." Raphael, he liked to torture himself. Outside there was no danger except from the storm. Roger was dead. Once again alone, she wandered into the hallway. At the stairs, Kimberly chose to go to her room and get her computer. Perhaps she could find a signal again and check her email. Anything was possible. Raphael's kisses all down her body sent her body into steam heat every time she thought about it. He'd worshipped her body like she was amazing. She smiled. There was no way a man gave so generously if he had no heart. Raphael's pleas that he could never be in a relationship had nothing to do with a dead girl. Kimberly froze. Why had Meg's words repeated in her heart? This wasn't good. She rushed up the stairs to get her computer. No signal, of course. She sighed, then told herself nothing mattered. In April, she'd go home to her mother and forget Raphael ever existed. If she was able, raced in her brain to finish that last thought, and she patted her forehead. Perhaps her thoughts about him would diminish with a hot bath. She left her computer on her bed and went to scrub. Dressed in her underwear, she found one of her old t-shirts in the closet and her favorite jeans. With a long soak, her mood lightened considerably. Yes, everything would be amazing. She picked up her computer and decided to go to the room where she'd found service last time. From there she might explore more of the castle's rooms. She used the banister to help direct her way and laughed. "Are you play-acting childhood again?" Raphael's voice echoed in the walls. She held her laptop closer, shook her head and then shrugged. I like to amuse myself. I thought you were going to avoid me today. I thought about it. He stood aside to let her pass. His hair was damp. Meg must have been right that he went outside. His gaze bored into her. We went too far, but your taste lingers in my mouth, Kimberly. She held her hand to her heart. Did someone you love die tragically? No. He schooled his features and she couldn't read him. The green in his eyes shifted color, though it seemed impossible. She didn't say anything, and he dropped his gaze. It's not like that, exactly. She placed her laptop on a table in the hall. This was more important. Raphael had to be in pain. She held her arms in front of him and asked, "What's it like then?" He widened his stance. "I don't want to talk about my past, Kimberly." Fair enough. Perhaps this wasn't a wise conversation. She chewed on her lower lip and chose her words. Who cares about history? Last night was wonderful. He nodded, but said nothing. Not talking at least meant he didn't want to say something bad. Kimberly snapped her fingers at her side and asked, "Why were you out in the rain?" He uncrossed his arms. The thunder cracked outside as he said, "I had repairs to see to. The storm would keep her inside." "So you fixed stone walls?" He shook his head. "No, I wanted to access what needed to be fixed because of Roger. The castle walls are secure." "Have you ever found any trace of Harry?" She licked her lips. "If he is dead, then I want to ensure his family gets his remains." "I've not found anything." Raphael turned away. Was he lying? Why did he turn away from her? She tucked her hair behind her ear. "I know you're a good guy, Raphael. I don't know what's going on with you, but I need you to know that I trust you." His gaze met hers, and his hands clenched. She swallowed and waited for him to speak. He rubbed the back of his neck. "Kimberly, there are things you don't understand." Again with the deflection. "Are there missiles pointing at Canada hidden on your island? Or are you running some secret government prison for terrorists in the basement?" His face quirked into a smile, and she saw those dimples of his. "That's quite an imagination you have." She tapped her finger on her knee. "Okay, maybe something more personal to you. Is that woman you didn't love but haunts you in this house?" His eyes widened. "You mean a ghost?" "Sure." He laughed and clutched his belly like she was hilarious. "No. Despite the desire by many tourists to stay here and experience a haunting, there is no such thing as ghosts. There were strange noises, but she kept that to herself." She lifted her eyebrow. "But there was a her." He froze. "We said we'd not discuss our past." "Right. So I guess I'll spend the day guessing where you are, like every day." Raphael took a step closer. "I need to be alone." "Not good enough." She stepped back. "Is it wrong to wonder where you are when you're the only man around here?" "You were asleep and I was restless." His finger curved under her chin to get her to gaze into his eyes. "What? So a note in the library and not next to the bed was your way to tell me?" "Next to you in bed was the most erotic night I've had in years." "I meant the note. I had to travel." She swallowed and fought against the steam in her body. Would he kiss her again? "I didn't like waking up alone. You're all I have. You're all I had in a long time, and I shouldn't hold you back." At least that was something. Her hands went around his waist, and she sighed. She'd hold him until he followed. She then stood up on her tiptoes and kissed Raphael on his cheek. "Now that should be how we begin and end all conversations." His hands curled around her waist. "Not on the cheek, Kimberly." Her hands traced up his spine. She smiled. "Where then?" Then his lips came down and met hers in a fiery kiss. Her hands sank into his wet hair, and she massaged the slight curls. With him, everything was right. Chapter 17. "Kimberly, I have to go. But tonight, after dinner, let's relax with wine in front of the fireplace. I'll want to talk to you." He ran every time he kissed her. She rubbed her arms. Despite how she hoped to fix everything right now, she'd give him space. She rubbed her throat as she decided to conceal her intentions. "Okay, if the weather clears, I'm going to go out to the courtyard to visit Eileen and Ollie again." His eyes widened, but he said nothing. He then nodded and walked out of the room. He walked so fast she hugged her waist. Raphael was haunted by his past. She wished she knew his problems so that she could fix it. She then shook her head. She'd not spend a second worrying about what he thought or did. If she thought about any guy that much, she sent her mind into a whirlwind. How she survived the plane crash seemed like something more tangible. In the main hall, she studied the front door. She turned around and stared down the dark corridor that brought her to the center of the castle, and bit her lip. Eileen and Allie were someplace safe. They didn't need her. She lifted her chin and returned to the front door. She ought to go and find Harry's body. There had been no sign of him. Roger must have killed the servant, but no signs after days of searching seemed odd. Within half a day, she had stumbled into Roger's camp, and the island wasn't that big. It was time to find out what happened to the man who had saved her life on the plane. She rushed to the closet stuffed with extra coats and winter garb. Kimberly chose a pink hat and a thick scarf, wrapping it around her neck. Whoever these clothes had belonged to seemed preteen or even girlish. Kimberly decided she'd start at Roger's camp, and then go in a different direction, away from the beach and the crash. She unlocked the door, and the second it opened, the cold wind hit her face hard, like pellets. She clutched her jacket and scarf and headed outside. Once she found out what happened to Harry, she'd be able to rest. Her eyes misted and the tears froze on her face from the bitter weather. Her hands grew numb from the cold, but she refused to stop. The island wasn't that big. The dead trees broke the wind, but she'd not like to be here after dark. Perhaps in the spring, but the whistles in the frigid air sounded like a crying child. She rubbed her hands together, grateful for the gloves, and kept going. Some clue about Harry had to exist, and she'd find it. Halfway through the forest, a dark shadow in the figure of a man came over her, and she sped up her walk. She glanced all around, but no one was there. All the silly ghost stories had her scared for no reason, but at least she wasn't so cold now. Somehow the rocky coast of the shoreline calmed her, and the crashing waves meant she was out of the small patch of forest. The shadow dissipated, and she breathed easier. From the side of the mountain, she saw the plane. How had she lived through that crash? She swallowed. The airplane had sunk lower into the ocean. Would it be gone entirely before she left this island? Dark clouds grew closer. She didn't have much time. It always rained in this place. She turned toward a part of the island she had never toured and walked. Memories of the crash flew through her mind. Harry had stood next to her in the aisle. Then, as the doors flew open, he'd thrown her out without a parachute. Had he known how close to impact the plane was? Had he sacrificed himself? She rubbed her throat and retied the scarf. Roger killed her friends and would have murdered her. All her panic confused her. Her mind flashed to the moment she wiped blood off her forehead. The dark shadow of a man in the distance came over her. Had she seen Raphael the moment before he rescued her from certain death? Kimberly winced, then shook off the memory. Raphael deserved a medal. He could have her over and over again, and she'd say yes. He was her hero. Her head whispered that so was Harry. He had thrown her off the plane, and he also deserved to be memorialized. He probably was dead. Why hadn't the older gentleman appeared if he wasn't? She shivered. There were no signs of human life in the dark forest that led to the cold Atlantic. The air tasted like mist, and the plane crash reminded her of the danger she'd been in. She rubbed her arms together and continued to explore. Light brightened the sky. Another rainstorm would start soon, and she refused to go back without finding a clue of some sort. Had Roger taunted her with another murder? Was there no body? She rolled her shoulders as she searched through the dead grass at the base of the trees. No paths were cleared here, and the branches picked at her skin. She tried to keep her thoughts on her task as the thicket around her seemed to multiply like it might swallow her. The remains of Harry should be in the ground with Allie and Eileen, until spring. Kimberly slowly took a few steps forward. The brush released its hold on her, and she had more wiggle room. She sped up, unsure she could return in the same way she came. The sound of the ocean waves breaking on the rocks sounded in the distance. She was close to the beach. Kimberly closed her eyes and said a small prayer. Eileen had been a good person. Allie must have been too. Thunder boomed above her, and she glanced toward the heavens that grew darker and more ominous. The reality was she'd get caught in the storm, but she hoped against hope to escape the coming shower in the shelter of the trees. The bleakness of the forest almost stole her nerve. Her shoulders slumped, but then something metallic caught her eye. She held her jacket and scarf and ran toward whatever she saw. Lightning stirred overhead, but she marched ahead. Worst-case scenario, the storm would dump rain, like every other day here. The buried object could be a clue. Her body was numb, and the first drops of rain hit her forehead. She fell to her knees and dug. The metal box was part of the overhead on the plane. Her fingers dusted the earth off the cabinet. As she tugged it free and laid it beside her, she realized someone had tied a plastic tarp around it. More rain splattered on her pink hat. She'd found a new camp. The plastic kept the rain from destroying whatever it covered. She unwrapped it fast. The skin on her face thawed as she wound the tarp and put it around her shoulders to stay dry. Now as her vision cleared, she realized she was close to a makeshift tent made from more tarp that hung low in the tress. She dragged the cabinet toward the shelter and shivered. Was this Harry's camp or Roger's? Kimberly wrinkled her nose and turned around. Leftover trash that animals had picked over cluttered the area. Blankets tossed about, again likely from wild animals. This campsite was made from the rescue parts of the plane. life jackets, and a raft for the roof. The smart bet was this was Roger's camp, and not Harry's. Roger had been a pilot. Harry had been the manservant. He wouldn't have the knowledge about plane parts. What if Raphael had killed Harry, instead of Roger? Roger was on the loose. Kimberly trembled as the question rushed through her. A knot formed in her stomach. How would Raphael know the difference? She'd recognized the pilot, but hadn't seen Roger's dead body. Raphael had kept it from her. A branch broke in the distance, and she peered into the darkness. Raphael had said it was safe, but he didn't know that he might have killed the wrong man. He knows Charles Tom that baganang. She should head back to the castle. Some storms lasted all through the night. She stood up and brushed her clothes to get rid of the dirt as rain pelted against her. Suddenly behind her, Raphael's voice boomed. "Did you follow me? He told Mom? I did not follow you. How had he gotten here?" She turned around to face him. "I was searching for Harry. He must be dead." His steely eyes never blinked, though he stared at the box and her dirty hands. "Let's get you back before the storm gets bad." She stepped back. No. The courtyard there had only been 2 pieces of paper and 2 mounds of tossed dirt. Then something came over her and she said like it was fact. "Where did you bury Roger? He's not with Ali and Eileen." His muscled body was hard and unmoving in his black trench coat. The storm above their heads grew worse, but neither of them moved. He lifted his chin. "I'll bring you there after the storm." He didn't deserve to be remembered. She'd guessed right. He hadn't brought Roger inside the courtyard, but left him somewhere to rot. What if he killed Harry? The question didn't stop spinning in her head. Despite the hard, cold raindrops that stung through her clothes, she crossed her arms. "Why can't we go there now? This storm isn't going anywhere. Cold and wet are not a good combination." He fixed his gloves. His broad shoulders, dressed all in black, overshadowed everything else she saw as he said, "On the mainland it's likely heavy snow already. The man's dead. It can wait until tomorrow." Perhaps she was being unreasonable, but something struck her gut again as a lie. Harry, or his body, had disappeared. She hadn't seen Roger's grave. Until now she hadn't asked questions about Roger, content for Raphael to handle the details, as he'd referred to them that night. The wind was like tentacles of ice against her body. The rain hit the ground and splintered like glass shards. "Okay, tomorrow is fine. Why did you think I followed you?" He shook his head. "Let's get back to the house." He took her hand in his and led her in a different direction. At least his muscles blocked a few heavy raindrops. She stayed at his shoulder as he said, "This way is the fastest." Her fingers electrified from his hand on hers, but her mind shouted that something was wrong. Raphael had a secret that she needed to discover. Rain poured down on them like continuous buckets of cold, stinging water dumped on their heads. Raphael sped up their return, and she ran to stay with him. Tomorrow she'd come back, with or without Raphael. Still the onslaught of rain grew worse, and she snuggled against Raphael's shoulder to keep her exposed face protected from hard icicles. His strong arm was wrapped around her waist to keep her close. Her body reacted, like last night, and caused a fire that burned for him. His castle loomed higher in the sky, and they were almost there. Once again, Raphael had saved her. She would have frozen in that storm. He deserved her gratitude instead of doubts. Besides, the secrets he held could not be so bad that she'd agree his life wasn't worth living. He picked up the pace near the outer wall of the castle. Inside the slit of stone between the courtyard and the castle she saw what seemed to be the pale white horse and a pale warrior with green eyes riding it. She rocked on her feet and jerked to a stop. Raphael tugged on her arm. "Hurry, Kimberly." She kept her mouth shut and decided to investigate for herself later. If the outside was off limits, the inside of the castle was free to explore. The old stones might carry memories of former owners. Of course. Raphael pressed a few rocks and opened the secret entrance of the stone wall. Her clothes stuck to her. Without a word he put his hand on her lower back and urged her to run inside, though there was only a small space. She did, but then she pressed against an oak wood door. To stay dry she pushed into the wood as he closed the stones and locked them in place. Then he rushed toward her and unlocked the second wooden door. Rain gusted in her face as he used a lever to unlock metal bars. With the storm it was impossible to see much. Once opened he offered her his hand and guided her in. She followed him over a bridge on the moat and straight into a dark tunnel. The air was musty and smelled more like a cave, but it was dry. Her jeans were impossibly wet and her pink hat was probably ruined. She tugged it off and then sneezed. Raphael pocketed her hat and took her hand. "Bless you." "Thank you." Her nose itched. They walked down the corridor and he opened another door. This time she had the patience to watch how he unlocked it with a lever. He then held the door for her and they entered the castle. This hallway had dust everywhere. The old silver mirror was tarnished black. Raphael picked up a candelabrum and lit it. Once the hall was illuminated with candlelight, the flames seemed to dance on the hand-painted ceiling. With work, this section could be transformed into something gorgeous. She smiled. This is like a dream. You sign me. N dropped the box from the plane onto the floor and wiped his hands on his wet jeans. He stared at her and said, "You're in a better mood." She didn't want to tell him she worried he'd killed the wrong man. She should though. She opened her mouth to ask, but then stopped. He looked away to place the candelabrum somewhere. She swallowed. She never had good judgment in men, and this was bad. She had to trust. He turned to her. "We're in the north wing. No one ever comes here." Her fingers twitched uncontrollably. He took off his gloves, pocketed them, and then took her hand in his to help warm her. "The tunnel was damp, and this part of the castle hasn't been updated. We'll hurry back to the part you live, where it's dry and clean." Her fingers tingled from the strength of him. "How many secret entrances are there in this place?" "All castles have secrets. As boys, my brother and I used to know them all." She raised her eyebrows to encourage him and hoped he continued. He held her hand and led her further into the dark tunnel. "We found this one when I was 7 or so." Gabriel was so excited. He had thought he had discovered all the secrets. She rubbed his arm. "And you followed your brother?" His dimples appeared as he turned to her and smiled. "Everywhere. He always lived the charmed life. Whatever he wanted came to his life fast, as if his wishes were always granted. I walked in his shadow." Questions about his brother, who was married to her sister, rose, and she chewed on her bottom lip. "So why did you hurt him? Jealousy?" He picked up a smaller candelabrum and avoided eye contact. "No. Gabriel told me she used drugs. I still don't believe it, but I have no other answer." She tried to kill them both. She pulled her hand away. "Erica was fine. What are you talking about?" "Who?" He clenched his jaw like the words he would say were foul. "She hid in the walls to gaslight both of them last winter." Kimberly froze. "Is Tiffany dead?" "Yeah." Raphael's expression confused her. Kimberly clenched her hands. "Good. No one should threaten my sister. Unlike me, Erica is perfect and deserves the best. Gabriel is the best." She unclenched her hands and smiled. "You're biased, but I'll let that go." He shook his head. There was a secret. Tiffany wasn't the issue. In time, she'd get Raphael's true secrets. In the meantime, she had her own mystery to solve. She should read Eileen's diary. Perhaps she'd find out more about Harry. "Where is Roger buried, Raphael?" "You don't need more dead bodies to look at." Raphael's potential lies tainted the air they shared right now. Her gut had to be wrong about Raphael. She retook his hand and let his nearness warm her through her soaked clothes. Whatever had this stifling hold on him might be right here, in this castle. "Are you sure you killed the right man, Raphael?" "The man I killed was a trained soldier who knew how to fight. He had the brain power to storm the castle. I don't need to be protected." Instead of saying anything more though, she reached up and stroked his arm. He stopped and turned around, and his dark eyes matched the darkness around him. "You deserve to be safe, Kimberly." She'd never felt safer. She stood on her tiptoes, leaned into him and kissed him. At first he held back, but then his arms circled hers and held her close. The scrape of his 5 o'clock shadow brushed against her raw skin. He smelled of a thick forest and she closed her eyes. The scrape of his teeth along her lower lip melted away her core, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. This kiss was unlike anything else on earth. She clutched his body toward hers. He picked her up, and she grabbed hold of his neck. "What?" "I'm taking you to my room unless you tell me to stop." "Never." She kissed his cheek and her wet jeans steamed. He took her down another dark hall she hadn't expected. Blooming. A metallic sound of a pipe or something rang in the air, and Kimberly added it to one of the castle noises that once explained were easily forgotten. She settled into Raphael's arms, determined to have him again. She'd free him from his torment. His kiss set off a furnace of need. She ran her hands on his arms. "We don't have to wait for the bedroom, Rafe." His intensity heightened and the emerald blackness in his eyes sparked. She reached around his back to untie his trench coat. "No, you deserve a soft bed, blankets and the fire in the fireplace, Kimberly. You're special." Her heart sang. She was special. He turned and his hand reached out for hers. Every cell in her body sparked awake, and she'd have him. Her clothes irritated her tender skin, and she'd throw everything off the second they entered a bedroom. Finally he led her to the set of circular stairs that led to his room. His room was at the top. She squeezed his hand. He leaned down and kissed her. Her body quivered. Then he reached and unbuttoned her jeans. She needed to strip him too. She sucked in her lips for a second, then let them out. I'll race you up the stairs. I'd rather be naked with you. His dimples appeared. Then she turned around and ran up the steps. He followed behind her, but it felt like he stayed there to ensure she didn't fall. Her heart nearly burst out of her chest. Raphael, her protector. At the top step, she waited at the door. The lock was high. He reached up and unlocked his door without an issue. The second the door opened, she threw her soaked shirt on a chair and unzipped her pants. Unfortunately, it took a moment to shimmy out of them as they stuck. He did the same. Done. She reached over and touched his contoured abs. His body quivered from her simple touch. Emboldened, she pressed her lips to his neck and let her hand reach down to play with his growing penis. The second he came closer, her arms wrapped around his waist, but then he peered at her head. She whispered as she continued to play with him. What are you doing? I wanted to check on your Easter egg and make sure you're healing. I'm fine. Without you on me, I'm cold though. His hands brushed the hair out of her face, then kissed her, hard. This couldn't be another mistake. Raphael was so amazing. Her body nearly exploded with anticipation. She intended to lead them toward the bed, but his kiss leaned her backward. With his arms around her, her skin was so sensitive and aware. He took a step in the direction for the bed, and she stepped backward. His hands roamed her body. She let him. She'd do anything. Her own hands raked against his strong back. All this delicious man was hers now. She kissed his neck and ears as he laid her backward on the bed. Her fingers grazed against his coarse, dark hair. Tonight, he was hers. Chapter 18. The storm finally stopped. With her eyes closed and her body wrapped in a sheet, she heard an owl hoot outside the window. Kimberly smiled to herself. How had she lived without Raphael's touch? Her body still had electric surges from everywhere he kissed and touched her. The moon was high in the night sky, but she couldn't sleep. She was too excited about life. She rolled over and sat up, resting her feet against the wood floor next to his bed. Raphael's deep breathing indicated he was sound asleep. She stretched and noticed her clean clothes folded on the chair. Last night the soggy mess had been in piles on the floor. Meg must have been here. Kimberly brushed her hair behind her ear. She stood up, and her toes froze. The bare wood floor without a rug on it sent a chill up her spine every time she stood without socks. Before she left, she leaned over and kissed Raphael's full lips. His lips were pliant and soft. He tugged her down into his arms and kissed her back. She caressed his chiseled chin that was scratchy from his 5 o'clock shadow. His hand caressed her hips, then her back and neck, and then he cradled her head with his large hands and massaged her scalp. Kimberly, you are mine. An humsen dane hundin zamble zamdang. She ran her hands to his cheeks and felt his rough, thick hair that stopped above his ear. From her lessons on self-awareness, she understood right now was all she had. She stayed in the present moment and didn't put stock in forever. She leaned against him and centered herself on his erection as she teased his naked skin with her own. A possessive grin took over his face. Kimberly smiled. She'd like to be his. He opened his eyes and his hands rested on her waist. Then he pressed her down and his mouth kissed one breast then the other. Morning. She laughed. It was still late. It's the middle of the night. His smoldering gaze met hers. You are beautiful. She massaged his shoulders. The last single man I spoke to called me a bitch. She had almost forgotten that, and had no idea why she said it now. It was a bar in France on their way to America. A tourist bought her a wine and expected her to kiss him. His dimples held his laugh in. I'm glad. You're what? Glad. He was a fool. It left you available. She laughed, and the accusation that had once stung internally left her entirely. Raphael was a man she could respect and, if she dared, possibly love. He kissed her lips, and his hard body sent thrills to parts of her body she had never thought alive. Soon she lost complete control of her thoughts, mind and body. Raphael sent her into orbit. Hours later the sun shone through the window. She woke up sated and twisted on the other side of the bed, to find Raphael's sheets were still warm. Inhaling his woodsy scent she opened her eyes. Raphael, rumble to her left sounded. She turned, and saw Raphael staring out his giant tower window. His room was sparse and clean. Nothing personal except a few pictures of his family. She knew better now. She gathered the sheets around her, stood up, and walked over to him. What's wrong? He stayed as he was, and she hugged him from behind. He sighed. I'm under your spell, Kimberly. I don't weave spells, I don't have any drugs, and I have no control over you, or near you. Raphael, don't beat yourself up every time we enjoy each other. He offered her the saddest smile she'd ever seen. I swore I wouldn't touch you again, but yesterday I couldn't stop. She knelt down beside his feet. She had to take this big chance with him. I'm glad you broke that vow. Right now I need you here with me. All that matters is that we now help our own futures. She shook her head. Don't say shouldn't, we both enjoy ourselves. Don't add responsibilities of the future on the here and now. His jaw dropped. Kimberly, you say things that blow my mind, and I don't understand you at all. I learned a few things on my journey of self-awareness. She sat up and hugged him. He reached out for her to sit, and she complied. She nestled on his lap. Now I'm going to go make breakfast. Don't dwell on a past that doesn't matter. If you think that will happen, follow me to the kitchen and we'll get you your liters of coffee. Alman fry missing dang. His green eyes were wide as he asked, why do you like me? Like was such a light word for what she felt. She pressed her lips together and chose to hold that thought back. She traced his face. You're my angel, Raphael. You're a little battered and you lost the halo. But your heart and soul are good. I can't say no. I have to go too, but I'll be back for you soon. Mooley, clearly he had to work out whatever bothered him. She scooted off his lap and stood up. Can I have Eileen's diary? Mooley, Ladai. He averted his gaze again. Yeah. I'll bring it to you when I find you in that coffee. She should have read it sooner, she thought, as she got dressed. Hyunwap, Sama. She threw her jeans and socks on, and then went across the room for her bra and shirt when he stirred from his seat. He dressed fast. His jeans almost hid the delicious manhood of his, but her body hummed from the memory. Today was clean and pure. Perhaps if he was gone a while in the afternoon, she'd go in search of where Raphael had buried Roger. It had to be near the castle grounds. For all either of them knew, Harry might have had military training and thought Raphael an enemy. She had to know what happened. If she found Roger's body, they were safe. Will you be a few hours? Yeah, he threw on his shirt. I've business to attend to, but I'll hurry. Don't bother, take all morning. We'll meet up for lunch then. I'll have coffee in the pot and a muffin waiting for you before you leave. He stilled, then nodded. Perfect. She stopped. Can you take me to Roger's grave then? He averted his gaze and threw another shirt on his head. I guess. He didn't want to go there. He didn't want to take her. She needed to know this. She needed to see. She needed to trust him and trust herself. He took her hand in his and led her out of his bedroom and back to the main part of the house. I'll be back soon, Kimberly. Perhaps she'd find a way to break him of his sullen departures from her soon. She rubbed her arms. He had spent all night next to her. Her last thought was unkind. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. See you soon. He ran his hands through his hair like he intended to say something else, but then held his lips together. She stepped into the hall and he turned on his heels. She turned in the other direction, but her neck and face followed him. Where did he go? He walked fast. Perhaps what she intended was an invasion of privacy, but she hoped whatever she saw he did freed him. She turned and followed in his footsteps. Where did he go? What business was so important? He turned sullen and silent too often. She tiptoed down the hall. Meg wasn't there. Then she clutched the door handle. He'd gone this way. She swallowed her doubts and pushed the door open. The empty room had a huge table for a conference, or perhaps an old-fashioned dinner. She chewed her lip. Was this the direction he went? She thought so. The huge double doors were twice the size of a normal door and swung open. The walls were sparse, but the stone walls were blacker in here, and the carpet more threadbare. Huge metal suits of armor were mounted like they were still guards inside them that watched everything. This might have been a throne room at one point, though she hadn't seen any pictures with people in a crown. The tapestry on the wall was long, but dirty. This wasn't part of the remodeled castle. Was this another secret room? She lifted the edge of the tapestry. Her blood pumped faster as she saw the concealed door. There were secrets. She squared her shoulders, grabbed a candelabrum from the table, pocketed the matches from the drawer, and opened the door to the next room. She refused to light the candles in case Raphael was still there. The pitch blackness of the secret hall echoed every footstep, so she treaded carefully. Using her fingers, she guided herself down the hall by touching the stone wall. Raphael wasn't hiding in total darkness, but whatever was next, she should be quiet. The castle stones grew moist, as if she were heading outside. The front door was in the other wing. Was she heading to the inner courtyard from another tower? She put one foot in front of the other until she reached the end of the hall. Natural sunlight filtered inside. The stairs went both up and down here. She hadn't known there was a lower level. A sound carried in the air like a fan, but much heavier, that came from upstairs. The wind would blow out her candle. She placed the candelabrum on a nearby table. As she continued, she held her stomach and climbed up. The roar became louder. She ignored the relentless scream of a machine and checked the door. It wasn't locked. Kimberly's hand shook, but she pushed at the door. It resisted. Was the wind bad right now? The noise of the huge fan deafened her. It was almost like a plane or a helicopter. What happened? She pressed both of her hands on the door and fought the pressure to open it. Sunlight beamed in her face during the struggle. She set one foot outside, and then the other. The noise sounded more like an engine the closer she came. Was that it? Was she saved? She turned her face outside and her jaw fell. Raphael stood next to a helicopter and hugged a curly-haired brunette woman. Who was she? What happened? Kimberly fell backward. Their embrace was meaningful. Whoever she was had her face tucked into his shoulder and neck. Kimberly covered her mouth and closed the door. She disappeared back into the blackness, then let out a slight scream. No one would hear her from the roar of rotters. How had she misjudged Raphael so much? How had she missed another woman in his life? No wonder he felt so guilty. She rubbed her arms and raced down the stairs. Her eyes might tear up any moment, and until she had control, there was no way she wanted Raphael to see her like this. She made it downstairs. She'd not leave evidence she had seen him. She'd misjudged him. He told her not to trust him. She should have listened to him. Right now she couldn't face anyone. She couldn't go back to the main hall of the castle. Meg might see her. She continued down the stairs and prayed she could hide. She knew she shouldn't have trusted him with her heart. In her flight, she didn't care that the lower level had a metal door. A key hung on the wall. She held her stomach, then turned the key to unlock the door. She almost ran inside, but then stopped. She left the candelabrum on the floor. Raphael would know he was followed if he saw it there. He'd keep the girlfriend safe from her. Kimberly shook her head. Now that she knew the truth, she'd be on guard. He had no right to be upset he was followed, none at all. She'd confront him as soon as she had her mind and body in tune as one. She needed to be alone right now. She returned to get the candelabrum. The roar of the rotors lessened. Were they on the move? Kimberly quickened her steps and rubbed her arms until she reached the next level. She grabbed the silver and proceeded downstairs again. The other woman laughed. I couldn't stay away, Raphael. He laughed back. Kimberly's eyes misted as she stopped halfway down the circular staircase. No, he'd not see her. She continued down the steps as quietly as she could. The footsteps behind her grew louder. She crouched on the stairs and peered up. Raphael's hand was on the woman's back as he gave her shoulder a massage. Kimberly's heart almost fell out of her chest. Then he told the woman, "You were always impossible to stop." Uhardini trembled. What had she done? Had she trusted this man so completely and painted him her hero, when all this time he'd used her? She fought back sobs that came from deep in her. There was absolutely no way she'd cry in front of either of them. She covered her mouth and slipped back downstairs. She held on to the silver candelabrum like it was a weapon. On the bottom step, she wiped her face. First, she'd get angry. She knew her mind. Once she had the fire that burned inside her, she'd bury it and wait. Raphael would never fool her again. He didn't deserve anyone or anything. She'd swallow this pain. All men were the same. None were heroes. Chapter 19. Kimberly unlocked the metal door leading to the basement of the castle. The frown on her face might be permanent. She pinched the bridge of her nose, then stepped inside, blinking rapidly as she made out what was hanging on the wall. Chains? What? She gulped. Was she in a medieval dungeon? She dropped the keys. The jingle reverberated in the air. Castles had dungeons. She took a second, shook her head, accepting she was now in one. She reached down to get the keys. Then someone called out, "Hello." That wasn't Raphael. She must be hearing things again, or this was another setup from the Halloween leftovers. She gulped. Who was that? She pocketed the keys and clutched the candelabrum in her hand like it was a weapon. Her knuckles turned white. It was one thing that Raphael had a girlfriend, but quite another that someone was down here in the dungeon of his castle. A male voice whispered, "Over here." Her heartbeat thrashed in her ears. The room had almost no light. She sniffed the dust in the air and refused to sneeze. She held the candelabrum higher, though her hand shook. If someone was able to, they'd have already tackled her. She sucked in her lip and took a step forward. "Who's here?" a cough echoed. She clenched her jaw, turned the corner and stared at the older man from the plane. She lowered the candelabrum. Harry was handcuffed to the wall like an animal. He was in the open area, but there were other smaller cells on the other wall. He had been her hero on that plane. Raphael must have done this. Why? He tipped his head, and she averted her gaze. How had she been so wrong? Harry Descartes, Miss Kimberly, are you a prisoner too? Prisoner? Raphael clearly had a secret life. Her head spun, the keys jiggled in her pocket. She brushed her cheek with her hand, like somehow the rub would stop the heaviness in her heart. No, not like you. I thought you were dead. I'm so sorry. How long have you been here? Unlike the liar Raphael, Harry had thrown her from the plane and saved her life. Her chin trembled, but she refused to cry. She owed Harry everything. She walked closer to him, studying his shackles. Harry's brown eyes misted, and his old wrinkled face held such despair. Miss Kimberly, I'm glad you're okay. Once we get out of this mess you can go see your mom again. Madeline. Her face was hot. Was she blushing? Harry remembered her story and why she was on the plane to begin with. She should have remembered him sooner. She should have known who Raphael truly was and not just be pecan that. She swallowed, dropped the candelabrum on the ground, retrieved the key, and turned it in one of his hand chains. A second later, something metallic clicked, and the sound resonated in the air. I'm so sorry. He lifted his hand toward his face and smiled at her. She had been so wrong on so many things. Harry pointed to his other hand. Where have you been? Did the big man hunt you down and throw you in here with us? The big man must be Raphael. He was a monster for locking up this old man. She stepped over Harry's feet and ignored his questions. How could she answer? Lust for a man with an amazing body wasn't an excuse. Once again she'd made a bad choice, only this time more people were hurt. She brushed the hair out of her face. She had seduced Raphael, but she kept that to herself. She put the key into the lock, then froze halfway done. Us? Harry nodded. She turned her head toward where Harry pointed, then she held her breath. Roger Hellsworth, the pilot. She hands trembled. Raphael might have been right that he fought soldiers. Her shallow breaths echoed her racing heart as she said, he shot Allie and Eileen. Now Onine. Harry shrugged like murder wasn't that big of a deal, as he winked at her. She tugged the key out of the lock, but she was too late. Her heartbeat thrashed again. She pressed her lips together as Harry said, Roger explained everything to me. We're friends now. He is in the next room. No Onam Hari or Ristage Rimpangam. The chains clicked open, but she couldn't move. What had she just done? Harry stood up, rubbed his wrists where the chains had been, and then stretched. She wanted to sink into a ball and disappear. There was no place to hide, so she backed up, palming the key. Harry talked about Roger like he was a nice guy. She took another step backward and picked up the candelabrum. Harry lunged at her, grabbing her and the key from her hand. We need that, miss. No, she screamed, and tried to hit him with the silver candelabrum. His body pressed against her like it was an anchor and she couldn't breathe. She used the candelabrum as a weapon again on his back, but he caught her hand from the next blow. He held both of her wrists. She flinched, and the candelabrum fell to the ground. You are not helping Roger, she said. He is supposed to be dead. He should be dead, but Raphael won't let him die, Harry answered like he was correcting her grammar. Her mind spun. This wasn't happening. She tugged at her arms, but Harry held her hand with the key hard. Her eyes misted. Please don't. I wanted to help you. Harry's grip was so tight her hand became numb. Then her fingers shook, and the key fell to the ground. I want my freedom, the same as you. She shook her head and brushed her hands against her eyes as he let her go. No, Harry couldn't let Roger out. Roger killed Allie and Eileen. You were there. He'll kill us too. She jumped to run, but her back hit a wall. The exit was 12 feet to her right, though at the moment it felt like a football field away. You don't understand anything, do you? She wrapped her arms around her belly but took a step toward the door. What am I supposed to understand? This is crazy. Raphael said Roger was dead. Harry stood in her way. The older gentleman was strong. And what about me? She crouched, ready to slip past him. Roger said you were dead. Harry's creepy expression was worse than any ghost she could imagine in the castle. Did he? How funny. She straightened. Why funny? Harry tilted his head and smiled. Roger's my brother. They were brothers? What? Why did Raphael keep any of this from her? I don't understand. I should go. Without another thought, she bolted past him. Her legs were weak, but she hammered them into the ground in her wild spree. Harry's footsteps boomed directly behind her. Her heart raced. She had strength and speed, somehow. She turned her head to see how close he was, and saw Harry was inches away. His shadow loomed and she clutched the medallion. She pressed her legs into a run. Her hands fell to her sides and she hoped to use body motion to go faster. Harry's fingertips brushed against her shoulder. Every cell in her body screamed run. She swallowed and squirmed as Harry's hands reached her back. No. Her arms and legs continued to pump, but his hand reached up to her hair and yanked. Flew on? Her hair felt like it would be ripped out of her scalp. He'd kill her and leave her to rot in the dungeon. She knew it as he said, "There, there." She tried to rip his hand off her head, but she couldn't get a grip. "Quiet down, Miss Kimberly," Harry told her, dragging her back in the other direction. "We're going to release Roger now." Lumina guide is in stride and she had no choice. His tight grip never faltered, and he took her back into the dungeon. She flailed around and her foot caught on an edge of a wall. Her muscles tensed and her legs went rigid. Every piece of her hair and her scalp burned as he held firm. The pain grew too intense. Could he rip her skin off her head? He continued to yank her into the dungeon. Physically she couldn't win. She whispered, "Don't, Harry. You don't have to get Roger. He hasn't said a word. There is a helicopter upstairs right now. Hotwire it and go." Harry had a crooked grin. She shivered. This wasn't good. "Please just let me go. I freed you." How did his grip stay so intense? A few days in there should have weakened him. His fingerprints might be embedded on her scalp. "We'll take you off this rock, miss." She saw black spots. "No, I'm good, just let me go." "Was that big man using you sexually, miss? Is that why you weren't locked down here with us?" Kimberly froze, and her heartbeat echoed in her ears. She had initiated intimacy with Raphael. It hadn't been rape, even if Raphael never mentioned the girlfriend with a helicopter might show up. She swallowed, and her eyes welled with tears. Now was not the time for this. She clenched her jaw, unsure how else to answer. Harry held her head with one hand and opened the door with another. His grip loosened, and blood rushed to her roots. "The big guy," was said twice now in conversation. Harry hadn't said Raphael's name. Did they not know who he was? She licked her lips. Was there a way to warn Raphael and his girlfriend that the killers were loose? She scanned the room for anything that might be a trigger. The pain on her scalp no longer mattered. Raphael had high-tech everything else here, except for the internet. Was there an alarm? Her gaze stopped on something that reminded her of a bicycle reflector. She had to save herself. This was her chance. The plastic reflector must be a sensor. It was too modern to be part of a Scottish dungeon. She gasped as Harry dragged her into Roger's room. She had to go in the opposite direction, so he dug her heels into the ground. No. She broke free. Her nostrils flared as she ran to the other wall near the sensor. This had to be it. Harry chased her. She covered her chest with her hands and held back a scream. "Please, Roger intends to kill me." "Nonsense, miss." Harry shook his head, but then went to unlock his brother. She heard one click of metal. Any second he'd free Roger. Harry's attention was distracted. Now or never. Her muscles were rigid as she steeled her entire body and reached up with both hands to what she hoped was the sensor to trip the alarm. She pressed on the center and adrenaline rushed through her. A split second later, the entire dungeon beeped and flashed red. She'd done it. Raphael would be here soon. Something clinked onto the stone floor in the dungeon. She bolted away and hoped to make it to the exit. Harry and Roger both ran out of the cell. A moment later, Harry grabbed her neck and she clawed at his arm. "Just let me go." Without a word, Harry marched her in front of him toward the exit. She had to get away. Roger led them somewhere. She clawed at his hand on her neck before he snapped it. Now was not her time to die. On the first step, her foot dragged and her body fought against his direction. Roger pointed behind her to Harry and implied they should go up. The helicopter was their escape plan. Sweat grew on her brow. Why had she told them? She squirmed, but Harry's fingers pinched into her neck. "What are you going to do with me?" Roger turned back for a second. "Hurry!" Roger raced up in front of them and opened the door to the roof. This was her fault. Harry kept her in his grip. Did everyone she ever meet lie? Pains racked her chest. Outside, the wind pummeled her skin. It was bitterly cold. She turned her head as Harry loosened his grip. Roger ran toward the helicopter. She jumped at the sudden roar of the blades. He was a pilot, so he'd know how to fly. She couldn't let him shoot her. He probably wouldn't miss again. She swallowed and glanced around the roof. She'd have to break free. Harry dragged her toward the helicopter, ready to run. Roger started the engine and stuck his thumb up in the air. The metal helicopter would be the best thing to hang on to and save her life. She couldn't get on board. Over the noise of the motor, she heard Raphael. Let her go. Adrenaline pumped in her veins. It was now or never. Harry turned around, his fingers squeezing her neck, and backed her toward the helicopter. She nodded at Raphael, letting him know that she had a plan. The rumble of the helicopter smothered all other sounds. She met Raphael's fiery gaze as he pointed a rifle toward them. Her heart raced in her chest. He had a different plan. Raphael wouldn't let her die. She couldn't blink. She'd focus on her plan. Her feet scraped against metal as Harry stepped up on a platform. Now. She gripped the edge of the helicopter and fought to be free. Harry growled and lifted her by the neck toward the spinning blades. She kicked, screamed. He lifted her higher until she felt the whir of the metal. This was it. He was about to throw her, decapitate her. Then Harry tossed her outward, not up. She landed on all fours on the stone floor. She squeezed her eyes shut and absorbed the stones under the palms of her hands, alive, saved by Harry, again. Raphael's hands brushed against her back. Are you okay? She crawled away from him too. Don't touch me. Kimberly turned around and realized Raphael still had his rifle aimed at the helicopter. To stop it? When would this be over? She blocked her ears. The pop of his rifle echoed, and something hard hit the ground next to her. The helicopter left the platform. Adrenaline coursed through her. Was she next? She peeked up and saw black smoke coming from the helicopter. Raphael must have hit it, but now the helicopter wobbled in the air. Meet me in the library, Kimberly. I need to go to my room. Raphael stepped back and yelled something else at her. She had no idea what he said, but he gestured for her to get up. Her body trembled, but she stood. Raphael pointed her to the stairs. She nodded, then ran back. She yelled, "See you there." The castle was safe. She had the taser in her princess room, and she'd use it to keep everyone away. Raphael stayed outside, and she heard the pop of his rifle again. Right now was her best chance to escape. She'd get her taser and be ready in case anyone followed her to attack her again. She never should have explored without it. She raced back down the stairs and through the tunnel. She hoped this was some bad dream, and she'd wake up in her bed. No one was in the main castle. Her feet pounded into the hardwood floors as she ran down the stony halls. Her hands held her stomach. She'd get her things in camp if she had to. There was no way she was going into the dungeon, and she'd not face Raphael's girlfriend. She had no idea what to do except run. At her door she flung it open and raced inside. She slammed the door behind her and found her bag. A winter alone here was too much. All she had was the cold plastic taser for company, and she'd never let it go. Chapter 20. In her bedroom, Kimberly clutched the taser in her hand. No noises echoed in the gloomy hallway outside her door. Her suitcase was packed. What had happened? Nothing made sense. She sat down at the vanity to stare in the window. Then she placed the taser on her lap, closed her eyes, listened to her heartbeat, formed the circles with her thumb and forefinger, and tried to mediate. Harry and Roger had taken off in the helicopter, which Raphael had shot down. She was stuck again. The only way out of the castle was if she hitched a ride with his girlfriend. Except that the helicopter was probably ruined. Where were Harry and Roger? She gritted her teeth and glanced at herself in the mirror. Nothing about her read peaceful. The thought that Raphael had a girlfriend burned in her brain. The fire inside grew despite her calming breaths. He had lied to her. He'd been her hero. She'd been a major sucker. He told her was unavailable. She should have listened. Now she'd never trust him or her own instincts ever again. She'd love to yell at him, though she should have known better. She paced the room. Where was he anyhow? Had he blasted the helicopter out of the sky? Was he with the other woman? Kimberly pocketed her taser, moved her suitcase next to the door, and then slipped out. She'd find him and tell Raphael what a jerk he was. She squared her shoulders and marched out into the empty halls. Perhaps the girlfriend didn't care that he'd had her in his bed and would give her a ride. Her stomach clenched as she rounded the stairs to go find Raphael. After this, she'd spend the rest of the winter in her own wing, and they could have a schedule for the kitchen until she found her way out of here. No more beliefs that happily ever after might be possible with some fantasy hero. She'd be focused on the real world and figuring out how to transform her blog into something that could help people spiritually. Perhaps she could open up a center for women who were done with love. Ja neming dam de fiel malmans. She turned down the hall that led toward the library. The hall was chilly and she rubbed goosebumps from her arms and then slipped inside the open doors. She heard whispers. Near the fireplace and just out of sight, Raphael and the dark-haired woman sat together, speaking over one another and finishing each other's sentences. Kimberly's spine grew a layer of ice so thick it belonged in Antarctica. The woman said, "I can't believe they're dead." "Don't be sorry, not for them. They reaped what they sowed." Was Raphael talking about Allie and Eileen? Or was the discussion about Harry and Roger? Kimberly stopped by the L-shaped corner. Part of her didn't want to intrude any more into his life. Traces of anger remained in the woman's voice, and she spoke with an edge. "With this though, No one investigates what happened to me. You'll be fine. Even if your heart attack was caused by a poison, you survived. Poisoned? Was his girlfriend out of commission for a while, and that was why he told her he was a bad guy? Tears threatened to burn Kimberly's eyes, but she refused to cry. By luck. Her footsteps crossed the floor, like she paced. If there hadn't been a doctor, Raphael's heavier tread took a few steps, and then the woman's words trailed off as she sat her back down on the couch. Kimberly rubbed her arms and inched closer. They sat with their backs to her, and a table with huge candelabra blocked her view. Raphael leaned closer to the woman. Kimberly's belly churned. Were they kissing? Were they kissing? Kimberly held her arms at her stomach, but stepped around the corner. She stared down at both of them. The fire crackled as she heard her own breaths. Raphael and the woman hugged. Kimberly tapped her foot. Raphael's green eyes met hers and he got to his feet. He held the woman's hand. Kimberly, I want you to meet my sister Michaela. Nubing, kunstisal nonnagand. Her racing heart couldn't quite take in what had happened. Raphael took her arm. Mika, this is Kimberly Mira. Mira, his sister asked. Are you related to Erica? My sister. Kimberly nodded. Light-headed, she tried to make sense of what was happening. Everyone seemed to know her family except her. She couldn't look at Mika, and stared into Raphael's green eyes, not able to ignore his touch as he placed his hand on her back. Raphael, what happened to Roger and Harry? He nodded at her. As you saw, they tried to steal Micah's helicopter, but I shot it down. I doubt they survived the crash. This was all she could focus on right now. He had lied to her that Roger was dead. She needed facts. She kept her arms crossed to keep her distance as he encouraged her silently to sit next to Micah. She plopped down with a foot between them as she directed her question to Raphael. Then why aren't we outside to go find it? What if they're alive? Michaela answered. It's smarter to form a defensive plan. And once this was over, she needed a long mediation session where no one bothered her. Kimberly gazed into the woman's brown eyes. They were shaped like Raphael's. Their noses were similar, though Mika's was much more ladylike, and with her own helicopter she was probably a lone wolf like her brother. Did anybody know you came here? Will they be looking for you? I filed my flight plan, Michaela nodded. I also had a recorder and an emergency button. The Coast Guard should be here soon. Kimberly's heart lifted. Rescue. Before or after Roger and Harry find us. They should be dead, but if they aren't? Raphael's voice boomed, and both women grew silent. I can't allow either man to be rescued. Kimberly glanced at him, and her body stilled. Why? Those are the men who poisoned me. Michaela reached across to Kimberly and offered her a small smile. Rafe believed me at death's door last month. I came here to bring my brother home with me for the winter. Raphael seemed determined to stay here, but it was good to see he had family that cared. How were you poisoned? At my engagement party, where it was announced my groom married Raphael's fiancée an hour earlier. Micah's nose curled like she was a princess. Someone thought I influenced Prince Ali, and poisoned me instead. Ali? Kimberly glanced at Raphael, her heart aching. No wonder he had all those comments about her friend. He knew her, was going to marry her. As in Ali and Eileen? Raphael paced in front of the fire. He clearly didn't wish to discuss this. Ali intended to tell the doctors exactly what the assassins from his country used to poison my sister. He didn't want to imply anything someone might read in an email. Her Kimberly didn't understand. Roger and Harry wanted to kill them all to keep a certain type of poison secret. You don't know what kind? Not exactly, Michaela answered. There are government laboratory-created poisons. If the drug was to simulate a heart attack only, then I'll be fine. But my doctors are concerned that since we don't know the source, my life is at risk. Kimberly couldn't quite focus on what Michaela and Raphael had told her. Her mind felt numb. Were Harry and Roger from Ali's country? Raphael sat straighter, and his green eyes held a blaze in them. Yes, they were assassins. I don't understand why you were there. Kimberly crossed her arms. She stood to ensure he heard every word. On this topic she had clarity. Harry had saved my life on the plane. I was shocked to find him in the dungeon. She had felt betrayed with who she thought was another woman too. But she'd not say that. She lifted her chin. I believed every word he said to me, that you'd locked him in the dungeon. Why wouldn't I? You were both my heroes, or so I thought. Raphael's scrutiny was intense as his broad shoulders tightened. Why were you there? Is there something going on between you two that I don't know? Michaela's question interrupted their stare down, piercing the heaviness in the room. Raphael snapped, yes. At the same time, Kimberly shook her head. No. Michaela covered her lips, and Kimberly was sure she covered a smile. Micah asked, which is it? Raphael had never said they were in any relationship. In fact, he'd clearly not wanted one. Had he changed his mind? Kimberly shuffled on her feet and then said, "It's clearly complicated." Again at the same time, Raphael tightened his shoulders and said, "No." "Oh, this is clear now." Michaela pointed at both of them. "Do Gabriel or Erica know you two are spending the winter together, alone in the haunted keep?" Raphael turned to his sister. "We're not alone. I just showed up." His sister tilted her head. "You do like Kimberly." Kimberly stepped away. She didn't understand either of them, and she hadn't thought about Erica's permission at all. Her own sister had every reason to hate her for leaving the house at age 18. Michaela then turned to her. "If my brother did something stupid and you're mad at him, forgive him. He's been hurt a lot in the past and sometimes he's over the top. He always means well." Michaela finished with a huge cough. "I'm at the Gamayana Glabanim Sham." Raphael jumped into his former seat and placed his hand on his sister's back. Kimberly watched her face go white and knelt beside her. "Are you okay?" "I think so." Michaela nodded, though she seemed weak. "I'll need my medicine." "Where is it?" Kimberly took her hand and tried to calm the woman's trembles. Raphael's sister and her helicopter meant they'd all go home soon. "Let me help." Michaela gazed past Kimberly to Raphael. "My bag was in the helicopter." The shot down, full of men who wanted to kill them helicopter. Her skin felt clammy. They'd have to go get it. He towered over both of them as his huge muscles blocked any view of the room. "I'll get it." "No." Michaela tried to stand up, but she almost collapsed. Kimberly helped her sit down as Micah said, "Raphael, don't search out trouble. We need a plan. You need your medicine." His muscles flexed, though his shoulders stayed tense. "I didn't start this war, but I got this." "War? What are you talking about? The two men who killed Ali and Eileen also tried to kill me and your sister." "I get it, but this isn't a war. You are one man. Raphael, don't run off to confront anyone alone. My taser can shoot close up." The words flew out of her mouth as if she was sure of everything. Her mind was still unclear on so many details, but he couldn't risk himself, not again. "The defensive plan sounds reasonable. Make them come to us." "No." He shook his head and took a step backward. "Besides, they are probably dead. I've wasted too much time already." There was no stopping him. Kimberly remembered her first few days here, realizing he had his own code of honor. She nodded. "We'll talk when you get back." "No." His sister stood up, but her balance was off. Kimberly rose to ensure Micah didn't fall, taking her hand. Michaela wobbled. "Stop, Rafe." Raphael kept his pace and walked out of the library. "I'll be back." Then he slammed the door. Michaela shook her head. She sank down to the couch as she squeezed Kimberly's hand. "If you care about my brother, stop him. Despite all his testosterone nonsense, he's still mortal. He's tracked down and captured both of them before." Kimberly swallowed, but her stomach hardened. This time Roger and Harry would be together and know Raphael's strength. She hoped they were both dead from the crash, but then a chill raced down her spine. One of her hands let her fingers form a circle. Spiritually that had to be bad, so she amended her prayer for injured. His sister said, "His vengeance will get him killed." There was no way Michaela could go without her medications. "You can't follow him. You're weak." "No, but you can." "Kimberly, don't let him go. I can't lose my brother over my own mistakes." Kimberly nodded. "Will you be okay if I go?" "I'll stay right here. Run." Kimberly rubbed Michaela's arm to soothe her, and then followed her advice. Now was not the time for Raphael to go alone. She ran down the darkened halls. The candelabram's flames followed her as she rushed past. At the end of the hallway, she had two choices for blackened corridors. Her chest heaved as she caught her breath. Which way had he gone? She turned and went to the corridor with the door she knew. Darkness didn't creep her out anymore. All that mattered was him. At the rack she grabbed a jacket and froze. Raphael's coat was still here. He might have gone a different way. He'd likely have more than one jacket, so it might not matter. Her gut churned, as if she'd missed something. Then she narrowed her eyes. He had wired his entire house with sensors. He'd have cameras or something else on the door too. She smiled, picked up the pink jacket instead, and said into the camera, "Gotta get dressed and go outside to find Raphael. I hope I find him and not Harry and Roger." No footsteps in the hall. She reached out and found the pink hat and gloves. She announced to the closet, "Raphael needs me with him even if he doesn't know it." She unlocked the door and made a huge dramatic movement out of it. As she finished and opened the door, Raphael's hand appeared to push the door closed. His green eyes were in pain as he said, "I need you to stay home." Benham bingo, she knew him. Her heart pattered, but she stayed silent. Then she schooled her smile and turned around. Raphael stood with his legs in a wide stance and his arms crossed. Like his sister earlier, she tilted her head and said calmly, "I can't let you leave. It's a bad idea. They know you now. It's better to let the authorities come and handle the situation." He shifted the weight of his feet. "She needs her medication. What if they don't come in time?" She lifted her chin. "They will." He shook his head. "I don't have your optimism." He needed to understand he didn't have to take care of everything. The authorities were on their way. She reached out to brush his arm, but he tensed his muscles and didn't move. "It's why you like me." He angled his body away from her. "Stop. Kimberly, you of all people have to understand why I must go." If Erica was in trouble, she'd do whatever she could to save her. She took a step forward and refused to let him leave. She had so many unanswered questions. "Your sister is weak, but she flew here to bring you home. Did Eileen break your heart? Is that why you locked yourself away? Or was it Tiffany? I'm getting your past all confused." You crossed his arms, like it was a shield. "Neither. I don't want to talk about it now, or ever." Her arms became glued to her side. She jumped to stand in front of the door and refused to mimic his behavior. "You have all this high-tech stuff in your house, but no communication to the outside world. There is something going on, and it's bigger than my crash." He turned away from her and seemed like he'd go a different path in the house. "My sister needs her medication." She spun on her heels and stayed in front of him. He'd not leave, not now. "And you owe me the truth." He shook his head. Now isn't a good time. Perhaps he was right. She'd have to get him to be reasonable. If he was calm and level-headed, he might have a chance out there. "When is it a good time?" "Your sister wants you to stay. She's here, she's alive, so stop stalling and tell me." He closed his eyes and glanced past her toward the hall. She'd twist again to ensure he'd stay. There was so much she didn't know. "I have communication lines, but I'm on a blackout." Ward mouth fell open. "What the hell does that mean?" Ward men's mind when they did this see. He took a step closer to her, and this time she stepped back. "It means I'm on a mission. First you, and now my sister have compromised me." That sounded more like a conspiracy theory from some of her blog followers. She waved her hands in the air. "What mission? What are you doing here?" Ward Melanipum for, he stood still. "Protecting my country." Ward Melanigan Downis Intel. This was a castle in some gothic horror story that became her life. Not some secret government mission. "On an island in your castle." He nodded. "Yeah." She crossed her arms and stilled, digging her heels into the hardwood floors. "Explain again and go slower. I'm not understanding." He pressed his lips together like he didn't want to speak. Then to confuse her even more, he shrugged. "The remoteness of my castle is the perfect place for our government to use as a false marker for checking people's online activities." She gripped the medallion on her neck. "What?" He placed his hands behind his back, but kept firm eye contact. "They use my house as a jump point to mask the signatures. The place is so remote, and the tower on my roof allows constant Wi-Fi to be distorted. It's one of many false markers for online security." She had no idea about national security other than movies and television. "So why did you let me stay and not call me a ship or the Coast Guard?" He nodded. "I just told you. I am on blackout unless there is a threat to the system." Her arms flew out of her sides again. "The plane crash wasn't a threat. It was just coincidence that your dead girlfriend's plane landed here of all places." "No." He stepped around her, but she stayed hot on his heels. Her mouth had said that before she thought it, but it was a stretch of the imagination. She crossed her arms and he shook his head. "Kimberly, I can't tell you any more." She promised his sister to stop him. She swallowed and changed the topic. "Raphael, do not go outside. I can't lose you." He dropped his hands back to his sides and his green eyes had specks of gold in them now. "You care? After all the lies?" Yes. That was enough on her end. She had a lot to digest, but he didn't have to be everyone's hero. They could save his sister, together, if they worked as a team. She rubbed her arms. "Promise me you'll stick to a defensive plan." His shoulders caved in. "As long as my sister is okay." She had won. She should be ecstatic, but her stomach was in knots. "Deal. And from now on you have to tell me the truth." He nodded. This conversation was far from done. He hadn't explained the coincidences or how much he'd lied. She should wait for answers, but her heart begged her to give him space. The silence of the halls spoke volumes. The stone walls wouldn't keep their secrets hidden forever. She'd stick to his side to ensure his safety. "When the Coast Guard arrives, will that affect your secret government location?" He tensed his shoulders again. "Yes, it's why I'm now breaking the silence." Her mind envisioned a troop of soldiers all coming to the castle next. Why couldn't she imagine the beaches of Miami and her mom? She swallowed. What will happen? He lifted his chin. I have no idea. Can you ask Michaela where exactly her medication is in that helicopter? He'd given in faster than she thought. Why don't you ask? He narrowed his gaze. I'm getting my gear in place still. Meet me here. Heat washed through her. If they had to sneak in, it was best to know where they had to go. Okay, I'll go. One more question. He averted his gaze. Of course you have. No more lies, he had promised. She had to know. Were Roger and Harry part of the mission? He clenched his jaw. Yes and no. Mostly it's something I can't answer. Please don't ask me for any more. National security and Raphael went together in her mind. She believed that he worked for the CIA still. He had the personality. Okay, I'll stop. Meet you here in 5 minutes. Perfect, Raphael called out. On the stairs, her legs stiffened. She turned around and didn't see him. He'd promised 5 minutes. She'd not handle another lie. Chapter 21. Kimberly returned to the library to check on Michaela. A dullness ached in her chest. His sister needed to be in bed if she wasn't there already. Kimberly crossed her fingers that Meg showed up. The maid's icy cold demeanor would mean someone was close when she left with Raphael. Kimberly tiptoed into the library as fast she could. Her body had the feeling of being heavy, but it must be her nerves. The crackling fire lit the room. She rounded the corner at the other end and stopped in her tracks. Michaela was hunched over on the couch. Kimberly dashed toward her and listened to Michaela's short breaths. She took his sister's hand in hers. She had delayed Raphael already. She couldn't lose his sister. She patted her hand. Michaela, sweetheart, can you hear me? His sister nodded and tried to open her eyes, her gaze stopping at Kimberly's necklace. Where did you get that? Let's get you upstairs. Kimberly reached out and tried to hold her at her waist. Can you stand? Yeah. Michaela swallowed, then pushed toward her feet. Kimberly braced, taking her weight as Michaela's arms wrapped around her shoulder. Don't let me brother see me like this. Raphael's voice boomed behind her. Too late. He hadn't lied. Kimberly didn't turn around, instead calling out, help me get her to bed. Michaela whispered to Kimberly, don't let him go after anything. I'll be fine until the Coast Guard arrives. Raphael picked up his sister and held her close to his chest. Kimberly grabbed Michael's pocketbook. Why are your meds not in here? I placed them in my backpack with my clothes. It's stowed behind the pilot's seat. Michaela lowered her head. Together they helped her. On the stairs up near Kimberly's room, Michaela asked, where did you get that, Kimberly? It was good to keep her talking. Kimberly sucked her bottom lip in. What are you talking about? The necklace? Michaela blinked, and Kimberly felt her stare. Kimberly reached behind her neck to take it off. I've been meaning to give this back. When Raphael offered it to me, I had no idea I'd see it on half the portraits in this house. Michaela offered a small smile. I tried to find it as a girl, but never did. The legend is that the mistress of this castle wears the amulet as protection. I tried so hard to find it so our parents would give me the castle and not Rafe, despite his green eyes. Mecca, Raphael coughed. Stay calm. The family story was even more reason why this stayed in Raphael's family. Kimberly offered the necklace to his sister, but she refused. It's not mine. Mimi man sitting smile all betinging smaran desha. She lifted her chin and asked, did you know about the necklace when you gave it to me? Raphael's green eyes opened wider and the flames of the candles danced in his pupils. Kimberly stared at him, momentarily hypnotized, as he said, I remember Micah mentioning it as teenagers, but I forgot. Something about him made her believe him. Her fingers latched onto the amulet though, as she asked, you forgot a family heirloom. He helped his sister up another few steps as he avoided her stare. Why would I remember jewelry my sister wanted? What would I do with it? Michaela reached out and tried to hold Kimberly's other arm. Whatever my brother did to you, please forgive him, he means well. Kimberly took her outstretched hand back as her muscles twitched, but she said nothing. She held on to Micah to help her. Raphael carried her up the stairs and Kimberly walked beside. What is the medicine you take? 6 weeks ago I had bypass surgery. Michaela blinked. I have memory issues and I bleed easily. I shouldn't have flown the helicopter. No, you shouldn't have, Raphael said. You didn't have to worry about me. Kimberly retied the amulet to her neck, as she didn't want to lose it right now. Raphael used his shoulder to point to the room next to Kimberly's. Kimberly stepped ahead of them and opened the door. Raphael laid her on the bed. This room was almost exactly like her princess room, and only 2 doors away. Kimberly helped fix the blankets as she asked, will you be okay now? The doctors believe I'll make a full recovery, Michaela sighed. I'll be fine without the pills. They help me until my strength returns. The doctors all said I shouldn't have another heart attack, and because I'm young, I should bounce back. I just need rest. How old are you? Kimberly asked, and then covered her mouth. 28, Michaela shrugged. My brother turned 31 a month ago. He wasn't home to celebrate. Kimberly pressed her lips together. His sister was sweet. Heart surgery couldn't be fun, and Kimberly couldn't imagine the pain. Now that Kimberly thought about Aileen, she did remember hearing about a different fiancé. Her body heated as she realized she must have spoken about Raphael. She decided to avoid that topic with the siblings. I'm glad the doctors gave you such good news. With time, I'll be absolutely fine. There was no permanent damage as far as anyone can see. One day I want what Gabriel and Erica have. Kimberly stood from the bed to stand with Raphael as she asked, "What's that?" Mika nodded. "A happily ever after. Raphael deserves one too." Kimberly smiled like she would to a sick child. Both of the Murphy siblings saw her sister as a good person. Raphael's hand went to her lower back as he led her to the door. Erica was a great big sister. I can't wait to see her. They paused in the hall as Michaela called out, "Can't." Kimberly stopped short. "Can't what?" "You can't see Erica for a few months. She went back to Maine to winter with my brother. They have a doctor on call to climb the mountain if she delivers Joseph early." Manum pomzol nanina binden. Kimberly's mouth dropped. "Erica's pregnant. Manum pomzol nanina minum." Raphael loomed beside her as his sister said, "Yep, manum pomzol nanina minum. She's naming her son Joseph." Michaela fluffed her pillow as she said, "Our mom had a thing with the angels. I think your sister was being nice and chose a Bible name." Nice was one way to describe her sister. "Sounds like Erica." Raphael tried to close the door, but his sister and he both had a silent moment. Micah broke the spell as she said, "Kimberly is nice. Don't screw up your chances with her. She wasn't perfect like her sister." Kimberly moved the bag to her other arm as Raphael said, "Micah, Kimberly deserves better than me. We both know that." He shook his head and tried to close the door. Michaela shouted, "Rafe, she has the necklace. It's a sign. Count your blessings." Kimberly clutched the medallion around her neck again. Did she give it back? He shouldn't have given her real gold. Her fingers trembled, but she said nothing. Raphael walked down the stairs. "I'll watch Raphael. Don't worry about anything. Sorry I crashed into your romance." "Raphael and I are not." What could she say? It's not that simple." Michaela coughed, then shook her head. "Go, he'll try to leave." Raphael had already turned the corner without returning. Kimberly nodded. "I'm on it." Kimberly bounded down the steps 2 at a time and turned the corner to chase him. She slammed into his massive chest as she collided with his wall of muscles. His arms circled her waist. "Wait." His muscles tightened around her as she inhaled his scent of forest, reminding her of a real home, something she'd never truly had. She didn't detangle herself from him as he said Kimberly. She'd made it to his side. She had a fluttery feeling in her chest now. She brushed his arm to get his attention. "Raphael, don't. Leat mini." The intensity in his eyes spoke volumes. She swallowed, and her chest caved for a moment. He shook his head. "Don't ask me not to. Leat meni nuvenet." She thrust her chest back out. "I'm going with you. Leat meni nuvenet." He reached over and tried to massage her arms. "Absolutely not. Leat meni nuvenet imini. We discussed this." She held her hands still at her sides and refused to let him upset her. Her temperature increased. "You need backup." Leat meni nuvenet imini binawan beni minawan dent. He stiffened. "You don't know how to defend yourself. I have the taser." She stepped in front of him so he couldn't walk away, and she met his gaze. Her muscles tensed and she vowed to stay in front of him until he gave in. "You're not going without me." He lowered his head. "Kimberly, I can't risk losing you too." "Likewise." She crossed her arms and stood her ground. Then, with precise movements, she stepped into his body and leaned up. "We go together or not at all." He stepped out of her reach. His shoulders tightened as he narrowed his eyes. Why? There was no way she'd let him leave. Not now. She couldn't. She squared her shoulders. "I caused this. I let them out of the dungeon, so I'm fixing it. I should have told you about them." He uncrossed his arms, and they flew to his side as he shook his head. "Stay here with my sister." If anything happened to him, she'd never forgive herself. She ran her own life, and she could help him. She kept her chin high. "She'll get worse if you're not here. If we go together, then she knows you're not alone." He stood like an unmoving mountain. "Kimberly." The CIA, his secret mission, his can't talk about anything, and his need to avoid conversations all came together in her mind. She shook her head, but then lowered her tone. Raphael, are you a spy? Is that why you stranded yourself here? Maine Indy froze. I can't say. You don't have to. She rubbed her arms. Somehow she'd stumbled onto the truth. How long until you're free? Maine Indy free si shin head Indy far. Free of why you keep secrets in this house, not your past mistakes. I'm not in the military, he said. There is no discharge date. She studied his strong muscular frame. Were you telling the truth about the ships in April and reopening the hotel? Yeah. He took a step forward and she took a step backward to stay in front of him. She needed to understand him. She needed to understand if her heart could take another chance. Kimberly, I have to go get my sister's medicine. She hoped she exuded calm and confidence as she stepped aside. We've had this discussion, I'm coming. You crossed his arms again. Stay. She reached out and brushed his shoulders. He let down his hands. She grabbed her jacket and headed to the door with her taser. You are determined, I give you that. I'm going. If you don't take me, I'll follow you. He froze. I should lock you in your room. You won't. She held still and did her best not to tremble in her shoes. I can act as lookout and a second pair of eyes. Plus I'm fast. Besides, there are two of them and they know what you're capable of. Don't walk into danger alone. He shook his head and threw a hat at her for her to wear. Fine, but you have to run the second I tell you. I can't let you get hurt out there. She tugged it on her head tight. I'll do everything you say. See that you do. Of course. Once she set her sights on a goal, nothing stopped her. She licked her lips and he guided her in a different direction. Won't I need another jacket? You're not wearing bright pink anything. He shook his head. I have an extra coat in black. Oh good, we'll finally match, she swallowed. A jolt rushed through her body. With luck, the Coast Guard would arrive in a few hours and his sister would get her medicine. The bad guys would be arrested if they weren't dead already, and no one would ever seek to kill her again. Her lips parted as they walked down a dark hall as this thought held her together. Where are we going? There is a secret passage. He took her hand in hers and she had a sense of floating beside him. Your shining face will be a beacon to Roger and Harry Hellsworth. School your expressions, Kimberly. She covered her face with her hands and stopped. Michaela's life was on the line. He stopped at a door and opened it. She stepped back. Is this the way out? No, it's a closet. He stepped aside and let her see. Take a jacket. She stepped into his massive frame and inhaled the salty pine essence that made up Raphael. It was better than the moldy wet stones of the castle passageway. She sighed and chose a coat, slipping it on with a shrug. He reached down and zipped her up. His hands on her waist made her recall how she had loved his hands on her naked body. She shifted on her feet. Raphael, we'll get her medicine without a confrontation. Have faith. Faith is for people like you, Kimberly. I haven't spent my life on a beach taking classes. He pressed his lips together. We're not alike. No, we're not. She smoothed back the jacket on her body to appear neat. Then she tried to keep her face blank. You take life too seriously and internalize. Face it. His eyebrows shot up. Face what? Kimberly pressed her palms down at her sides. She didn't want to scare him too much, but she told him the truth. You need me. She backed out of the closet, then held out her hand for him. He didn't stir. She sighed. Let's go. Stay at my side and do everything I say. She swallowed. He took out a key from his pocket and unlocked a lever she hadn't noticed. She rubbed her arms together. He then pocketed his key and turned down the lever. Metal gears ground together. She turned around and saw a barbed wire fence in front of the door lift into the air, straight. This must be the start of his secret passage. If everything played out right, maybe she and Raphael could patch together some sort of relationship. He needed to want her in his life. Then again, at the last second, she hung the medallion around her neck instead of keeping it in her pocket, where she might lose it. Under her clothes and jacket, no one would see the precious family heirloom. He'd given away this heirloom far easier than his heart. Chapter 22. Kimberly kept her head down against the biting wind that fought against them the second they walked outside. Raphael took the lead and blocked the elements, but the brutal force of nature was relentless. Her every stride was labored, and she did not go fast. She kept her nose down and followed Raphael's back until they walked through a dark part of the forest. The darkness irritated her senses, and she kept her hands in her coat pockets to stop the shivers. The beach was to her left as memories of how she came here rushed through her. Kimberly's fingers jittered and her clothes had a sharp sting. She lifted her hand and counted her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Splash. Water billowed near her feet. She spat salt out of her mouth. Why was there smoke all around? She coughed, but the fire fueled more smoke. She blinked her eyes. The sand against her skin hardly mattered. She swallowed hard and flexed her feet. Had she lost a sneaker? Everything happened in slow motion. She sat up, looking away from the rampant fire in the bay that burned her eyes. She stared transfixed at her feet. What had she done with her sneaker? The frigid water lapped over her body, cold. She'd never been so cold. She closed her eyes. The roar of an engine boomed in the air. She reached back to brush her matted hair behind her ears and saw the red blood on her palms. Kim opened her eyes and scanned the beach. Metallic objects littered the coast. In the distance were pine trees. She stood up and stared at the small plane engine that lapped in the water. Without warning, Raphael stopped, and she barely avoided running into him. Kimberly darted her gaze to Raphael's face. He stared hard to his right and asked her, "Are you okay? Are you with me?" Now the memories surfaced of what had happened. She rolled her shoulders like that might stop the onslaught. "I'm fine, I'm here." Her gaze followed into the darkness, but all she saw were dead trees, shrubs, and some evergreens in the far distance. He placed his finger over his mouth, so kept her question to herself. She took a step closer, invaded his personal space, and mouthed, "What's going on?" He whispered, "Harry and Roger are about 200 yards to our right." He leaned down next to her ear. "Can't you hear them?" Who stilled, but all she heard was the shriek of the wind and his heartbeat. Then he stepped back, and her ears blared with how the dead trees rang hollow. She pressed her lips together, but silence echoed. "I don't hear anything." He nodded, like he needed to convince her. "They are not dead. Smell the burning engine." She sniffed the air. She took his hand in hers and held up her chin. "What's the plan?" With a sigh, he squeezed her fingers, and her entire body came alive. Her internal warmth was the opposite of the ice cold outside. "Stick to my side. We'll recon what they have first." She nodded, and he kept a firm grip on her hand as they trekked toward whatever he'd heard. Despite his lies, in his hands she felt safe. He'd been doing a job and her plane crashed on the island. At first he had owed her nothing, but things were different now. They walked down a dark path. Crack. A footstep ruined a leaf, and her mind raced. She had to run, now. She raced past a few more trees, but the footsteps drew closer. She needed to run fast again, but her body refused to obey. If she stopped, she'd die, but her breathing became shallow. Then she saw him. He still wore his pilot uniform. Her eyes stung and she tried to find a way to disappear. He must have seen her. She winced and froze. Why hadn't he shot her dead? She dove past more rocks, but this time she stumbled and fell to the cold, stony ground. This wasn't good. She turned around, but he stood above her. She closed her eyes and blocked her skull with her hands. "Please don't shoot me. I'm out of bullets," he answered. His voice sent a chill down her spine. Nothing happened. She tried to stand up and run, but then something hard hit the back of her skull. Her eyes rolled back and she wasn't cold anymore. She closed her eyes and thought that she had died today, after all. She rocked to her feet and almost stumbled. The memory of this path hit her hard, and she remembered how Roger had almost killed her. A cold ice stayed at the base of her spine. Everywhere she turned, she saw blackness. She swallowed and vowed to herself she'd survive. Raphael's green eyes became a beacon she had to follow. She'd get the medicine and help his sister, he whispered. "Should I take you home?" Home was a good word, not that she had one. No, he stopped short again. She came beside him and let go of her thoughts. She stepped into his space again and asked, "What now?" His wide eyes were focused on something in the dark beyond them. She turned around, followed his gaze, and jumped back into his arms. She saw the flicker of a campfire. She stepped forward again. Her skin grew goosebumps and she swallowed. They had found Harry and Roger. With luck, they'd find his sister's medicine and return to the castle without anybody getting injured. Raphael clenched his fists and told her, "Stay here. I can't let you get hurt." She nodded. "Be careful." She patted his hand until he relaxed. He offered her a small sight of his dimple. "I will." She almost kissed him but held back and hugged him instead. "I promised your sister I'd stick by your side." He stepped back. "You promised me you'd listen if I brought you. You'll be safe enough here, for now." She gazed into his sexy, heroic eyes and sighed. "Hurry back." He tipped his winter hat and saluted her. "I intend to." He turned away. She watched, and a moment later he disappeared into the thicker part of the forest. She knelt down to hide in the clearing. She waited as the sun inched lower, if the direction of the small beams of light were any indication. What was taking so long? It would be night soon enough. Raphael must have found something. A bird squawked above her head. It was probably a seagull, as they were on an island. Her feet tapped in the dirt. It was late. She swallowed and rearranged her jacket. She got up and looked toward the camp. The fire embers were still visible in the distance. Perhaps Raphael was there. She could get a closer look at the camp and stay hidden. If Raphael needed her, she'd at least be nearby. With her hands clenched, she darted from her safe spot to the nearest tree. The only thing she heard was her own heartbeat. She dashed again and hid behind another tree, but unlike Raphael's crooked path, she went as straight ahead as she could. She jumped behind more bushes, but still heard nothing except her own breathing. At the last tree, she heard the crackle from the fire. This was as close as she'd go without getting caught. She stayed quiet and crouched down. She bit her lower lip and peered out. The camp seemed deserted. She had a great view of the fire and the helicopter crash. Unlike the plane, the helicopter seemed to be intact. It must have been a softer landing, but then neither Roger nor Harry intended to kill each other. She continued to study what she saw until the obvious took over her thoughts. No one was there. She scanned the area for a few more minutes. No one approached, and her gaze found a black Valentino backpack. The bag was beautiful and new. Kimberly blinked. It had to be Michaela's. The medicine was the goal. Kimberly rubbed her neck. If she took the bag and made it to Raphael, they could head toward the castle again. So why wasn't he here? She refused to dwell on the question. He was always fine. This was her opportunity to help. With a small prayer, she held her breath and then took her first step out from the tree. Her feet crunched on a twig, but no one came at her. She held her head up. Nothing happened except the brutal wind that slapped her in her face. She picked up her pace. Her limbs shook the second she went into the camp. Still no one stirred. She was alone. The crackle of the fire seemed almost alive, but she was oversensitive right now. She swept her hand across her forehead, then ran fast. A second later, she grabbed the bag from behind the pilot's seat and raced back to her tree, the twigs on the ground sounding like hand grenades. Adrenaline coursed through her. With all her noise, no one came at her? She rushed to another tree in the back, but still no one followed. Why? She was almost dizzy, but it was odd no one was here. On the third dash backward to another tree, she knelt down and hid in the scrubs. Raphael must be at the clearing. It was hard to judge the sky from the slivers of light that made it through the dark forest, but it might already be early evening. The Coast Guard should be here soon. With luck, she'd get this to Michaela, if her medicine was still in the bag. Kimberly bit her lower lip, then opened the bag and fished around. First, she found a pair of scissors and yarn. Strange. Michaela must crochet. Then she pushed past the change of clothes and the makeup, and clenched her fingers around some pill bottles that had Michaela's name. She packed everything again but kept her ears open. How come no one was here? She retraced her path to where Raphael said to wait. He wasn't there. She drummed her 2 fingers on her shoulder and scanned the area. He had always shown up and been her hero. She held the bag tight. She had a choice to make. She could run to the castle to give the bag to Michaela. Or she could follow in Raphael's footsteps to find him. He might need help. Harry and Roger were not at their camp. Perhaps Raphael had detained them. If he rounded them back up to shove them back in his dungeon, she wouldn't complain. Her fingers inched upward toward her neck and his medallion. This was for his future wife, and she had to give it back to him. First things first, she'd have to find Raphael. She scanned both paths one more time. Michaela needed her medicine fast, but she would worry about her brother. Kimberly stilled. She'd not rest either. Something had to be wrong. She adjusted the bag on her shoulder and set off into the darkness. Her heart told her to beware. Her mind told her Raphael had everything in order. She argued internally that Raphael knew how to take care of himself. He had been outside numerous times as she cowered in his castle. This path was so thick with forest and shrubs that the gray skies almost didn't filter through. It might as well be night. She closed her eyes and let her fingers go into her circle. She needed to find her center. A moment later, she opened her eyes and her gaze adjusted. She followed the path and hid as best she could. She took the time to listen. In the thick of the forest, the winds lessened. She quieted her footsteps as much as she could. Then she heard the snap of someone's fingers. She ducked low in the shrubs and reached behind her. She still had her taser in case someone came at her from anywhere. Again she heard the smack of a skin on skin. Her hearing sharpened. A fist pounded against flesh. A fight? She swallowed. Now was not a good time to be found. It might be Raphael though. Her hands shook, but she shoved them in her pockets to retrieve her taser. She peered around and made out a heavy grunt. Her heart thrashed in her ears. Another grunt boomed in the air. There was more than one person, but then that made total sense. Raphael had to be here, and the sound came from the left. Who was he fighting? Roger, or Harry, or both? She stayed low but crawled toward the next big tree. She peeked her head out and saw Raphael hung upside down on a huge pine tree at the edge of the clearing. Her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. He was the hero, he handled the fights. She clenched her fingers into a ball. Her hands were tiny compared to his. What could she do? Roger stepped into her view near Raphael. Raphael's dark hair shook like he was ready to fight the man if he was cut down. Then Roger's hand flew backward. She flinched as his fists landed on Raphael's ribs, and she heard a twig under her foot break as she moved in sympathy. She froze. Any second now, someone might see her. Every cell in her body urged her to run back to the castle, but her gaze went back to the upside-down Raphael. He needed her help. She licked her lips. What could she do? Her eyes scanned the area. Raphael hung in his position from black wiring. She scratched her head. It had to be from either crash. It wouldn't cut like rope. The wire must be strong enough to hold her muscled warrior like that. She stilled again. Harry walked closer to Raphael, and her gaze sharpened on what was in his hand. Harry held a gun. No. Adrenaline spiked through her. She had to help. She clutched her taser in her hand and readied herself. Between Roger and Harry, she'd aim for Harry, who seemed to have a soft spot for her. The gun would kill them. If she could get it from Harry, she'd give it to Raphael. She'd launch a rescue somehow. No plan surfaced, but she had to do something. Kimberly needed Raphael alive. He had to be okay. She crawled closer as Roger took another swing at her lover. The brutal pounding of flesh boomed in her hearing. He'd saved her numerous times. She'd find a way to free him. She caught sight of the embers of the fire. She stopped, refusing to think of what would happen if she was caught. Raphael, she and Michaela had to survive. There was no other option. Chapter 23. At the last tree that hid her from the men, Kimberly ducked. She bit her lip to slow her mind from its frantic pace. A calm, rational person would be the best person to free Raphael from his predicament, and she was far from the ideal. Her heart raced. There was no one else. Peace and harmony hadn't prepared her for the ache of falling in love with a medieval warrior. She had to do this. She clutched the taser in her hand. Then the twig under Kimberly's foot snapped so loud that all the grunts and noises in the camp stopped. She fought back a wave of dizziness. Footsteps ran toward her. As they approached, she tucked the taser under her shirt and pasted on her best smile. Roger came behind her. Boo! Boo! She held back a scream and turned around. Instead, she tried to cover her shaking hands. I want to go home. Harry called out. Who's there, Roger? Kimberly. He stepped backward, realizing she wasn't a threat. She took a small step into the clearing. Roger bared his crooked teeth. Can I use the gun to kill her now? Harry lifted his hand and kept his focus on Raphael. Bring her to me. Her stomach was as hard as a rock. She walked toward them with unsure steps. Raphael was upside down and not facing her direction. She held his sister's bag as close as possible. She stilled her racing heart as best she could and turned to face Raphael. Harry came beside her holding a gun at his side while the helicopter lay useless on its side behind him. Raphael's stare was unreadable. The blackness of his eyes caused her to step back. Don't be afraid of him now, miss. Afraid? She remembered Harry asking if she'd been raped. She shook her head. I can't help it. I never asked for any of this. I wanted to get a ride home, to my mother. Harry's arm wrapped around her shoulders. Her skin crawled from the touch. He then whispered, soon enough, this ends for all of us. She pressed her lips together and looked right at Raphael. Harry had his gun in his holster. She needed to bide her time for Roger to be far enough away. No one saw her as a threat. Harry pushed her toward Raphael. We're having some payback with our jailer girlie. He thought he was better and smarter than us. Her fingers ached to rip off the black wires. Raphael simply needed to get free. She'd find a way. Her eyes went higher, and his ribs were black and red with fresh bruises and probably broken bone. Roger and Harry were true bullies, in every sense of the word. Instead, she averted her eyes and tried to not give away her intentions. Roger asked, what's in your bag? Clothes. She clutched the Valentino closer. I streamlined my suitcase to bare essentials. The Coast Guard should arrive soon. Doubtful, Harry told her. Then he walked over to his brother and the pair of men whispered, Kimberly's adrenaline kept her calm on the outside. She tried not to let her lips move as she whispered to Raphael, "What would cut that black wire?" "It's steel cable." "What cuts it?" "Shears, but I'll take anything sharp." She stepped back as Harry came closer. In the medicine bag she had scissors. Roger walked in a different direction. With her head down, she clutched it close to her chest. The taser was cool and still tucked in her back pocket. The second Roger was out of range, she'd zap Harry. Her hands shook, but she breathed in, slowly. Harry grabbed her arm. "Don't worry, the big man won't harm you." She hadn't had the chance to give Raphael the scissors. "Will you?" The question flew out of her mouth. "Now, that all depends on the game we play." Her stomach churned. Harry was tall, with gray hair and crooked teeth. She inhaled and went a few steps with him. She'd need her hand back if she intended to use that taser and knock him out. She bit on her lower lip and then told him, "I'm not a fan of games. What do I need to do so I live to see my mom again?" Harry released her, but pointed for her to sit on some bench that must have come from the helicopter. With her shaky legs, she followed orders. Then he asked her, "Did the big muscular guy here have a name?" Her eyebrows arched. "Huh?" Harry folded his hands. "When he raped you, did he ever want you to call him by a name?" Raphael said nothing, but the frown on his face said plenty. She swallowed. Raphael glared at her, and she rubbed her neck. "Yeah, Ralph." "Ralph." Her hubby turned his back to her and stared at Raphael. It was as close to his name as she could think without giving him away. Raphael's jaw clenched as his green eyes stared at her hard. "Now." Kimberly dropped the bag on the bench and wrapped her fingers around the taser. She steadied her grip with both hands. Harry turned back to her and yelled, "What the thinda?" She snapped the taser like it was a gun, and two things flew out of the contraption. She swallowed and watched Harry as she held the taser as steady as she could. His entire body shook from the electric shocks. She grabbed the bag and rushed to Raphael. "Get the gun." Right. It had been her intention, but wildness had taken over her mind. She ran back to Harry and took the gun from his shaking grip, then opened the bag as she hurried to Raphael. "I have scissors, 1 second." He grunted at her more than spoke. "Give me the gun." He smiled without dimples. "Just place the gun in the palms of my hands." She tilted her head. "Why?" The intensity in his stare would melt ice. "I don't trust you with it." She nodded. Truthfully, she didn't trust herself. "I thought you were going to shoot from behind your back like they do in the movies." He rolled his eyes. "Impossible. Use the scissors and cut my legs free." Her lips trembled still, but she followed orders. She handed him the gun, and then went to work on the wire with the scissors. The outer casing was easy to fray, but the wires bent the fragile blades. She chopped, but the metal simply adjusted to what she did. "You're doing great, my love." "My love? What?" Her heart hammered a little differently, but she kept sawing. Every second felt like an hour. One small piece of metal cut, but there was more. Her upper arm ached from her effort. "How long do we have?" Another small piece of the metal cut, but this was slow. Raphael grunted. Kimberly glanced over to check on Harry. She couldn't spot Roger at all. "Are you okay?" His dimples now appeared on his face, and she exhaled. "Yeah, don't stop now, Kimberly." She nodded and used the scissors more like a knife. Finally, she broke more pieces free. Her small limbs worked without complaint, but her body was almost numb. At last, Raphael fell to the ground and rolled on his knees. He then said, "Give me the scissors." "Sure. Can we run as you work?" He tucked the gun into his pants as he sawed at his wrists. "Let's go." Twigs broke in the distance. She turned around and saw Roger barreling toward them. She covered her mouth with her fist and grabbed Raphael's arm to get him to move. His hands were behind his back as she tugged him toward the forest as fast as she could run. Then he let go of her arm. In the split second it took her to turn around, a huge bam reverberated behind her. She blinked. Raphael hit the ground hard and she hadn't caught him. She helped him stand and grabbed Raphael's shoulder and hoped to get him to run with her. They had seconds to get away. His arms wrapped around her and tugged her to the other side of him just as Roger launched at them. She dropped her hand to yell, but then both men punched at each other. She picked up the designer bag and wielded it like a shield. Roger's face came closer to her, and she hit him with the Valentino buckle. Raphael then wrapped his fist around the gun and smashed it into Roger's face, and he fell to the ground. "Why didn't you shoot him? Aren't you the peace-loving type?" Raphael pushed the holster in his jeans and shrugged. "Besides, no bullets in that gun." "Figures." She'd not say anything about the peace comment. She'd never been bloodthirsty in her life. Something had happened to her here, but she couldn't let anyone hurt Raphael. He took her hand. Run. Night had fallen while they'd fought the assassins. The Coast Guard should be here. They should go to the shore. She nodded. Together. Uno Halinant. His eyes widened and then he nodded. They both ran out of the clearing. Blackness filled the air and she had no idea how long they ran. They were halfway to the castle, and her legs had a shooting pain. Can we slow down? I'm not a runner. We have to be fast. All her years of yoga hadn't prepared her for this. She needed only a moment. Please slow down. I can't breathe and I have McCullough's medicine. Okay. He slowed down and took the bag off her back. He placed it on his own despite how broken his ribs were. We can't stay long. The castle is close. Waves lapped in her ears. The ocean was close. Her breaths and how fast her chest enlarged and then deflated became in sync. They had to go. She picked up her pace. Raphael's eyes narrowed. He didn't ask her how she was. He stood and offered his hand to help her up. Let's go. Another minute or two would be heaven. Her hand went to her chest and clutched as she labored for every breath. Shouldn't we go to the beach? The boat might have arrived. He held her hand but guided her back toward the castle. No, nothing is coming. The darkness of the night didn't seem to end. There wasn't even a moon above them in the clearing. She rubbed her neck, but followed Raphael. This time his pace was brisk, but she wasn't panting as she argued. The helicopter crashed. They'd investigate, you said. Raphael shook his head like she'd made up the story of a rescue. Roger and Harry canceled the distress signal, and reported Michaela was fine. No, he had to be wrong. Her mouth fell open. What does that mean? He crossed his arms. I'm a security zone. The authorities won't know one is coming. Her heart constricted. This wasn't good. She bit back her response and let her feet pound into the ground. There was no way she was stuck here with Raphael any longer. She couldn't trust her own heart near him till April. Footsteps echoed in the forest. Roger and Harry must be awake. We should hurry. You heard that? She nodded. It's loud. Run. I've rubbed off on you. We're ahead. We should make it. Good. They raced to the wall and his secret entrance. He scraped the metal lever back. Kimberly heard the frantic race behind them. They had no time to lose. She swallowed. Hurry. Raphael's face contorted in pain and he grabbed his ribs. She winced for him. Then she came beside him and helped lift the metal. Are you okay? She imagined all of his ribs being broken. I'll need ice. She sighed and almost smiled. Of course that would be what he said. She stepped inside the gate just as Roger and Harry jumped at the grate. Kimberly screamed as she saw the whites of their eyes. Roger's pungent breath and bloody nose sent a chill down her spine that signaled she should be ready to die now. Raphael barreled between them, holding the metal gate. Her entire body shook. Raphael yelled, "Hit the lever to your right." She reached out blindly to the right. Her fingers locked on a lever and she tugged. Raphael's fists met one of the men's faces through the slats. Now what? She stepped back. Were they in the tunnel too? Kimberly's questions spun in her head. Then Raphael lit a candle. The small light was a beacon. She let go of the lever she still gripped and saw no one was with them. She and Raphael were inside the tunnel. Roger and Harry were in the yard. He nodded at her. Thanks for coming for me. She tried to take a step, but her knees locked. He reached out for her hand and she accepted it. We made it. His face lit up like he saw his first Christmas lights, and then he reached out to her and hugged her. The muscles and size of him calmed her in a way nothing else would. She closed her eyes and hugged him back. Then she told him, I'm going to need a stiff drink. With his hands now around her waist, he led her back through the halls. I'll take one too. Today they'd worked as a team. The threat was still out there, but for this moment they had won. Kimberly closed her eyes. Raphael had once again saved her, but now she had saved him too. Chapter 24. Kimberly picked up a bag of frozen peas and pushed them against Raphael's bruised abdomen. She sucked in her breath and averted his intense and passionate stare. She reminded herself that she was mad at him. Raphael was the one that had lied and told her Roger was dead. She swallowed, then asked, Will your sister be okay? There were more pill bottles than I expected in her bag. He sighed like he was defeated. I hope so. There was more to come, she could tell. Raphael was never defeated so far. Kimberly swallowed and realized he must feel helpless. She pressed the vegetables harder on his ribs, and he winced. She pressed her forehead to his. What else haven't you said? He reached behind his head and scratched his neck. It's my sister's secret, not mine. She pressed her lips together and kept silent. Neither of them moved to pull apart. He bowed his head. Allie was Michaela's fiancée. Eileen was mine. We were how they met. She dropped the frozen peas between his legs on the seat in the kitchen. She picked it up and massaged his leg muscle and wished she could take away the pain. He inched away. Raphael reached down and handed the cold bag back to her. Kimberly took the bag back without a word, but kept her body slanted as far from him as she could. They couldn't get close like that again. He then told her, "If I didn't bring Eileen home, then my sister might have had the father of her child with her." With her child. Kimberly withdrew her hand and pressed the peas to her own heart, and then quickly returned the bag to his injury. She couldn't think. Where is her child? With our mother. Raphael turned and glanced at the door, like he hoped someone would rescue him. She tipped her head to the side and he finished. She kept her pregnancy quiet and didn't tell anyone. She doesn't want the royal family of Ashtabia to interfere with her life. You can't hide a child forever. With a heavy feeling in her stomach, she asked, "Did Eileen know how your sister was poisoned?" Raphael pressed his lips together so fast she wondered if it hurt. Not that night. On the night of his engagement party, Ali told my sister he married Eileen and then Michaela fainted from the poison. They found out at the hospital she was pregnant. Her skin felt cold. I knew that on some level. I remember blogging about it. I probably wasn't nice about your sister. Can she ever forgive me? Raphael's green eyes bored into hers as if he were a judge. She stilled. She had no idea what to say or what he thought. Then he finished, "Micah doesn't care about the press." Kimberly touched her throat with her free hand. "It was still me though. I'm not a faceless person anymore." Raphael shook his head and she turned away as she expected another sledgehammer of a shock. With Ali and Eileen now dead, her son can be raised in Connecticut without much of an issue. Micah thought he intended to come and somehow take her son from her. She did a double take. Why would there be an issue? Micah wasn't married to Ali and she had her baby in the US, I'd imagine. She did. Raphael's arm crossed his chest. His family is male-dominated. The assassins were fighting the royal family and Micah became a target while engaged to him. The whole thing is a nightmare. It's better she keeps her son out of sight. She chewed on her lip and then closed her eyes. He should be safe. Raphael dropped his arm, but still held her hand and the peas on his bruises. He turned his head toward the ceiling. Roger and Harry knew about Micah's son and how their poison failed. The royal family has internal enemies. Roger and Harry were only stooges in the plot to kill the royal family. Yes, his mouth came closer. He'd kiss her in a second. Electricity coursed through her. She sighed and he drew closer. Thankfully, she left her son at home today. She turned her face. No kisses. He brushed against her hand and nodded. She withdrew her hand from the embrace and turned away. Her body tensed. He dropped his hands to his sides along with the bag of peas. What's wrong? There was no more holding back. Her body heated, and it wasn't from passion. Raphael, you lied. He stilled like she'd said something passive-aggressive that he could ignore. I wanted to protect you and for you to feel safe. He thought this was just about the men he had in his dungeon. She dropped her hands to her hips and shook her head. That's just one thing, but we can start there. He moved his hands to his lap and crossed his legs. Okay, she planted her legs wide apart, crossed her arms and gritted her teeth. You told me Roger was dead and let me think the same about Harry. He crossed his arms too. He thought you'd die if he tossed you out the plane. Her nostrils flared, her arms flew to her sides and then she gulped. His words filtered into her brain and she blinked. What? His green eyes seemed almost black again, and his voice had an edge to it. It's what he told me when I questioned him. Harry had meant to be cruel too. She should have known. Her entire body felt like she'd crumple into cereal Raphael would have to clean off the floor. You should have told me. Hummy. He scratched his head. She tapped her foot on the ground and he stopped. I didn't want you to spend every second here worried they'd get out. Her hands clenched. He should not be making decisions like that for her. Her back stayed stiff as she said, not good enough. He stood up and took a step toward her, but she stepped back. You were scared when you arrived. She shook her head. That's not a reason. Then he spread his hands, palms up. I'm sorry, Kimberly. She rubbed her arms and ignored his offered palm near her. Eventually he withdrew his hand. Her heart whispered to let this go and be happy. But her mind reeled. He couldn't be trusted. You also didn't tell me about Eileen and Ali and that you knew them. This time he crossed his arms, like she'd thrown a knife in his back. She held her head higher. He took a step back. No, I didn't. He'd lied about important matters of the heart and she couldn't trust him. Her foot tapped on the floor again. Why lie about them? His mouth dropped open like she'd said the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard. Her entire body heated. How dare he act that way? He was the one that had lied. Then he shook his head. You said Eileen was your friend, and that you blogged about people's personal lives for a living. We weren't that close. Kimberly shook her head. Eileen was my roommate for 1 year and she offered me a plane ride home. That doesn't mean I'd crucify you. He pushed the bag of peas further back on the kitchen counter. I didn't want to take the chance. She swallowed and her heart felt hollow. But you were willing to sleep with me. His mouth fell open. That's not the same thing at all. She spun on her heels to stand right in front of him and she clenched her hands at her side. You don't want to take chances, but you were willing to have me in your bed. Hunyuan henyo. He ran his hands through his hair and massaged the back of his neck, like that would give him any comfort. I tried to say no to you. Hunyuan hustem, yet almost trusted him with her heart and soul. You didn't try hard enough. Hunyuan henyo mitinyo. Why? 'Cause you pick women who clearly don't value you. He stepped back again. Is that what's wrong here? She froze. That's not fair. I should be angry. A vein seemed to dance on his forehead. She swallowed and he turned his back on her. Kimberly, I won't bother you again. Her mouth fell open. She feared she'd gone too far. She pressed her hands to her stomach and called out, Wait. Raphael walked out of the kitchen. He left the bag of frozen peas on the counter. Her heart hammered in her chest, and she had a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. She paced and decided to refreeze the peas. She pinched her forehead and tried to shake off a headache. She had seduced him. She tried to put her hand in those circles, but it didn't help. Every atom in her body begged that she should still be open to him. Thinking hurt her head. She decided to head upstairs. She'd told him the truth, and she had every right to be angry, but the ache inside her intensified now that she was alone. She should go see how Micah slept. Raphael had put her first over and over again. No one ever valued her, but she had to know she could trust him. She swallowed and froze in the hallway of the main room. A light flickered down the hall. Her feet turned toward the candlelight and she took a few steps. If it was Raphael, then she could finish their conversation. Perhaps she'd been too hard. He had hoped to kiss her. Her nostrils no longer flared, and her lips tingled. She made absolutely no sense. Perhaps she had spent too many years on a beach, and not around people. Maybe she had overreacted, unlike her last boyfriend. Raphael had always treated her with kindness. He'd protected her and been her hero. Even now, he isolated himself because the government needed him too. His sister upstairs would worry about him, and despite what a horrible past he had learned wrong things. She had learned wrong reactions too. She sighed and wrinkled her nose. The candle went into a room further down the hall. Didn't he see her? The solution wasn't to never forgive Raphael. They were stuck together for who knows how long. They had enemies outside their doors, and most of all, her heart yearned for his touch. He made her feel safe. If she didn't forgive and forget, she'd lose him. She sighed and turned the knob of the door to enter. But then she heard mumbles. Her ears sharpened as men spoke, and her heart almost fell out of her chest. Roger and Harry were inside the house. She let the door handle go and ran back down the hall. At the stairwell to the bedrooms, she glanced upstairs. His sister was sick and needed protection from them. Were they here for the money she found on the beach? To kill them? Why didn't this end? She needed to find Raphael, now. Adrenaline coursed through her. Michaela needed her. She rubbed her arms and raced up the stairs. 2 heads were better than 1, and Raphael would find them. He'd not let them down. She'd tell him later that she was sorry she went too far. First she'd make sure his sister was okay. Chapter 25. Kimberly patted Michaela's arms to rouse her gently, but she was out cold. Any second Roger and Harry might break down the door. Her limbs trembled. She shook Raphael's sister's shoulder to wake her up. Michaela's head turned, and she let out a loud snore. Kimberly's stomach was hard as rocks. What to do? Raphael's sister slept like the dead, and there were people here to kill them. Kimberly turned on her heels, and then gazed at the medication at the nightstand. Despite how her feet itched to run, she picked up the pill bottles. She then gulped the rest of the water Michaela had left on the stand. The coolness of the water did nothing to stop how dizzy Kimberly felt at the thought that they might be trapped. Sleeping pills? Oh no. No wonder she couldn't wake Michaela. Kimberly's leg muscles tightened. Roger and Harry might stay downstairs and out of the bedrooms. Noise would attract danger. She gripped the edge of the nightstand. On the other hand, they could be on the stairs right now. Her limbs shook. She wanted to run, but she had to stay. She glanced around the room. The candles would attract attention, so she quickly blew them out. Raphael would come and save his sister the second he knew the castle was no longer safe. Raphael had always saved her. She needed to find a way to keep Michaela and herself safe until he showed up. She gazed around the room for any sign that they might be discovered any second. Raphael knew how to use weapons. The house was stacked with his defenses. Her hands were clammy and cold as she reached out to pick up the heavy candelabrum. Footsteps clumped up the stairs. Kimberly flinched, but then quickly blew out the last flames of the candles on the other side of the room. Michaela was still unconscious. Kimberly backed into the corner of the wall and tried to not make any noise. She held the heavy silver candelabrum to her side as she clenched the center of it. It was the only weapon she had. Her heartbeat felt like it exploded as the door slipped open. She picked up the candelabrum to wield it as a weapon as the door closed. Her body warmed, though for a moment she couldn't see who came. Then her muscles relaxed as she stepped forward. Without one word, she crossed the room and hugged Raphael's strong chest. His arms wrapped around her as she tried to breathe. "It's you." She stepped back and dropped her arms. He shook his head. "Stay quiet. I have my gun and I'll get you to a safe place." "Meg." Kimberly's mouth dropped open. "Where is she? Is she safe?" Raphael's green eyes gleamed in the darkness. "Who is Meg?" "Your maid." She covered her mouth with her hand. "Roger and Harry are downstairs. She can't be safe here." "I don't have a maid." Raphael showed her the huge rifle in his hand. "I don't want anyone hurt in the crossfire. I came to make sure you were both safe." The gun was longer than her arm. Meg couldn't be a figment of her imagination, but there was little time right now to decipher what Raphael had said. She gazed into his almost black eyes. "Try not to shoot them if you can." "I don't intend to." He ran his hands through his hair like those words he'd uttered hurt. She rubbed her neck. Perhaps she was wrong in what she had said. It might be easier if they just killed them, but then she felt wicked for that thought. Raphael then offered his hand to her to shake. "If I can get them back in my dungeon, they'll rot there until spring arrives. Will that work for you?" She couldn't take back her words now. She'd delay everything. She had to trust Raphael would do the right thing. She shook his hand and he stepped around her toward his sister. She took a step forward to follow him and announced, "I'll help." He stopped short and she marched into his back. "What happened to her?" He shook his head around his broad shoulders and headed to the nightstand. "Sleeping pills." He shook his head. "Not a good plan." "I know." He turned back to her and handed her the same taser she'd used earlier on Harry. "Take this, I'll carry my sister to safety and double back for you." Ronian sinning in sum, Minon damdos rindong, beingen moi my dom franding shelmdens and dadanum, Dominion rindolfram dirting at in banaming and agantum nagantan dadam, min, hiskuts being oming mingandan. She clutched the taser as he stepped back. "Yeah, it will work." She fixed it in the back of her pants again. He turned to leave, but she crossed her arms. "I'll take a gun too. Minan damdamtun, amanduskin duans. Minan damdamdid and an eding to pausham. Minan damdam sting foindon. Minan damdaning anandam. His kutban dumding in tannen. I can hold my hand steady, and next time you'll teach me." He kissed the top of her forehead and shook his head. "No. Keep this room locked. I need to get Micah out, and then I'll come right back for you." She was going with him. His gun meant he'd not be able to carry his sister by himself. He stripped the blankets off his sister and lifted her in his arms. He turned to leave, and she placed the candelabrum on the table. "I should help you. You take one side and I take the other, so you have one arm free." "No." She waited until he half turned around. "The last time they caught you." He waited at the door. "It won't happen here." She wasn't going to wait around for someone to save her. Raphael might get hurt, and she'd not let that happen again. "Michaela will weigh you down. I am going with you." He shook his head. "No." One-word answers were not helpful, but she kept that comment to herself. "I am going. You'll follow me, won't you?" For the first time she smiled at him. "True, I will." A sigh escaped his lips like he'd accepted his fate. "Good." He then picked up his rifle. She took Michaela on one side as he lifted his sister. "Fine. Do what I say every second, and we'll move fast if we both carry her." Hunhumpshiba than Friola now me. His sister was heavier than she appeared. Kimberly held Micah and fought to keep her every breath silent. He opened the door and they slipped out. He then closed the door behind them and whispered, "I'll lock this door." "Why?" Kimberly licked her lips and glanced around the hall. He whispered, "They'll think someone's inside if it's locked." Everything in the middle of the night was black, and her eyes couldn't adjust with any light. Raphael took the lead. She held her head high as he led her down the stairs. She had to stop being afraid, and Raphael was her friend. It wasn't his fault that she'd fallen hard for him, or else she'd have not been so mad. Halfway down the stairs, he shoved her hard against the wall. Then he pushed his sister in her hands entirely. She winced, said nothing, and held Michaela up against the wall with her. Then Kimberly's ears burned. She heard footsteps. Roger and Harry had found them. Her heart rose to her throat. Unceasing with her grasp on the other woman so tight, Kimberly's foot slipped on the step, and she banged her heel on the stone. Footsteps raced up the stairs, and there was more than one set. Both Harry and Roger? Kimberly gripped her taser in one hand and held Michaela behind her with her body. Raphael stood in front of them both. Kimberly wished she saw in the dark, then she'd shoot straight. Raphael's rifle had a laser on it. "Stop!" he yelled. All she could do was press Micah's head against her hands to protect Jer from the shot he fired. Something slumped on the floor. Her heart raced so fast. Then he shot again. Nothing fell in that nanosecond, and Raphael grunted. Harry ran. "Stay close." First he took his sister's side while Kimberly lifted the other. Then he took a step down the stairs, and she followed. This wouldn't be her plan at all, but she held back her usual questions, as right now she was unable to speak. He sped up, and on the third step he pushed her and Michaela into the wall, again. Her stomach was rock hard, as she expected something to be launched at both of them. Then the wall moved. She held back her scream as Raphael pushed them into the dark secret passage. He slipped in past her and then bolted something with an echoing click. She swept her hand across her forehead, and then he took her hand for a second. Their palms together felt right. Then he brushed past her to gather his sister in his arms. She took the other side and he led her further down the black hallways. "Where are we?" He lifted his finger to his lips, and she gazed into his eyes. "Can you stay here by yourself for a minute?" The last thing either of them needed was to be alone. "Why?" He kissed her hand. "You'll be safe here." Harry knew we were upstairs, but he won't get into the hidden walls. Raphael took his sister in his arms, laying her down on something. Kimberly stared into the dark, making out the outline of a bed or mattress. No, a sofa. Her hands brushed against soft fabric. Michaela would be comfortable. "Can't he get a gun and shoot at us if he knows we are here?" "No. This hall is safe." Raphael stepped back, and she couldn't make out even a shadow of his body. She took a step back in the dark, and she sensed him in front of her. She reached out and touched his shoulder. "Let's go." He massaged her shoulder with the hand that wasn't holding his rifle. "Kimberly, please stay here." His voice had an edge. Raphael knew his house. Kimberly's heart thrashed in her chest as she told him, "Okay, go get Harry. I'll stand guard over your sister." His hand slipped under her chin. She gazed up and closed her eyes. A moment later his mouth met hers and he kissed her on the lips. He tasted of testosterone mixed with his usual taste of pine trees. Her arms wrapped around him. This moment burned into her and everything else became blurry. Her lips tingled as he stepped back. He left before she could say anything. The safe room was the darkest place she'd ever been. Kimberly rubbed her arms together. Raphael had 20 minutes or else she'd have to go help him again. Chapter 26. Kimberly tapped her feet on the ground to help her count the minutes. She brushed her hand on Michaela's arm every 20 taps, but Sleeping Beauty was unconscious. Raphael should have returned already. Something must have happened. The taser behind her back tickled her skin. Michaela would be fine if Kimberly figured out how to lock the door. She walked blindly in the pitch black and used the palms of her hands to guide her to a wall. Then she traced the wall toward the outline of a door. Confidence surged through her. Her plan to get out of here and help Raphael would work. Her heart raced, but she followed the door to the lock. A loud bang reverberated in the air and Kimberly clenched her hands together. Raphael had said this was safe, so she didn't fall to the floor. Instead, she pressed her ear to the door and tried to listen. The mumbles of a conversation filtered through, but Kimberly couldn't make out the words. One sounded like a woman. Hope surged through her, and she hoped it was Raphael returned. But the conversation continued and no one opened the door. If it was Raphael, then who was the woman? Perhaps it was Meg and she was with Roger or Harry. The longer the whispers continued, the more certain Kimberly became. If she opened the door, she'd surprise them both. Then if Meg was there, she could join them in the dark. Kimberly's hands shook as she fished out the taser. Then with her free hand she brushed her hair back and rolled her shoulders. She swallowed, unlocked the door and peeked outside. Frigid air greeted her and her entire body grew goosebumps. Meg told whoever she was talking to, "I do not appreciate having to clean up what you did. You should be ashamed of yourself, young man." Isan din. Kimberly opened the door and grabbed the older woman's arm. Her hand brushed against air, and her fingers turned blue. Meg turned her head and her green eyes seemed haunted. Meg floated forward as she told whoever was with her, "I'm getting my sponge to clean this up." Then Meg threw herself into the secret room. As it seemed in the corner of Kimberly's eye, a man on horseback raced up the stairs. Every limb in her body shook from the cold. Her teeth chattered, but she scrambled to lock the door. Meg kept her head high as she glanced at Micah and asked, "Where is Master Raphael? I thought he'd be with you." Kimberly wished she could see the other woman. This safe room needed lights. "He's protecting the castle. How are you?" Kimberly Wetterneyes didn't seem alive. "Ah. You need not concern yourself with me, mistress." The word ghost floated in Kimberly's head. Her eyes widened, but she didn't say a word. "Who are you?" Kimberly whined. This didn't scare her now. Kimberly saw how Meg seemed to float rather than stand. Meg stared at her and then said, "Not all the Murphy men choose worthy women. When one woman shows her worth, she earns the amulet you wear around her neck." Kimberly had no time for this. Raphael needed her, and honestly she didn't want to think about what Meg had said, ever. She tapped her foot on the ground. "Raphael didn't know the significance of this necklace. I intend to return it." Meg's voice grew softer. "Master Raphael is in danger. The invaders have laid a trap. I've come to warn you." Kimberly dropped her hands to her sides. "Two men?" Meg seemed to nod. "One is wounded. The ugly one thought I'd nurse his brother. Nine hisken dalijn huriside. Nikendame prungingdame blar." Meg reached out and took Kimberly's arm. This time the cold didn't scare her. "I'll stay with her until this is over then." Kimberly led her to the couch and Meg reached out to get her bearings. Kimberly stepped back. "Right. Nikendame prungingdame blarn." Nothing made sense here. She turned to leave, but Meg grabbed her hand. The ice picks for fingers somehow comforted her as Meg said, "Not the way we came in. Go out the second entrance." Kimberly's jaw opened, and her heart raced. "Where is that?" Meg reached up again. "Take my hand, miss, and I'll show you." Kimberly helped her stand, and the woman led her in the dark. Kimberly's hands were unclenched now. "Meg, are we going to be friends now?" Meg huffed, but her tone wasn't as dismissive as it had been. "Don't go making assumptions for the future. We might never see each other again if you're both safe." Meg lifted Kimberly's hand to point to an outline of another door. "The second door will lead you to the hallway that goes up to Raphael's room." Kimberly took both of the woman's hands in hers. "Thank you. I'm sure he'd prefer if you stayed. I'd think less of you if you did." Kimberly shrugged. "He could be hurt or trapped. I have to go." The room was like a refrigerator. "Thank you." Meg didn't respond with anything except a dead-eyed stare that bored through Kimberly's soul. Outside. "He needs to know both men are alive." Meg held her hands firm as Kimberly tried to release their hold. "He'd still prefer if you stayed." Kimberly reached out and rubbed Meg's shoulder. "I'm going." Meg stepped back. "I thought so." Kimberly reached up and opened the door. "Lock this behind me." Kimberly then nodded at Meg and stepped into the hall, which seemed deserted. Kimberly went upstairs to his chamber. Raphael had weapons up there. She stayed quiet on the stone steps and climbed as fast as she could. She jumped up and unlatched the lock to his door and threw the door into someone's back. She squeaked, but then covered her mouth. A large, manly hand grabbed her arm and she shuddered. She shook her head back and forth, but her eyes met Raphael's. He pointed his gun right at them. Foul breath invaded her sense of smell and she turned to her right. Pools of blood gathered at Roger's feet already. He had to know he'd been shot. Then Harry's hands went down her spine and grabbed the taser from the back of her pants. No. She couldn't allow Harry to use that against Raphael. She clawed at his hand around her neck to get free, but he aimed with his other hand. She then jerked her body as far as she could to get in the way. A snap sounded in the air, and then her body shook violently. She couldn't think. She hit the floor. Nothing caught her, but she couldn't control herself. A bullet pierced the air above her. Every organ in her body trembled and shook, and she had no control over her own body. It was violent, and every part of her felt as though it was burning like hellfire. It seemed like an eternity later that Raphael knelt beside her and petted her head. "Everything is good now, Kimberly." He kissed her forehead, and the violent, out-of-control shaking she experienced lessened. She met his gaze. His green eyes truly were succulent and sexy as he stared at her. Then she closed her eyes and passed out. Chapter 27. Kimberly woke up to the loud whistle of an ocean vessel. She sat up in her bed and her hands flew to her chest. She was in her princess bedroom again with her blankets tucked around her legs. Her chest was heavy, like she had something pressed against her. There was nothing though. Another loud horn from a ship that sounded like a moan. Kimberly stumbled out of bed and ran to the window. The forest covered most of her view. If she had slept in Raphael's room, she'd be able to see. She'd also kiss him, since she was able to go home. She had a sinking feeling in her stomach. Of course, Raphael likely thought she never wanted him ever again. She hugged her body. The door handle to her room twisted, and Kimberly rubbed her arms. A lightness flew through her as she thought it was Raphael. But then her shoulders collapsed inward as she saw that it was Micah. Michaela bounded into the room. The Coast Guard arrived. My parents sent them to rescue me. Kimberly, we can go home. Hannah meekly shook her head. Where's Raphael? Michaela tried to take Kimberly's hand. He's downstairs. Kimberly lowered her arms and almost accepted Michaela's offered hands. Is he coming? Michaela shook her head. No, he's staying here. Kimberly smoothed her t-shirt instead. Would he come say goodbye? Her heart whispered no. He'd likely stay away. She had said she'd never trust him. Where is he now? I have to talk to him. Michaela shrugged. I'm sure he'll see us off. Do you need my help packing? Kimberly needed to sit down. She should leave. It was the right thing to do, but her heart dropped into her stomach and her body felt weak. What happened to Roger and Harry? Michaela rubbed her shoulder. Are you okay? Just tell me. Raphael already met the captain with the bodies. Michaela then stepped back and pulled out a chair from the side. You should sit. You don't look well. I'm fine. Kimberly tried to smile, but she knew the mask was fake. Harry was alive last night. How did he die? I don't know. Does it matter? Kimberly's head told her that all lives mattered, even the ones who were out to kill her. There were so many questions left. She paced around the room. What about Ali and Eileen's bodies? Michaela's hand went to her hip. Raphael dug them up and also gave the bodies to the Coast Guard. What's going on with you? Kimberly wished she were alone, then she'd be able to think. Do the police have questions? Michaela's head tilted. Who cares? We didn't do anything wrong and we have lawyers. Kimberly rubbed her neck. I don't. Michaela smiled and dropped her hands. Yeah, you do. Raphael already ensured you'd be left alone. Insanity. Kimberly swallowed. So much had changed fast. How long was I sleeping? Michaela walked closer. 14 hours. Insanity froze. What? Michaela nodded. I came and checked every hour since they arrived. Sweet. But she wasn't her brother. Kimberly's heart begged for him. She lowered her eyelashes. When did the ship come? 6 hours ago. Kimberly dared to meet his sister's stare. Did Raphael come up to see me? Michaela pressed her lips together. No. He told me he'd not wake you. Mikalimoltam Danabin comes. Kimberly's heart whispered she couldn't go. She had to see Raphael. She loved him more than she'd loved anyone ever. Mikalimoltam Danabin comes. Mikalimoltam Danabin comes. She froze. She was in love with Raphael Murphy. Trusting him was something that was ingrained in her now, and she'd never stop. How could she sneak off without seeing him again? Mikalimoltam Danabin comes. Mingoan Bao. She froze in love with Raphael Murphy. Kimberly clutched the medallion around her neck. She must have slept with it on. If the legend about this castle was correct, then Raphael would one day accept her. Her heart begged for him to love her, but Kimberly's head argued not to get too far ahead of herself. Kimberly strode to the door. First, I need to talk to Raphael. Wear shoes, this place gets so cold. Kimberly stopped, glanced over at the chair with her clothes neatly pressed, and nodded. Okay, let me get dressed. Michaela walked around her to the door, and Kimberly backed away. Michaela called out, I'll wait for you in the dining room until it's time to board. Raphael had needed her. She coughed and rushed to the bathroom. Tomorrow she could be home with her sister and mother, but Kimberly's fingers trembled. She'd rather be with Raphael. A few seconds later, she ran out of the room. Her sneakers beat against the wood floors and she turned toward the library. Her heart hammered in her chest. She'd have to find Raphael. She'd run to his room next, but luckily the library door was ajar. She pushed the doors open. Raphael? The fire in the room crackled at the same time Raphael's voice boomed. Kimberly. Humtumlitsum. His voice came from the other end. She ran into the room and her sneakers skidded to a stop as she turned the corner. We have to talk, Humtumlitsum. He nodded, but didn't meet her gaze. He ripped a check out of his wallet and placed it on the table. I owe you money, Humtumlitsum. Humtumlitsum. I promised to pay you while you stayed for cooking. That's not why. He picked up the check and interrupted her. He walked forward and handed her the paper. I wrote a check out for $10,000. Her gaze flew down to the check in her hand and she stared at the exorbitant amount. What? The 9-year-old Jordan from Pananoms. Her gaze flew down to the check in her hand and she stared at the exorbitant amount. What? The 9-year-old Jordan from Mission Hiorao. You need this to build your life with your mother and sister. Raphael, you and I. Again he spoke fast and interrupted her. We're a mistake, I apologize. Stop it. He shook his head and walked past her. I have to go. He hadn't even once met her gaze. Her heart begged for his touch, not this coldness. No, wait. No hen her hufte tentin tenning gauhen and Pamela. He strode out the door like he was chased. She picked up the check from the table and glanced down. Her bank account never had this many zeros. Then she shook her head and tore the check up. The ripping sounded emboldened her. She'd not take a dime of Raphael's money. She loved him. She raced out to the hall to find him. He was nowhere to be seen. Who knew what secret passage he'd taken to run from her? Michaela stepped out of the dining room and into the hall. Come on, Kimberly, walk me to the ship. Kimberly turned toward Raphael's sister. Michaela would want to protect her brother, so why did she pace now? You're anxious to go. My son is waiting for me. Kimberly smiled and walked closer. At least you have something out of all the pain. Michaela shrugged again. I always felt bad for my brothers. I thought Tiffany and then later Eileen were horrible choices. Until Erica and now you. I was worried about them. Raphael told me that Erica's your sister. She's amazing with Gabriel. I love her like a sister already. Kimberly sighed. I'll walk you to the ship. Michaela carried her bag and Kimberly picked up hers. Every cell in her body begged her not to go anywhere. They walked out the front door in silence. The door loudly clicked, locked behind them. They walked next to each other through a forested area that headed toward the beach. Once they cleared the first set of trees, Michaela said, I thought you liked my brother. Kimberly's hands clenched around the handle of her suitcase. I love him. Kimberly waited, but Michaela said nothing. Kimberly met her eyes, and then Michaela nodded and asked, but? Hun something. Kimberly sniffled. No but. He has to love me for a relationship to work. Hun something. Michaela elbowed her and smiled. Your sister locked herself away with Gabriel until he opened up his heart. Hun something plinoen spadaptin. What are you saying? Michaela did her infamous shrug again. Raphael's heart has been through a few blenders. That's a strong visual. I like you, Kimberly. If you can get my brother to open up, then who knows? There might be hope for the rest of us. Kimberly stepped onto the beach, and no flashes of the crash flew through her mind. Instead, she visualized how Raphael's lips made her body burn. Kimberly walked closer and stood near the small ship that would take them to the larger vessel. Two sailors tied knots. Kimberly widened her stance and stopped. Here we are. Michaela clutched her bag close. So what are you going to do? I'm staying. Want me to tell your sister anything? She nodded. Tell her I love her and I'm sorry I missed the wedding. Michaela tilted her head. That's it? Kimberly's entire body begged her to run back to the castle. She held still. I'll look her up in the spring. Deal, Michaela nodded. Thank you for everything. You saved my life. Kimberly placed her hands in circles as she stood. Peace now enveloped her. She loved Raphael, and he was a good man. She should go back, but she waited until the small rowboat took Michaela to the larger ship, and Kimberly could no longer see her. A few moments later, she turned to walk back in the forest alone. With every step she took into the forest, Kimberly's heart told her to hold steady. The castle grew larger and larger now as the mist darkened. It would rain soon, but then it always rained here. Now that their troubles were over, Raphael had time to get to know her. She crossed her fingers as she pushed the door. Then she stopped. The door was locked. She knocked. I'm not going anywhere. The wind whipped past her face. She swallowed and clenched her jaw. Then she banged harder on the door. The lock clicked. Kimberly's stomach hardened, but she gripped her suitcase. The room was icy cold. She hoped for Raphael's green eyes to gaze at, but instead she stared into Meg's green eyes. Did you forget something, mistress? Kimberly lifted her chin. She'd argue if she had to. Raphael is going to need dinner tonight. She opened the door wider. He will. Kimberly breathed a sigh of relief. Where is he? I don't know, but he'll turn up. Then I better get dinner started. I'll take your bag to your room, Miss Kimberly. No one ever said ghosts were helpful to have around. Thank you for everything. Get going. Kimberly handed her bag to Meg and glanced around the castle. Perhaps it was best to stay in the kitchen until the ship left. Raphael would have no other options but to see her every day for the next few months. The ship should leave in an hour. Then nothing he could say would change anything. She'd tell him how she loved him and leave it as fact. On the steps leading down to the kitchen, she rolled up her sleeves. Perhaps she could take a book from the library and read while she waited him out. She turned around and walked down the hall toward the library. Raphael had to know she loved him. She'd never loved anyone like this, and it was time to gather her courage. Love was harder than she thought, but she'd stay the course. Chapter 28. The rain poured faster than usual. Kimberly dropped her book on the table and smiled. For once it sounded more like the rain in the South Pacific or even Florida than the cold North Atlantic rain. A small laugh escaped her lips, and Kimberly took it as a sign. Now she'd find Raphael and face any storms that might gather. She checked the slow cooker. Tonight there would be sweet potatoes and sesame chicken. She walked out of the kitchen and up the stairs. She'd start in his bedroom. At some point he'd show up there to sleep. She bit her lower lip and walked up the stairs and across the castle. The drafts no longer mattered, and she didn't need a candelabrum for this trip. She knew her way. She reached the tower and then ascended the stairs. No more secrets lay between them except that she was knee-deep in love. With time, he might love her back. Kimberly unlocked his bedroom door and slipped inside. Raphael walked out of his bedroom wearing only a towel. His eyes widened as he gazed at her. "What are you doing here?" She closed the door behind her and refused to gawk at his hard, muscular body. "I came up to talk to you." He crossed his arms. "Why aren't you on the ship?" She lifted her chin and met his stare. He seemed cold or perhaps defensive. Her fingers ached to touch him, but she held back. "You need me." His eyes sparked with whatever ran through his mind. She swallowed and hoped the warmth that grew in her head didn't interfere. She took a step toward him, but he stepped back. "Don't. Raphael, we have to talk." "Kimberly, there is nothing left to say." Her lips parted. There was so much to say, but an argument now was the opposite of what she'd hoped. Her heart shifted in her chest, and she refused to rush. "Can you please sit? There is something I need to say." She took a seat on the bed and gazed at him. He paced the room. "Did the ship leave already?" "I don't know if I can stop it." She refused to react. She was going to say what she came to say. "I'm not going, so it doesn't matter." He stopped his trip across his floor and turned. "What?" She stayed calm. "I'm not going, so Mangaquine." He crossed his arms again and shook his head. "Why?" She lifted her chin and pressed her hands into her lap. "Because I love you." He took a step backward, like she'd sent a shock right through him. "No, you don't." Her mouth fell open. "Huh? You don't love me?" She stood up and gazed into his eyes. Then she nodded. "I do. I love you." He ran his hand through his hair and then checked to ensure that the towel stayed around him. "You told me you never wanted to see me again." She shrugged. "I don't think I said that, and even if I did, I was upset. I'm over it now." He shook his head. "You should be off to see your mother." She crossed her arms but then dropped them. She didn't mean this to be a fight. "I should be here, Kimberly." One word, but her name sounded good from his lips. She stroked her arms, though she wished to stroke him. "Raphael, I love you. You saved my life. You took care of me. And my place is here, with you." He stepped closer to her, and again every cell in her body wished to touch him. She held still as he told her. "I can't love you back, not the way you deserve." She hugged her stomach. One day he might love her. She had to hold on to that hope. "What do I deserve?" "None who has his whole heart and soul." She shook her head. This conversation wasn't how it played out in her head. He was supposed to have her on the bed already. That prince among men never showed up. Even if the Prince Charming fairy tale guy showed up in my life, he's far too late. "I love you." He rubbed his newly shaved chin. "Why? You deserve the best." She shrugged. There was only one answer. "You're the one in my heart." He froze again. "Kimberly, I can't." She swallowed. What else could she do? She lowered her eyelashes. "Can't or won't. Don't try to convince me." She shook her head and walked to the door. This conversation had gone all wrong. Perhaps she should have waited. She'd regroup and try again. "Fine. Dinner will be ready in a few hours. I'll be in my room." His hand brushed against hers as she passed. She stilled as he told her. "Wait." She turned back to him, but her head shook. He didn't love her. "Why?" "I love you." Her mouth fell open and her heartbeat sped up. She shook her head. "Was that difficult?" His Adam's apple bounced as he swallowed, and his grip on her hand sent heat throughout her body. "No, but you shouldn't love me back." She turned to him and placed her other hand on their hand-holding. "Why not?" His eyelashes drooped over his eyes and he didn't look at her. "I don't deserve you." Her nerves tingled near him, but she tugged her hands free. She needed to be alone and sort out the mess in her heart at the moment. She was so confused. "So I deserve to be with someone I don't love." He curled his hands into fists at his sides. She had approached this conversation all wrong. He then told her, "You're making this difficult. You were supposed to be gone." Perhaps she should have gone on the ship, but it was far too late now. She turned and headed to the door. "I'm right here. Come here." She stopped and turned around. This time he strode over to her, and his hands wrapped around her hips. A smile grew on her face, and finally his lips met hers, and the fire inside her flared. His kiss was firm and delicious, and she swore he branded her. The hair rose on her arms, and she brushed her hands around his waist. His towel loosened, and she reached lower to squeeze his butt. He took a step forward and led her backward. She stayed in his embrace as he lifted her shirt above her head. She helped and unhooked her bra. At the edge of the bed, she went onto her tiptoes and kissed him again. He threw her clothes across the room and reached down to unhook her jeans. His lips left hers, and she stepped out of her jeans. "I love you, Raphael Murphy." "I love you too, Kimberly." His hands then lowered her underwear, and the only thing left on her naked body was the medallion. She ran her hands through his hair, and then raked them down his back as he lowered her on the bed. Her entire body was alive because of his every touch. His lips traveled lower to the nipples of her breasts, and her body ached with need. His tender ministrations on her breasts were heavenly, and she threw her head back. His fingers traveled lower on her body and played with the apex of her body. Somewhere in the back of her head, she controlled her hands as they went to play with his manhood. "Don't go slow, my love. You deserve to be treated as a goddess. No, I just need you with me, beside me, within me." His lips met hers again, and his hands traced her entire body. Then he lifted his body above hers and pushed into her. Warmth rushed through her. Raphael was all she needed. She loved him. Then she lost all thoughts. She was his. Chapter 29. Are you ready? Raphael fixed his tie one more time. My parents can be super religious. Kimberly checked the designer dress she wore. She couldn't believe they were at this hotel in New York about to meet his parents. She fixed her lipstick. Won't they have questions? If we don't want to answer, we don't. Her skin jumped as he brushed his hand down her arm. How is that possible? I do it all the time. Avoidance. They can't know I use my house to run internet interference. She packed her pocketbook. She fumbled with the lipstick, but then the clutch closed with everything inside. Don't they technically own the hotel? No, this one is mine. She smiled. Once again, Raphael was overconfident and adorable. And whatever happened to Roger and Harry? Why bring that up now? She walked over to him and fixed his tie. Raphael didn't say a word until she finished. Then she said, "You had a meeting with your boss an hour ago and then came in to take a shower." He checked that she'd straightened the tie out in the mirror and avoided her gaze. They died. Is your nephew still in danger? Goosebumps formed on her arms. This conversation kept her grounded and not worried about his parents for the moment. He turned around and glared at her. Not if I have any say in the matter. Of course he'd say that. She checked her earrings. And your parents, will they like me? Of course they will. Raphael hugged her and kissed her forehead. I love you, so they'll have to accept you. No more stalling. She took his arm and walked in step with him. After this, we go see my mom and Erica. I feel like we've been going non-stop since we left the castle. He placed his hand over hers the second he opened the door for them. We'll be back there soon. The door to their hotel room closed as they made their way down a bright hallway, so different from his castle. After the honeymoon, as they waited near the elevator, he massaged her back. The door then opened. Her legs had pins and needles as she took her first step, but she said, "Let's go." She took his hand and held him close the entire time they were in the elevator. Her heart slowed down, but her skin stayed jumpy. The elevator dinged, and she squeezed his arm. He continued and massaged her back. On the first floor, he whispered in her ear, "Relax, Kimberly." Easy for him to say. She stepped out of the elevator and he led her to a fancy hotel restaurant. She swallowed as she entered, but then her heart skipped a beat, and a smile grew on her face. Erica and her mom stood at the bar. Kimberly let go of Raphael and rushed to her mom and sister. She hugged them both, and her face grew wet from her tears. Erica stepped back first, but she had a wide smile on her face. "Calm down, I'm pregnant. I'm an aunt." Kimberly's tears watered. "I saw your wedding announcement and set on my journey home. I wanted to wish you the best, sis." Erica clutched her stomach. "How did you see it?" She blinked. She assumed her sister sent her the email. "It was in my email box." Erica turned her head and gazed at the man that spoke to Raphael. Gabriel. The infamous Gabriel. Kimberly gazed at both of the men. They had similar builds. Erica's children would be beautiful. Kimberly stilled as her heartbeat echoed for Raphael. "I need to meet this guy." Erica pointed in the obvious direction. "He's over there, with the guy you walked in with." Kimberly turned back to her sister and mom. Then she held up her hand to show them the diamond ring. "Raphael and I are getting married." Her mother took her hand and said, "So you'll stay home and not disappear?" A giggle escaped her lips. You could say I'm happy for you. I'm happy, Erica said, and took her mother's other hand. Then she gazed at Kimberly again. I am in search of a babysitter I trust. Add me to your list then. Kimberly took her hand, and the three of them were in a unified circle. Love flowed through her. She never should have left, but then her blood pulsed with excitement. She tugged both women backward a little to get them to walk. Come, I want to introduce you to Raphael. Erica winked. We already met. This time you won't grill him about Tiffany. Her sister's mouth dropped. You know about that? Kimberly nodded. Raphael had told her everything about his life. We don't keep secrets. Without another protest, she led her mother and sister back to the men. Raphael kissed her lips fast, and then wrapped his arms around her waist. He then told his brother, Kimberly and I are planning our wedding next month. Gabriel's hand circled Erica's middle, like he was protecting her stomach. Is there a reason it's that fast? Raphael saw the hands. It's not fast, no one's pregnant. I want a honeymoon before the winter comes. Gabriel stared at both of them as his parents joined everyone. Why? What's this winter? Kimberly gazed at the older couple. The men took after their father. Their mother was so tiny. Raphael answered his brother. We live on this island. His mother added. We're all excited, but what if you get pregnant? Raphael refused to be swayed. He intended to be married, to live on the island and remodel the keep. Kimberly's stomach wasn't in knots. She'd be tied to someone she loved. Raphael answered his parents in his logical don't argue voice. Then we'll hire someone to stay there all winter for that one purpose. His mother nodded, not that she had any option other than to agree. Where is Michaela? Gabriel answered. She's off surveying some hotel chain for day. She sends her love. Will you both visit me in Miami? Kimberly's mom asked. We could plan a destination wedding for the New Englanders at the Delano. Kimberly's head returned to the whirlwind wedding plans. Aren't they booked? It's usually busy there. Her mother shrugged. Don't worry about it. We'll plan the perfect wedding this month. Erica's wedding was fast too. Erica smiled. At least I won't be too fat yet. My son can be a groomsman. Kimberly nodded. Deal, sis. With Raphael beside her, she could conquer the world. They were a family, and now her life was complete. Raphael kissed her cheek. Their families talked, non-stop. Life was an adventure, and she now had her happily ever after. Thank you for reading. I hope you enjoyed Raphael and Kimberly as much as I did. The next book, the Frosted Game of Hearts series, is Micah's story. You can read it in Hidden Raphael now. About the author. USA Today best-selling author. Victoria Pinder grew up in Irish Catholic Boston, then moved to Miami. Eventually found that writing is her passion. She always wrote stories to entertain herself. Her parents are practical-minded people demanding a job, but when she sat down to see what she enjoyed doing, writing became obvious. Visit my website and download a free novel www.victoriapinder.com, victoria@victoriapinder.com.